Alrighty, everybody. Hey, we are back. Little short break there before we get started with the match. Did a quick bit of undressing, a bit of water drinking, and now I'm here with Nelly to be looking at Australia versus South Korea. Again, predictions, we kind of already just went over that, but for people that missed out, we just had a fruity sooty recap of the group stage for the tournament. And we both pretty much predicted this match to go very one-sided in favor of South Korea, right?
Yeah.
So I think I called a 6-0 result, and I'm pretty sure you did a 6-1 result.
No, I did 6-0.
Oh, you did a 6-0.
At least.
No, okay. And the pick'ems are obviously holy and should not be tainted by any sort of outer interference just because you just did a recap. So we're gonna, we both think that South Korea is gonna have a very good time in this match. Basically, it boils down to the fact that South Korea is extremely strong this year as always. Australia, always a fairly good team, but not quite on the same level. So we'll see if Australia is able to pull off a few maps. As you can see, the map pool is right here. We have 5 no-mod maps in the map pool right now, which was 4 last week, and that's the only real change. And yeah, we're gonna get into Nomad 1, it seems, right?
Yeah, it seems to be battable. I expected to see, like, from Nomad at least, Nomad 2, because it's giga random, I'll be honest. And they're playing, like, the hardest hidden map, at least for a majority of players.
Yeah, I believe South Korea is just banning the easier maps here for Australia not to really to disable Australia from having any sort of like backup safe map. So that would be Nomad 1, I believe, because Nomad 1 is definitely not like the hardest of picks. We are already getting started into the match. Quickly going over the bans here. Australia banned HD 1 and South Korea banned Nomad 1. There's another match going on at the same time being China versus Italy. Nomad 1 was banned by China as well, and Italy is banning Hidden 2. We'll keep you up to date for that match. We'll be looking at this match though. So here we go. First one of the day.
First match of round of 16, and that's the buff. Hidden 2, picked by South Korea. So as you can see, the map itself is sort of simple, like on the first glance, but once you play it, like you'll see the high tempo building up. Going from a low BPM to high BPM, and the cycle continues twice actually throughout the map.
Yeah, we have a first miss there for Crimson Please though, so that's going to favor South Korea a little early on. And now we're very comfortably going into the first 1/3 of the map. First 1/3. Big misses there for Australia though. 2 misses there for Panda Bear. Crimson Please not really doing too well, whereas South Korea is still holding on to a triple SS.
Yeah, so far it's doing good for South Korea. Surprised to see Hyper W7 pulling off a double S for that, but Abstract fighting the first miss for South Korea. So to be fair, 2 trades from Australia from Crimson Please and Panda Bear are missing, so that damage for South Korea is not apparent. And now here comes the second part of the map with another tempo change. This is probably like the first and final Ki. Hyper W7 missing, however.
Yeah, is it significant enough though? Don't think so. Australia has some more misses there for Panda Bear as well, and already the lead for South Korea is so significant. I don't think Australia's going to be able to come back. Greystar also missed though. Only Crimson Please Abstract over 2 in a combo. I'm going to have to take that back because Crimson Please misses right at the end too. Very intense ending, and Australia not really finding their footing there. Actually losing out on even more points compared to South Korea, and losing this map by over 320,000 points.
Yeah, this was expected. From Chicken Endo, theoretically could have seen it, but it seems like nothing like... I mean, it went wrong. That's what I wanted to say, that with 3 misses as well.
Yeah,
and
great
2
plays
AA
there.
ranks.
Yeah. Again, this is a tough hidden pick. This is like extremely hard for a lot of newer players, especially considering that HD on low AR is not really played too often anymore. And this is definitely reflected a bit in the performance of Panabe and Crimson Police not being quite as, not quite having the veteran status that the South Korean friends have. They're gonna go for normal 3 now, Australia. So that's a Kukai's Overdose on Fracture Ray. Definitely something I expect for Australia to do here, going for no mod primarily and leaving the other mods for South Korea to pick, because I'm fairly sure South Korea is just gonna opt for modded brackets every single time throughout the entire match.
Yeah, most likely South Korea will just pick the variety of mods other than no mod, considering like no mod is like it's a sort of car flip like when it comes to no mod, because Australia can win and South Korea can win. It's all that matters, like which team prepare for the most. So for example, with Nova 3, the diff itself is really techy. As you can see, Fracture Ray, like from Archaea, being really techy, with the variety of high SV sliders featuring with slider ticks, hidden dash manipulations.
Correct indeed. Very techy, and that makes for a coin flip, because I'm very sure that Australia is able to play maps like these on a fairly high level still, and practice makes it perfect. So this might be the shot at taking it up a few points from South Korea, but then again, South Korea might have just done the same, so they might have prepared just as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see here as we get into the second map of the match. In the meantime, for the match China versus Italy, the first map has also been played, which ended up being a positive result for China, taking that one by 123,000. The map played was Hidden 1.
Oh, another map of Hidden started with China versus Italy. Good job for China. I must say, like, good job for Dusk, because he's the only one who's seeded.
Yeah, double S as well for him, as always. We've come to know Dusk to be one of the greatest tournament players. In the meantime, no misses here so far. Everybody holding on to combo very nicely. These sliders are quite techy, but as expected, everybody on both teams definitely being on the level capable of playing these maps. No misses again so far. We do have a bit of an accuracy drop there for Crimson Police, but nothing to worry about.
Yeah, but I believe the spin competition, like in favor of South Korea. Crimson Police fighting the first miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, that brings South Korea into the leading position here, quite comfortably too. And now they can see each other's scores. Yeah, South Korea knows that they're leading.
This isn't the only break, actually. Like, there is another break, like, at the quarter of the map.
Gotcha, so we're gonna have to keep that in mind, but for now, yeah, South Korea's doing quite well, and so is South Australia, honestly. Only missing one note so far on the entire team, but not enough against South Korea.
Another one.
Draystar actually missing for South Korea. 2 notes actually too, so I'm thinking that actually might favor Australia, considering that Crimson Police had lesser misses. We're gonna have to wait to see until Draystar goes back to 200 combo. That's when we know for sure, because 200 is basically the cap for the score per fruit you get, so you don't get any extra score per fruit once you go over 200 combo, for people that don't know. So we're gonna have to wait to see if that happens, if Draystar gets to 200, but no, South Korea is still leading by a small margin here. But missing again, though! No, double miss for Australia! And that's going to give it back to South Korea right at the end, I do believe, as Beret and Hyper are able to FC.
Oh, Jesus! That is what I said, like, it's a car flip. Like, one team can go well and the other doesn't, but Australia, oh, they were so close. That's so
that got me a little emotional right at the end, too.
Yeah, they technically could take the point after Draystar missing, like, again, at, like, probably the last few seconds, but it's not enough.
Yeah, very unfortunate big miss there for Chicken Nanda and Poltergoose as well. Hyper actually double S-ing the map, so that's really impressive considering those sliders. Berea with the FC. And again, South Korea, you need to pull out the really big guns if you want to get any point from these guys.
Must be inhuman to be South Korea.
Oh, absolutely. Now we wait for South Korea's next pick.
This will take a little bit of time.
Yeah, they have 2 minutes of time to pick a map, and then another 2 minutes to ready up all players in the lobby. So this could take a little bit, but I predict them to go for either another hidden pick. But honestly, double time hard rock will work just fine for South Korea as well. So they can pretty much go with any map that's in the mod bracket.
I knew it was gonna be Convert, but double time, not really. I expected it to pick Hard Rock, but both fits well, I guess.
It's going to be Floating Darkness from the double time pool, so that's a convert indeed. It's going to be from that double time bracket, and that's a fair choice as well, considering that South Korea has people like Abstract playing this year. Someone who we haven't really seen in past Korean rosters for CWC at all. And their specialty is definitely these kind of maps up until AR9. Everybody on the end of South Korea is able to play these kind of maps amazingly, though. Not entirely sure about Australia. I know that Chicken Nando should be able to do quite well here. But the other players, again, fairly new to the game. This might be a tad bit easier for them compared to Hidden, though. Like the Hidden AR 8.4. So the score line might be a tad bit closer as well.
Yeah, Abstract, well, like you've mentioned, he's never been in any CWC rosters, but coming this year, and probably only this year, as like he tweeted itself, like from Abstract. But before CWC, he actually played a few of the community tournaments that was really close to being #1. Like against, there was a time when Dusk, Karim, Arma, Crystal playing together, and they basically destroy competition.
DAT 3, I'm pretty sure that was something to behold indeed.
Oh, it started in Mystery Tournament, then Cash Magic hosted by he and CTB or Erica. And then
right.
The roster was lost against Alien Flybot's team on AXS6. So seeing Abstract in CWC is kind of blessing.
Just a great game too. In the meantime, Italy and China have played a second map with a surprising result. Italy taking that map with a triple FC, with the only misses being done in the entire lobby being done by Kovir. So 2 misses in total for all 6 players. Dusk Crystal also both SSing the map, but a triple SS for Italy has got to give them that point. Man, the stakes are high this year. It's incredible to see. Double time is going to be played here, though, for Australia, South Korea with our third map.
Yeah, not bad for Italy. Although I'll be honest, like the Hard Rock map is probably the easiest in the pool. In fact, it plays like a normal but with AR10. But we're not going to talk about China versus Italy that deeply, because we have Australia, South Korea now. Wajbu fighting a miss.
Yeah, our fellow commentator then missing the first out. We have Chicken and Rels following that up.
Not the crucial one, Rels missing, but oh wait a minute, Wajbu and Korea traded.
Yeah, quite a few misses here at the start of the map already. Poltergoose and Abstract, the only ones holding on to combo. Again, Abstract, this is definitely his specialty. Chicken Nano coming with another miss, and that's going to give a lead further to South Korea. Kijibo missing as well. Ooh, it's really started to take shape here for South Korea with another miss there for Poltergoose, and nobody for Australia has any sort of combo at the moment. Abstract still doing beautifully.
I must say this Convert, like, it's probably like the hardest part. It was the beginning. Other than that, like the rest is actually achievable. The Poltergoose fight and miss, which I think he had the highest combo here. Unfortunately, missing Rels and Chicken Nano traded each together at the same note, I think. But the score in favor of South Korea by around like 200k or 150k difference.
Yeah, already strong lead there for South Korea, and that's mostly due to the fact that Beret and Abstract doing wonderfully. Rel's also doing considerably good. Actually beating all 3 members of Australia too, so very little to complain there for their team. Australia now finally getting back to a triple 2 in the combo, I believe, if Chicken Nando holds on, and he does. So this might be the start of the comeback, but they're going to have to see at least like 3 misses for South Korea to put any dent in the score.
Nothing's gonna happen though. Quadruple missing.
Yeah, Berea also missed a little early on though, so it traded, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Abstract I've seen the map. Like, if he remains AFK, like pretty much, like Australia might have a chance, but Abstract showing really good performance this time. His first appearance in round of 16, like, and he's already FC with 100% accuracy.
Yeah, Abstract, absolute double time god. Berea struggling a little bit at the moment. Kijibu is going to trade up once again, though. So South Korea is going to cruise through that ending, taking a third point in a row. Again, look at those scores on the end of South Korea. Absolutely mind-blowing. And Abstract with the double S performance. Something that I told you guys he is able to do, as this is his specialty after all. And Australia already in a very bad spot.
Yeah, Australia, like, with double time 3, they already crumble at the beginning. That's really unfortunate. Meanwhile, China versus Italy gotta play Hidden 3, a convert one.
Yeah, they're a little slower in terms of picking compared to South Korea and Australia, so that's that. And in the meantime, we're gonna wait for Australia to pick next year. They have about 2 minutes to do so. I expect them to once again for no mod. I think they're just gonna pick that mod bracket. Well, I should say no mod bracket. Really, until it's completely picked and drowned. So we're just gonna have to wait and see if that suspicion of mine is correct.
Yeah, their most viable choice really is either Nomad or Hard Rock. But even then, like, on maps that are not converts, those are specifics. So for the Nomad specific map, Paranoia Revolution is the only one remaining here, and 2 Hard Rocks specifics. So yeah, I don't really think they're gonna do a really huge gamble here. Oh, it's Hard Rock 2, the easiest one.
Okay, so we saw in the China vs Italy match this for players of this caliber at least seems to be quite doable to pull an double S on, considering we had 5 double S's in that lobby with only Kovir for China missing there, and this might be replicated here. Who knows? I know that Australia is fairly alright with Hard Rock, but then again they're up against South Korea, and I would say that South Korea in terms of mod play should still be stronger. You see Hyper, QWH, and Dracer coming in here. I suspect they should be able to at least get a SS or 2 out of South Korea again, and then Australia is going to have to beat that. So I wish them good luck. I'm not entirely sure if this is the most optimal pick to try South Korea on, though.
Yeah, I would think South Korea is like the most consistent when it comes to Hard Rock. The Australia picked the easiest one. Like, it's not gonna like give them any favor that South Korea is pretty much the legendary ones when it comes to with any mods.
Correct indeed. They're very quick to get ready here, and that's going to introduce us to the 4th map of the match, Australia-South Korea. Kijibu taking a head start here, already accumulating 9,000 somewhat points. So early lead for Australia! Exclamation mark. Okay, seems we're syncing up. There we go.
Let's see if the safest Hard Rock from Australia will pay off. Traystar is the only one with Hard Rock and Hidden, but again, that's player's choice.
On the entire team of South Korea, we have 1 person going for Hidden, that being Draystar, something that I would have expected. Nobody opting for Hidden on the end of Australia. It only really makes reading easier. It doesn't really multiply the score at all. It's only Hard Rock that does the 1.12 multiplier, and Hidden does nothing. It's just for reading purposes. No misses so far.
Yeah, but the score difference is really like a 30%, like a 30-point difference because a few droplet misses from Australia. Chickenado is the only one with double S. Meanwhile, the rest of South Korea doing 100% accuracy.
Yeah, very perfect performance there for South Korea as expected, and still a very great performance for Australia. Droplets don't really mean too much compared to a miss, but if South Korea is just going to SS the map this way, they might matter a little bit. And honestly speaking, I wouldn't be too surprised if that scenario were to happen. No misses again, like nobody's missing at all. By now in the China vs Italy match, Kobe had already missed. So this is looking to be even better.
Yeah, as I've said, like the most viable choice for Australia, like Harrock 2 is like the most viable choice because he literally plays like Nomad with less CS and more AR to 10.
It does seem that way, yeah. It's gonna get a little funky here, but everybody holding on still.
Oh, the lead is even massive after the spin.
Yeah, the spinners are the things that are making the difference right here. This could just be a 6-way FC spinner battle.
And now
Any miss will ruin it for the other team, though.
Now they have to pray if South Korea will miss anywhere.
Yeah, any miss will give it to the other team once again. And that's gonna be Poltergoose. Yeah, and that's definitely gonna go to South Korea now. And the map is so close to ending. And
yeah, this is it. That is really defined it.
And there you go. That one miss there for Australia.
Yeah, that sudden hyper dash to circle here, like that really nailed in the coffin for Poltergoose.
And yeah, triple SS there for South Korea. Very little to complain about. Truly nothing to complain about there again. And a perfect score for Chicken Nando and Kijibo as well. Kijibo not really spinning too much though, if I'm right. I'm not seeing that much of a spinner score at all in his end. So Poltergoose, the only one in this lobby with any sort of miss. That's going to be your 4th point already for South Korea, as they are the next to pick. In the meantime, we have a bit of an update there for China vs Italy as well. China is going to be able to take the 2nd point here, again on a hidden pick, a hidden 3, with a win of 111,000 points. So that scoreline is now 2 for China, 1 for Italy.
Not for combos this time. That's really good, because everyone's not immortal.
Correct. We have another hidden pick here as well for South Korea. That's going to go to hidden 3 here, with a map name I would rather not pronounce, so there's that. You can just read it on the screen, I think. Reading is good for you, did you guys know? It's really good for you, so...
I'll try. Yukio Yokocho.
You just ruined it! Ah! How dare you, Nelly!
I'm sorry if I ruined the Japanese linguistics here.
No, especially you ruined the reading magic, I would say.
Yeah.
You've allowed for people to only listen.
I had to.
That's fair. We might have like a blind viewer or two. You never know. So that's only good if you do so. So good job to you there. Nelly absolutely re-innovates in commentary here with his first CWC commentary session.
Yeah, that's the first time. Meanwhile, though, Italy took in China 2-2 right now after double time 1.
Okay, so that's actually gonna get pretty close over there. Seemingly Italy definitely doing stronger on Hard Rock and Double Time. Very close scoreline once again, with only 64,000 points of difference. So that really boils down to 1 or 2 misses again, I suspect. And yet again, we have a... Oh my goodness. Whoa, what's going on in that lobby? We have 5 FCs on that map and only a single person missing there. Again, Kovir having 2 misses. Okay, double time Hard Rock in that lobby is just absolutely monstrous in every regard. Even worse than we have seen so far over here on the South Korean Australia match. As we get into the 5th map here, hidden, once again picked by South Korea.
So that cover features a lot of weird snaps, because the song itself is sort of a jazz one. GWH fight a first miss here.
Yeah,
but it tries back with Panda Beer.
Ooh, yeah, as I mentioned, there though for Australia, QWH is also gonna miss though.
Yeah, as I mentioned, like the snaps regarding, like not everyone will see it, like for sure, because of those snaps. Even QWH was confused for a few seconds, I think. Oh, everyone's missing except Draystar and QWH.
Yeah, big misses there for Australia, and only Hyper not being up to 2 in a combo there for South Korea. Draystar with the double S, and did we really expect anything else from our dude Draystar? Don't think so. More misses there for Crimson Police and Chicken Nada, and already South Korea with an incredible score lead of over 200,000 this early on. Also, a fun fact for you guys, if you guys want to see the other match being played, that being Italy versus China, you can go to a link that has been dropped in the chat by Puffbuck a little. You need to scroll up a little bit. Twitch.tv/Osu FR Live, so Osu France Live. You can view the China vs Italy match live there. So you can open up 2 tabs at the same time. In the meantime, everybody kind of finding their footing. Everybody back to Tuna Plus combo.
Yeah, everyone recovered, though Hybrid W7 managed to find a miss somehow, like 200 combos before. But still, the score leading still in favors Korea by 200. Oh, QWHJ, never mind.
Yeah, another miss there for Panda Bay as well, though. So South Korea really has very little to worry about here. Australia was able to pick up the score a little bit, but not by enough. Crimson Police with more misses there. Draystar still holding on to a double S, and it seems he's going to remain. Yeah, he's just going to remain with that double S until the end, and he's got a... It's perfect. It's just so good. On the other hand, we have Australia with a 3, a 7, and a 7 miss. So 3 misses each for QWH and Hyper W. Again, a bit closer than the other hidden map we had early on in this game, but not quite close enough for Australia at all. And we have South Korea at match point leading 5-0.
Yeah, now they have to win one more map. Abstract just realizing that this isn't a best of 9, but that's best of 11.
Yeah, you're not quite done yet, Abstract.
Good job there, Abstract.
How dare you make mistakes? I've never made a mistake, ever.
Sardan being the bully on stream.
I'm not a bully.
Okay.
Very realistic is what I am. But I'll grant Abstract another chance here to prove himself. He's just gonna have to entertain us for at least another map.
Update on Italy-China situation. They're picking Nomad 5. Oh, and that's the
that's gonna be the picks.
Okay,
yeah.
Never mind. Everyone picked it, I assume. Damn.
So on either stream, you're gonna be able to listen to the baddest. Nomad 5, indeed. A sensible pick there for Australia. There's not a lot they can do against South Korea in terms of mod play, it seems. So very fair choice indeed.
I may say that this Convert pick by Australia was kind of risky. Convert itself is not too hard, but there are a few 1-8 snaps that probably scare a lot of players. Like, especially the spacing wise. Those 1-8s are really spaced. It's probably featuring for different parts of the map. You'll see what I mean.
Oh, we'll see what you mean, alright?
Of course, I know that, but I'm just warning it.
In the meantime, quickly looking over at the stream for China vs Italy. Everybody's still holding on to a double S, it seems. But actually, Karim has a FC, not a double S. And actually missing now too, so we're going to see a bit of a lead there for China in the meantime. Again, great performance, though everybody is still holding on to a full combo other than Karim. Some of these patterns are extraordinarily weird.
Yeah.
You'll see in this
Covered.
match. Yeah, waiting for everybody to get ready in this lobby against the South Koreans match point. Quite the funky song as well.
That is good. Though many people don't like it.
You know, let us know whether you're a fan of the baddest, as it's being played twice now in both matches.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Australia, South Korea, 6th map coming up.
There we go. Possibly the last match for Australia, but let's see. Meanwhile, China winning the Nobot 5. Tying up to score with 3-2. Well, 2 players have seen Crystal and Dusk, and Arva missing the full Conley, the only one from the Italy.
Yeah, very little to report so far. Everybody holding on to their almost 300 combos.
Now everyone should pray that everyone will hit those 1-8 space snaps for Australia at least.
Yeah. Gotta get a little more intensity. Chicken Anna is gonna be the first to miss for Australia as well. So that spells out doom if this continues. In the meantime, as for the China vs Italy match, China won the baddest with quite a
2 misses from South Korea.
Oh, now did you say Hyper and Drace are both missing together with QWH though. So the scoreline is going to be fairly similar for the most part, but I think Australia's going to have a bit of a lead.
Australia with a little bit of lead.
Depends though, it depends. Okay, they are going to be able to overtake South Korea very marginally at the moment. Any miss will ruin it.
Literally. Calder just got to provide one.
Yeah, exactly. South Korea back in the leading position here.
Oh, Draystar! He missed a lot of fruits.
Oh, that might be more significant than indeed. Yeah, they are back in the lead again, Australia. So it's very close here. Scoreline's flickering quite a lot.
One more. Oh, full miss from Australia!
And
this is so bad.
Oh, you are correct. I had that same reaction just now. I have a feeling that's not going to be recoverable anymore. And they know, they can see.
Over now.
Yeah, they could see that too. They could see South Korea not triple missing there. So, yeah, South Korea's absolutely just going to cruise towards the ending. They just, yeah, there's very little that can happen here.
Yeah, and the worst thing is that is it. Yeah, this is it for Australia.
Oh, that's a painful miss to behold as a viewer, and it's looking like South Korea is very handily going to end this match with a clean sweep score, 6-0.
Yeah, unfortunately for Australia, they have to play the losers bracket. Though, to be fair, losing to South Korea is what somewhat expected, and I assume that the members of Australian team also knew about this. But it was really good attempts on the last map, but it's not enough.
Not quite enough indeed. Well tried by Australia. There were some close scores there. That triple miss at the end kind of just blew it. Otherwise, they would have gotten very close to beating South Korea on this map too. And yeah, clean play by South Korea. Good job to them once again. Clean sweeping Australia within 35 minutes as well. So kind of what we predicted would happen, Nelly. But at the same time, it's always like mind-blowing to see how well these guys play. I think we're going to get into the other match in the meantime, by the way. So
yeah,
China
we can switch to China versus Italy. They're still playing, by the way. So far, like, they're playing Hloya, Hard Rock 3.
Yeah, so that match is a bit closer. Again, there's 2 top teams playing. Italy and China both being top teams. And not just in the top seed, but like some of the best in the top seeded teams as well. So there were some predictions for both of these teams to make it on podium places. That might happen. We're not entirely sure yet. Obviously, the tournament still to pan out. Italy having a bit of a rough start versus the Philippines in group stage, but this match they're seemingly taking at least more seriously, and they're doing quite a lot better too. Scoreline currently being China leading 3-2. I'm pretty sure that the pick here, the next pick was for Italy. Yeah, it is. Okay, so we're gonna I expect them to do a bit better on this map than China. So far they've done really well on their own picks, so that might continue, that trend, that is. So we're gonna get into that match in a little bit. We're just gonna have to wait for everything to be set up for us real quick. If there's any questions in chat in the meantime, definitely let us know. So Nelly, how was casting your first match for CWC? Did you like it? Short
Well,
one,
I like
but
it.
it's good stuff,
Yeah, it's
right?
sort of short, but it was really good. I'm glad that I actually joined here.
I'm very glad we have you as well, and we're going to be able to continue commentating on that second match today too, so that's cool.
Let's jump to the second one, I guess. Meanwhile, they already...
Oh, painful that is. Wow, sorry for interrupting you there.
Oh!
But you're seeing what I'm seeing right now, aren't you?
Oh,
That
I'm
was a
also
spinner
seeing this.
battle. Oh no, it wasn't quite the spinner battle. We have We have a point there for China winning on Italy's pick. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have won on Italy's pick by 2,997 points. So we had a single miss there for Arma. We had a single miss for Cyanus. Together, that made for a China victory. There were no spinners in this map actually, so only 2 misses in total too. Incredible.
Unfortunate for Armor.
Yeah, the only difference really being the fact that Cyanus missed quite a lot later than Arma, so he didn't have to build back up to 200 combo anymore, whereas Arma had to, meaning that their score deficit was just larger, only by 2,997. So, very close game. Sadly, we weren't able to see that one, but that's unfortunate for Italy, not continuing their streak of winning their own picks.
I hope Italy won't really get shackled after that, despite China winning 2 points in a row. 4-2, as you can see. The next pick
I
is
don't
from
think
Italy.
they're going to be too down about it. I think they'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I also hope so. But what's the best pick from Italy, honestly? I would suspect it's going to be another double time.
Honestly, Italy picking Hard Rock in double time so far, and there's only one Hard Rock map left. There's 2 double times left so far. China opting for Hidden and No Mod.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to pick Hard Rock.
Me neither.
Best bet would be No Mod 4, and probably double time 3, unless like every player from Italy like confident enough to read AR8.
Something seems to be going on with Bancho for either of these 2 teams. Not entirely sure. So that's maybe one of the reasons why this match has so far taken a tad bit longer than the other match. But it's been smooth sailing mostly, I do believe. So yeah, we're just trying to wake up Bancho here.
Oh no, they might roll the pick.
Oh, that could be bad for China, actually.
That's bad for Italy. Oh, he
literally the second that Nick rolls for the pick.
Is this it's this Paranoia Revolution. Oh, it's really bad map.
Oh no, but this is unfortunate for China because they weren't able to pick, it seems. Nick already force-picked one of the maps. Crystal was just a little too late there.
Yeah, so by bad map, I'm not saying the style of the map, but I'm saying that this map itself is quite random, I would say that. Especially at the end. But you'll see what I mean. Unless you guys know the song, which is Paranoia Revolution from DDR.
I wonder if that's gonna bottleneck China in any way. It's a normal pick after all, so they were gonna go for Noma, but it's definitely quite a different Noma.
Yeah, apparently Dusk is out.
Yeah, they're still kind of deciding on whether they're gonna go for No Mod 4 or No Mod 2 after all. Asking for a double check there. So we don't really fully know the pick yet. We're gonna have to wait to see how Italy reacts to it, I assume.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for higher ups for confirmation.
I'm so impressed I could cry. Thank you very much for your best dance.
Not too eventful though, so I think they're just gonna go for normal 2 after all. Don't see any typing going on anyway. Not in the multiplayer lobby, that is.
Yeah.
Seems that we're gonna go for normal 4 after all, yeah. There's just a warning there for China to pick quicker next time.
Yeah, apparently we're some kind of disconnects from China that we don't know.
Yeah, so some lagging issues there, I'm pretty sure. Alrighty, yeah, no mod 4 is going to be your play after all, as China would have wanted it. So that's handy for them. Yeah, people in chat were right. This is definitely Cat Jam. Absolutely, definitely Cat Jam. Extremely long title though for a map. Jesus.
Seems like China's prepared. Yeah, everyone's prepared at this point. So, jump into Nomad 4 then.
Finally getting into it. 7th map of the match. China almost not being able to decide for the pick on this one, but they luckily were able to in the end. Then again, I think Italy has a fair shot on this map too.
We'll see. Map itself is no surprises. It's just pure 1-2s with a little bit of really high spacings, but everything depends on the player individually. And
yeah,
then the Crystal fighting first one. Already.
Italy with a bit of an early lead. Nothing too significant so far though.
This isn't over yet. There's still like
Oh, that's plenty of
three,
maps, yeah.
4 maps. No, like 3/4 of the links left.
Exactly, it's over 3 minutes long, so in CWC terms, this is a bit of a long pick. Most of these maps are fairly short, so...
This is normal.
Yeah, in regular terms, that will be normal indeed. But so far, most picks in CWC have been fairly short, I should say, so... This is one of the longer ones we've seen thus far in the tournament. And again, everybody holding on to combos very nicely, but Crystal, who missed about 150 notes in. Solid gameplay by everybody on Italy, though.
Everyone's doing so good so far.
Yeah, catching those jumps too. Impressive indeed.
If everyone would catch the end of the map, which is, by the way, the most spaced one, it's gonna be really sad for China.
Yeah, losing out with just a single miss on your entire team is pretty painful. But then again, these are two extremely strong teams, so this could happen, and it has happened twice already in this game. Missing out on a point by just a single miss.
Okay, here comes the last slow part of this map.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that Ki soon.
This is where the most interesting thing starts.
Solid performance still from everybody, so little to report. This trilogy is gonna go to Italy by means of a single miss.
One more.
I mean, the fact that we're not like reporting a lot doesn't mean we're not excited, because this is extremely good gameplay from all teams. China's gonna miss for China. Italy is still cruising with a triple SS.
Italy? Don't tell me they're gonna do it.
Don't go with a miss, but that's straight up with Cyanus, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it's not over yet.
Not quite over indeed, but now it is. Italy taking up a breakpoint after losing on a breakpoint too. And yeah, 2 players missing on the end of China. And just
4-3.
1 for Italy. Incredible gameplay.
Now they have to take another point, which is thankfully is their pick.
Yeah, what a way to get yourself a breakpoint too. Imagine pulling a double SS and then a play with just a single miss, like 60 notes before the end. How do you beat that? Like, the only way you could have beaten that with a triple S FC, which China wasn't able to pull off here. Cyanus and Crystal both missing. Again, the differences here are so small, so incredibly small. It makes very little sense for us mortals to spectate these people and be like, yeah, sure.
And Italy actually picking Hard Rock 1, something that I honestly didn't want to see from them. Map itself is not so hard, but it's just like quite slow, quite relaxing. So it makes the map itself with Hard Rock even more intense.
Definitely
that is the last Hard Rock pick, right?
I believe so. I believe that the rest has already been picked or banned or... yeah. Do you believe so?
I think so. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, never mind. This is the last Hard Rock pick.
Yeah, Hard Rock has been completely finished. And from that point onward, it might become a little harder for Italy to secure the final point they need for a tiebreaker to be forced.
Oh yeah, I actually remember Kara had to play every tiebreaker probably last year. Or what tournament happened? It was definitely an Italian team, but the thing is, like, they played constantly tiebreakers.
Yeah, Italy has had their fair share of tiebreakers in the past too, so... China as well, so I think that either team will be more than comfortable playing a tiebreaker. I again believe that the differences between these two teams are going to be very minuscule. This is a very important pick though for Italy. If they're going to lose out on this point, it's going to be extremely hard for them to even get the opportunity to force a tiebreaker on China. Considering that Hard Rock is completely done for, China will be able to pick next regardless, and they'll have to win 2 times in a row if they are going to lose this one to force that tiebreaker. I think the tiebreaker is like a fair game for either team as well, like very 50-50.
Yeah, but I will also say that China itself mentally strong when it comes to the situations like this. But yeah, this time they're picking Coiver, which is a really good player itself, but he finds some kind of misses that leads to Italy taking the point.
Yeah, Cover's had like it's so sad to call him out on that, because he's only was like twice on like the map that they lost on versus Italy, and that was the reason they lost on those maps every single time. Everybody in Italy FCing these kind of maps, and we'll see if that will happen again here. We only have Vito playing with Hidden. Everybody else is playing vanilla Hard Rock.
That's probably like the true Cash to beat players would use Hard Rock, unless you want to fancy points. Of course, I'm judging from
good with the fancy points so far, though. It's a very peculiar Hard Rock pick.
Actually, so far, Italy taking the lead. Coiver missed few droplets.
Yeah, that difference again, so little.
Oh, Vito! Oh, this is so sad. This is like the last stream here. Oh no.
Ooh,
That stream
yeah.
itself is probably like the easiest part of the map. That's so unfortunate.
Well, you never
And
know.
China's
2
doing the
misses on the
building
end of
up.
China will still give it to Italy, but it's not looking like it.
Yeah, I highly doubt that China would miss. Like, there's still streaming sections here coming up after this. Here now.
Nope, it's looking like everybody's holding on to their combos.
no.
And that's, again, it comes down to a single miss.
Single
How are these
miss
teams
from
so
Vito.
good? Well, it's 2
No.
misses technically, but it's at exactly the same point. So I'll just consider that a single missed point in
Let's
their
just-
entire gameplay. Everybody I've seen on the end of Italy, other than Vito, and everybody I've seen for China, only Colville with a bit of dropped accuracy in terms of droplets, but
Yeah, let's just say
Well-
he missed one pattern. And now China is in match point. So now Italy, they have to win 3 maps in a row if they want to stay in upper bracket.
a little comment I want to highlight here from Matt H in the chat. Thus having FC'd 7 out of the 8 maps in this game so far too. Dusk, you're an absolute godlike tournament player. Just a godlike player in general. Never underestimate that guy.
Don't say a true god. He's been like in tournaments, I don't know, since the beginning. Like,
Before I
really
was
beginning.
born, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, imagine just losing on your pick just because of a single miss. That stuff doesn't happen in any old match. Italy, China, again, 2 of the top teams in the entire tournament, facing off very early in the tournament, and they're going to go for double time 3 here as what could potentially be the final pick of this match. China at match point.
Yeah, compared to Double Time 2, Double Time 3 is more, I would say, skill related, because Double Time 2 itself is a slow map with no fancy patterns or anything. It's just your consistency, and that's it. Double Time 3, like we've seen on Australia versus South Korea, it features wacky patterns with wacky spacing, especially at the beginning. Plus, there's also 1-4 slider reverse standings, which should be hit perfectly.
Pretty nice song again, this. I was like,
Yeah, enjoy the
anything
jammer.
that Patch makes.
Yeah, you can guys enjoy the actual jammer, just like with Tuya.
Go cat jam if you wanna go do it. We allow for thee to cat jam.
Any cat jammers in the chat?
We don't know. We shall see. This is the 9th map. We're gonna start in a little bit. It seems that Dusk might be lagging again, though. I might need to be switched for a different Chinese player. That might actually affect the results on this one too. Considering that so far Dusk has been doing like impeccably well. Of seeing 7 out of the 8 maps. Missing out on him on this pick would be very unfortunate, but it seems he's able to join anyway.
Yeah, apparently Dusk has been re-invited back and forth to the tournament server. So there's some definitely disconnection issues coming from Dusk, but so far right now is looking really stabilized. I mean, I hope so, because well, they're going in. China with a match point. Let's see if Italy can remain or just go straight to losers bracket.
Yeah, quickly wanted to mention that also for the previous match that we looked at, Australia versus South Korea. Australia's not out of the tournament, they're just in the losers bracket for the coming matches that they're going to have to play. If they lose again, they're going to be out of the tournament, and this match will decide whether China or Italy is going to have to battle their way out of the losers bracket. We have Vito with an early miss there for Italy. We get started on that 9th map.
Oh, another mess.
Yeah, a bit of a rough start for him there. China's going to be able to capitalize on that a little bit.
It's definitely a horrible start from Vito. And for Ida as well. Everyone's have seen except Vito so far. Cyana's armor traits. So we're seeing 3 full combos, one from Karim and the other from Crystal Dusk. I mean, what you could expect from Duo anyway.
Yeah, are they really gonna miss? Do we expect that to happen at all? But yeah, so far Vito making the difference for Italy as Cyanus and Alma are gonna be leveling out here together. Karim still holding on to a full combo, did miss a few droplets, even though that's not really significant. And China can now see that they're leading over Italy. Not by a lot though, only by 1 miss truly. Well, okay, 2 misses maybe.
2, yeah, for like 2 or 3. But yeah, it's definitely not 1.
I think they want to get started on sweating if they were to miss a single time as well, though, considering that Italy has found their footing now and is doing well. Perfectly, after that hiccup from Arma.
Yeah. So far everything's doing really good. There's no major misses or anything. But the thing is like, the map is already closing in. So we have to see some kind of breakups might happen.
Yeah, we'll have to see it soon.
And
And
then
that's
Karim
and Vito for Italy missing. And that lead is going to increase for China by quite a lot now with Karim missing again. And as you can see, the deficit for Italy has become quite large. And Karim even misspinning there, going to the right.
There's no way they can recover after this.
I have a feeling that Karim didn't really know what to expect from this map, and that's why he wasn't able to fully perform on the ending there. And China's gonna cruise through this map with only a single miss there for Cyanus. Again, a double S for Dusk, and again, a double S for Crystal. Amazing players, absolutely incredible to see them play. And Italy has been struck down into the losers bracket by China in the round of 16. Something we had not expected to happen for Italy. But they lost against the Philippines in the group stage, meaning that they had to play against the top seed in this round. And that being China is obviously like one of the roughest opponents you can get. So GG, well played to both teams though. Nice try by Italy, and they were really close to actually forcing China into the corner too there. They were, the scoreline was like 4-3 just like 2 maps ago, obviously. And that was very unfortunate how they lost on those maps afterwards too. The differences have been absolutely minuscule in terms of score for most of the maps in this match. And this could have gone either way. But yeah, China just being this little bit stronger there today.
What I want to appreciate is the underdogs, Cleveland and Cyanus. Although they're new blood from Team China, they did really good performance against Italy at all. Though with misses, they still remain really close and consistent, so I hope they'll actually thrive.
Yeah, Kobe and Cyanus are absolutely amazing players too. Crystal, like you're comparing them against people like Crystal and Dusk, who are considered to be top tournament players in general, like top 5 tournament players. I would say Dusk is, to me at least, the best tournament player there is, like at all. And Crystal's definitely like top 5 material too. Very likely like 4th or 3rd maybe even. So that's just what happens if you get a matchup with China. Very unfortunate there for Italy, but they're still in the tournament. And honestly, that's it for today already. Very few matches on Saturday. Most of them are going to be played on Sunday. As you can now see there, the upcoming matches being Finland versus the Philippines and France versus Taiwan. Hong Kong versus Poland, Indonesia versus Russia, which Nelly's going to play in. So you're going to have to check that out and cheer him on. Then Germany versus Chile, USA and Canada. That's all going to be tomorrow.
So yeah, normally we wanted to cover only one match, but we actually managed to cover the remaining matches on Saturday. So the most exciting things will await you tomorrow.
Exactly.
So stay tuned.
So much more material to come. Thank you guys for watching the stream. If you liked what you saw, definitely go follow the Yosu Live channel so you can get a email notification whenever we go live. But that's only the case if you click on that bell icon. So you can see that like right next to the hearts icon. So click on it if you want. If you want to see some more action like this. And
or
definitely you want to do that.
Or if you want to subscribe or even buy a banner.
Yeah, you can buy banners now, guys. Banners are finally live. So that means you can buy a banner to support any of the 16 remaining teams in the tournament. They're fairly cheapo and they look nice in your profile. So if you want to invest into that, that would be amazing. All of those fundings are going to go into the tournament as well. And again, it just looks really schmexy on your profile. So you want to check those out to see how they look. Well played to both teams. Once again, GG, and as well to Australia, Korea, who finished a bit earlier there. Well played to both of those teams. That's going to be it for today. Thank you so much, Nelly, for commentating and doing the recap early on today with me. And thank you once again, JBH, for doing that too. You guys are great.
Thank you.
So thanks, Nelly. I hope you're enjoying your time here. I'm definitely enjoying casting with you. And I hope that the viewers are also enjoying the time. So take care, guys. We'll see you in about 19 whole hours from now. It's all going to be tomorrow. So, be there. Be there or be square. You know what's up. See you then.
It's a beautiful place.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the round of 16 Osu Catch World Cup 2021. And today, right now, at UTC 10, we have Finland versus the Philippines as our third match. And just for a recap, in yesterday's two matches between Australia and South Korea, we had South Korea taking it 6-0, and Italy versus China was a little bit closer with Italy going 3 to China 6. And right now, we are on number 4, Coronel Bunzai, convert pick with a couple of tricky jumps to hit, but they will be coming out a bit later, so everyone holding early.
Oh yeah, and as we hit this first break, we see all players with a triple double S. All players holding strong so far.
Yeah. And Elux now joins us. How are you doing, Elux?
Doing great. It is completely early compared to you. It's 6 a.m. for me, but I'm wide awake. I'm ready to get these matches underway.
Yeah, 8 p.m. for me right now.
Man, all players still holding strong as we're approaching the halfway point. Really not much to talk about. All 6 players still holding a double S.
Not yet, but if someone's going to miss, it'll be right here. Everyone holding through it. The harder jumps will come later, so I found in practice it was like I'd maybe hit it 1 in 3 times, the end jumps, because they are very like harsh on timing and whatnot. And everyone hitting that little jump there too. So Finland looking like they've improved quite a lot from last week as well. Having to melee quite a bit with Netherlands to secure their spot in the round of 16. Coming out of the low seed as well, so...
Ooh, and Botburger's gonna drop for Finland. Just like that, the score is starting to grow on side of Philippines as we approach the final fourth of the map.
Yeah, and every second that Philippines go without a break, it's further sealing the fate for this first point. As it winds down, and in those trickier jumps, if someone were to miss, it would be far less consequential than if they missed where Botburger did. Just because that 200 combo cap.
And Nikolai is gonna miss as well for Finland, and that all but seals the deal for this map.
Yeah, pretty expected from Bonray and Roido to get the SS. Kyozu as well as a very solid player. What happened to Kyozu?
What happened to everyone at the end? Everyone dropped but Kyozu. Not sure if they had any technical issues.
That looks like a technical issue on Kyozu's
Yeah, just
side.
stopped in the middle of those patterns.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. This takes me back to last year when Team Austria was having like a lot of technical issues. Like one of their players was like playing on a busted keyboard or something.
Well, at least this year, all players are required to have no fail on, so Philippines was able to take that point. Without that no fail, be looking at a different story right now.
Yeah, without the no fail, that would have actually been a free point for Finland.
Oh yeah. And while we're in between picks here, just a little recap from groups between these two teams. Philippines ended up sweeping their groups 3-0, beating Italy 5-2, Belgium 5-3, and Malaysia 5-0. Meanwhile, Finland finished their groups going 2-1. They lost to China 5-1, but they beat Peru 5-1 and beat out the Netherlands in a slugfest getting 5 unanswered points, winning the tiebreaker 5-4. That was a
Yeah.
match, and hopefully we see another great match here.
Impressive reverse sweep from Finland, as it looked like it was just going to be all Netherlands in that match. Doing really well to not sort of get snowed under by the pressure and just bring it back.
Oh yeah, it's been a week and I'm still in shock about what I witnessed there. And Philippines are gonna go ahead and choose Hidden 3. Ooh. Few tricky sections on this convert pick.
Yeah.
I believe it's around the late 200 mark. We have that tricky hyperdash area.
Yeah, there are a few like really janky sections throughout the song. There's no point in where you can really let your guard down. Obviously, it'd be a lot easier as a mod pick, or like as just a basic no mod pick. But as a hidden pick, this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, we see Botburger, Nikolai, and Jonsku on side of Finland. Kyosu, Crowley, and Roido on the side of Philippines. So far, no substitutions underway. And there's the good luck, have funs in the chat. There's the chat command, and we're about to get this second round underway. Waiting for the client to sync everybody up.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any roster change for Finland, and Crowley swapping in for Monray, as Crowley does like his hidden.
And we saw that early miss from Roido, and I was thinking it was client lag, but it just turns out to be an early miss from Kyosu as well. And there's another drop.
Doesn't really surprise me. You can really just miss anywhere on this map.
And a double miss from Finland on that tricky hyperdash section, as Roido found a miss there as well. Botburger and Crowley, the only ones full comboing this map so far, holding on to a double S.
Yeah, and it's going to be very important for them to maintain that combo as well.
Kyosu back up to 200 combo as we approach the halfway point, followed by their teammate Roido. Jonsku, as soon as they get up to that 200 combo, they're going to drop, and that is huge for Philippines to get back into this.
Yeah, just underdashing that tiny jump in there in a little bit, and you really need to pay attention to that jump.
And there we see the score is starting to flip. Jonsku slowly working their way back up to that 200 combo mark. Gonna stop the bleeding for now, but Finland, single miss will swing it their favor.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it looks like so flickery at the moment.
And Nikolai's gonna drop. And just like that, that single miss is gonna be more as Crowley drops for Philippines.
This one's going to be pretty close toward the end. No one else looking like they're going to miss, especially not now that the song's over. And Philippines going to take it by about 56,000 points. So good start for Philippines, taking their first break point and then taking their point on hidden as well. Everyone doing pretty well on that. No one missing more than 5 times. And the SS from Botburger as well.
Oh yeah, and even though it's 2-0 right now, Finland has just been right there neck and neck with Philippines. It has not by any means been a one-sided match so far. Gotta think, they lost their no mod pick and they just lost hidden. So are they gonna go back to no mod, or are they gonna try and mix things up and go hard rock or double time?
Yeah, not too sure where they're gonna go right now. If I were to predict, I'd say they'd go for a specific. Never mind. DT3.
Double time convert, floating darkness. Okay.
Yeah, interesting pick. This one in particular is really easy to under dash in particular. Although you can find the odd over dash here and there, I tend to under or over dash this one a lot. Just the approach rate feels like, I don't know, a bit slower than the pace or something.
Oh yeah, whenever I play any convert double times, that the approach rate always seems a lot slower than what the pace is due to the streaming notes on screen. But we see that no hidden modifiers, all players sticking with that default double time no fail. Same roster for Finland, but Boonray's gonna come in for Philippines.
Yeah. I actually wonder if Finland has their full roster at the moment.
That is a good question, as we see a miss from Johnsku early on. And followed by Kyosu and Botburger. Ooh, and Boonray, I didn't catch that miss earlier, but they ended up missing, and that score is going to be in favor for Finland right now. So all players... Ooh, Botburger and Boonray both are going to drop, followed by Nikolai and Roido. Johnsku and Kyosu keeping their teams in this, and the score, it's flipping back and forth right now.
Yeah, the start of this song does tend to be like the most frequent place to miss. It's like later in the song you will get like a bit more used to the pace and reading of it.
Roido's gonna drop in. That score is gonna start flipping in favor for Finland as we hit the halfway break. Finland sees that drop from Roido and know that they're in full control of this pick. Ooh, and Nikolai is gonna drop just as Roido is about to hit that 200 combo mark. The score is slowly gonna start leaning back over Philippines, but...
Yeah, no one dropping there. So Nikolai gonna start bringing his back up to 200, and I don't expect anyone would miss from here on out. I mean, it's totally possible to miss, but...
And Kyosu is going to drop just as soon as you say that, Quijibo, and the score is flipping back to from Philippines to Finland yet again.
So that's a very, very lucky timing for Finland right there. And looks
right
like
at the end.
Yeah, Kyosu missed drops. Again there.
Yeah, and back and forth pick, and Finland is going to come out with the point. 2-1.
Yeah, it seems like teams are a little bit more consistent this week all around. I think this week's map pool just sort of, in terms of difficulty, lines up with like a lot more players.
Well, the double time pick worked out for Finland. Let's see if Philippines is going to go back to hidden since they won that, or are they going to try and change things up and go hard rock?
Well, they do have quite a variable
roster, yeah.
So I think they could go anywhere they want, really. They did also take the point on no mod too, so they could pick something like the baddest, where I think that would be of advantage to them.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of nasty patterns in that convert. Philippines taking a little bit of their 2 minutes to decide on how they want to continue about this match. And in the meantime, we have banners now. Banners are now out. If you haven't gone to the store, go over, grab a banner, support your team. Money goes towards the prize pool.
They look really nice. I already got my Australia one and it looks lovely.
Oh yeah, I got my United States one in. Gotta say, it looks pretty fancy on that profile page, and we're gonna see Hidden 2 come from Philippines, so they are going to stick with their Hidden pick.
Yeah, this will be interesting to watch. I was gonna say before, the one map that I think will be interesting to see played out will be Hard Rock 3 as well.
Oh yeah, and the tricky thing about this pick is not just the lower approach rate as you see in 8.4, but it's also the constant BPM change.
Yeah, it can catch you off with quite a few patterns. I found the easiest part of this map in terms of patterns and pace is like later on in the map when you've got hyper jumps. That for me is the easiest part.
Clients all synced up and we're underway with this fourth pick. See Botburger, Nikolai, and Jonsku still for Finland. Perhaps you're right, they might not have their full roster available as we see Crowley, Kyosu, and Roido for Philippines and Jonsku with the early miss.
Actually, on that, I did look back through and we have 11 out of 12 of the players here, so one team is missing a player. So I don't think I saw Kaguya for Finland, so that might be our missing player.
Roido's gonna find the drop a little bit ago. We end up missing that. Score is gonna flip over to Finland as Jonsku's getting back up to that 200 combo mark. And Jonsku's gonna drop yet again, and that score is gonna instantly flip back over to Philippines as we see Roido approaching that 200 combo mark, and Jonsku just dropping again, having a little bit difficulties getting with the rhythm of this map, possibly that BPM change, as we see Nikolai and Botburger dropping. And that score difference is just growing in favor of Philippines right now as we enter this spinner.
Yeah, Philippines doing really well here. I think this might actually be enough for them to, completely make it throughout the song now.
Yeah, Crowley dropped. Nikolai and Kyosu are going to trade. Crowley and Jonsku are going to trade. Nikolai again.
Yeah, I was going to say, even with the drops, the whole of the Philippines team is already well over 800k and gone past 850. So, there's not enough time to make up that sort of deficit.
And Philippines with a decisive victory on that hidden pick, now leading 3-1.
Yeah, very, very smart pick for the Philippines, that one. So, with this, we might actually see Finland go back to DT, or maybe they'll try and feel out a Hard Rock pick. We will see.
And not sure what happened to Kyosu. There at the end, they were holding a full combo throughout almost the entire map, and just at the end started missing. Possible lag on their end.
Yeah, it could be that, but you could also find yourself out of pace so easily on a
Oh, that's so true.
slow AR hidden map. And being off the pace for any time at all is devastating.
Well, Hidden is now completely checked off the board. Gotta wonder what Finland's gonna go with. They won their double time pick. They could perhaps go back to double time. All 3 Hard Rock maps still available. We have Nomad 2, Nomad 3, and Nomad 5 still available as well. If I was Finland, I would go back to the double time.
Yeah. I'd probably, if I were picking double time... I don't know, if I were Finland, I might go for Wakusei Rabbit.
And indeed they are.
Yeah, that one is not surprising. I was gonna say, if it was me though, I would have gone for DT2.
Oh yeah. DT1's pretty dense for a double time pick.
Yeah, low AR, high density is pretty easy to miss on, as it turns out.
And we see Botburger, Nikolai, and Johnsku still staying in. As we see Rusty and Boonray coming in for Philippines. Roido still staying in.
See, I think the only player yet to play for Philippines of their roster is Kagamine Rin, but we'll probably see Kagamine come in for Hard Rock. Although Kielsu is also a very capable Hard Rock player at the same time.
Oh yeah, this is so true. As we start up our 5th pick, waiting for a client to catch up. Finland, they won their double time pick and they're hoping to make it go 2-0 in double time. They're trying to catch up to a quickly running away match in favor of the Philippines.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bonray and Roido just wanted to get the point. A little too eager.
All players up to 200 combo, but Rusty, followed by Nikolai.
But Rusty did miss a couple of times from the look of it, and his AK has...
But Johnsku is going to drop as well, and that's going to be in favor for Philippines.
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
Johnsku reaching that 200 combo mark just as soon as Rusty's going to drop, but Botburger's going to trade that. No more full combos on the side of Finland. Roido's going to drop as well. Boonray, the lone full combo and double S in the pick. Score is starting to flip as Rusty's getting up to that 200 combo mark, followed with Botburger. Slight advantage in favor of Finland right now, as Roido is just now getting back up with everyone else.
So yeah, next miss really will sort of determine everything, as the deficits aren't really all that, like there's not that much of a... That is very close, 5,000 point gap.
Oh yeah.
So even like a spin or a swing in accuracy can determine it. I don't think there's a spinner though. So this might all come down to a miss.
Oh yeah, I do believe you're right about that, Quichibo. Boonray still holding on to that double S. The Philippines is gonna need a Finland miss here.
Yeah,
and they will not get one.
5,000 points of difference, that whole end of the song, that is very close.
Oh yeah.
Only just getting it back.
As we see all 3 players from Finland having that one miss, Boonray, they ended up being the only one with a full combo on that pick, double S no less. In Finland, as far as double time goes, they seem to have found their groove against the Philippines.
Oh, I don't know if I'd say that. That was a little...
It was close. It was close. Though coming out of coming out of double time, winning both double time picks. You gotta be feeling pretty confident in that map pool.
Yeah. So I kind of want to. I want to see Hard Rock 3 get picked. I just want to see it get played out.
Yeah, Hard Rock has not been picked yet at all in this match. And you gotta wonder, when is it gonna be busted out? Philippines did win that no mod for that breakpoint on our first pick of the match, so perhaps they'll go back to that. And it appears that Roido is calling for a timeout.
Yeah. So I looked back through the sheet for Italy versus China yesterday for that Convert Hard Rock pick, and it was pretty impressive actually. It was 5-way FC, and the thing that separated the two teams was a single miss.
Oh yeah, that Italy-China match, that was just insane. A lot of close rounds on that one.
Yeah. Italy a very strong team. China obviously a very strong team.
That one, I was surprised that one didn't go to tiebreaker. Honestly, I was predicting a tiebreaker on that.
Yeah, very well could have gone to tiebreaker.
Rest in peace, my pick'ems.
Oh.
Yeah, if you are just now joining us, we are currently at a tactical timeout. Philippines called a timeout to think about their pick and get things situated on their end, currently winning 3-2. Finland starting to come back and make it a match. How do you think this one's going to end, Quijibo?
I do think Philippines have a bit more of an advantage here with their roster. So I think Philippines still have a good chance to take it, but Finland is doing quite well to fight back at the moment. So I think if Finland can stay consistent, at least on the other DT pick, and they could probably get 3 or 4 points.
Oh yeah, as we see Hard Rock 1 being busted out. Finally, the first Hard Rock pick of the match. As we see Lino and Naksu coming in for Finland, the first substitutions that we see out of them so far this matchup. And there's Kagamine Rin coming in for Philippines. You said it earlier, see them coming in during the Hard Rock pick, and we did.
Yeah, and this Hard Rock pick, this one actually seemed to catch me out more than the other two, even though it's considerably easier, I'd say. It's just got a couple of awkward notes to hit in there.
Oh yeah, there is that slow section somewhat in the middle that wouldn't call it memory, but need to react fast.
Yeah, I think the biggest one is later in the song. There's like 2 hyper notes into a stream, and it's, I guess, slightly awkward with timing, so it can be quite easy to just underdash the first note of the stream with it. So we might actually see a player or two do that in this match.
Yes, we're just waiting for the mods get all situated. Botburger, Lino, and Naksu looking to tie it up. Kagamine Rin, Boonray, and Roido looking to make this a 4-2 match.
Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty good pick for Philippines. I would give them the advantage here, as Roido is consistent on everything, and Bunrei and Kagamine are good hard rock players as well.
Start command is in. Everybody's loading in, and we see Kagamine Rin, the only one choosing that hidden modifier. If you are new to Catch World Cups, hidden provides no score bonus. It is purely player's preference for double time and hard rock picks on reading.
Yeah. Although I think
Naxu, with that early miss.
strange early miss. Roido gonna early miss as well. Just slide under dashes. Bunrei gonna miss as well. I was gonna say right before the misses came in, I was actually gonna say hidden might actually be not the best mod to tack on with hard rock for this map in particular, but I'm being proved wrong so far.
So we see our first 200 combos on the board. Slight advantage Finland. See Naxu slowly making their way up to that 200 combo mark, with Roido slowly catching up. Same with Bunrei, and the bleeding it stopped for Philippines. It's going to be roughly 50,000, 60,000 score difference, roughly.
Yeah, it's probably a lot better for them to actually miss just before a quicker section without a bunch of sliders.
Ooh, and
Naxu's
Naxu
gonna
right
miss
at
on
the
it.
stream.
That was exactly the part I was talking about, where it's like 2 hypernotes into that stream. It is just so easy to miss that first.
Oh, but Bunrei is going to drop as well, followed by
Naxu's going
Naxu.
to trade him back though, so this could easily go back to Philippines.
Indeed it is, as we're going to see that score slowly flipping.
To a spinner, actually. We'll see. Sometimes the flicker can be a bit stiff, but Philippines going to hold on to it by about 5,000 points.
And despite the dual double S on the side of Finland, just that miss from Naxu right there at the end before the streams just more or less sealed the deal on that pick for Finland. Kagamine Rin, the lone full combo on the side of Philippines, as Philippines now leads 4-2.
Yeah, and I think Finland will probably go back to DT here and just use the whole pool. It does seem like that could be their strat, and then I think after that they actually could contend Philippines on hard rock. I mean, that really wasn't. That was kind of like Wakusei Rabbit. The score difference was only in the thousands, as opposed to like the tens of thousands or anything like that. So they seem to be pretty close on hard rock and double time at the moment. So maybe it might benefit Finland to stay away from no mod.
It might, but that has got to be heartbreaking if you're Finland just at the end losing that point. Finland taking a little bit of time decide how they're going to pick this, and they are going to go with no mod too.
Now this one is a pretty interesting pick because it's pretty free beyond the first 200 combo, but the first section is like it's really easy to just miss.
Yeah,
like uncharacteristic misses, sorry.
But yeah, this is really an interesting pick. You would think that Finland would stick with double time as they won both their double time picks, but throwing a curveball here.
Yeah, I think if I could have, if this were like a solo matchup, like 1v1s, and you were versing someone, what are the odds that you would ban this? So I'd say for me, if Hidden 2 wasn't in the pool, this would be my ban.
I'd have to agree with you on that. Right. All the times I've played this in that beginning area, 1 or 2 miss almost every other time. So feel it's really going to come down to that first 200 combo. Whatever team can maintain throughout that entire beginning is going to take this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is a spinner trap at the end as well, but after a week of practice, I don't think any team will fall for the spinner trap. But yeah, this one, I think there is a good chance that if some players miss the start, then they can miss some of the stuff later on, just with a slight overdash or something. Just like, because sometimes when you miss stuff that feels like a little bit janky, it can often tilt players.
As we see Botburger, Jonsku, and Nikolai for Finland looking to get their 3rd point on the board. Kyosu, Boonray, and Roido looking to make it match point. And we are underway.
This is making me anxious to see. And here we're about to see if anyone will miss or how many people will hold through it.
And Jonsku is going to be first one to drop in that beginning section, as all other players are up to 200 combo.
Yes, absolutely no surprise as well. As that section, I think all the players have done like pretty well to mostly get through that completely, you know, with their FCs intact.
Oh yeah, as we so see a 5-way double S.
It's not hard to hit, but it's really easy to miss time.
Oh yeah, still a 5-way double S on the board, and that one miss from Jonsku early on, but Botburger's gonna drop. And that score difference is gonna keep growing in favor of Philippines, as it looks like this Nomad 2 pick could be backfiring.
Yeah. This is just one of those things where like the most minuscule of mistake can actually determine the outcome of a match.
Thank you very much for your best dance.
Oh, Nikolai falling for the spinner trap.
Well, we're gonna see a 3-way double S on Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines very strong on that.
Ooh. And that Nomad 2 pick backfired in the worst way possible. Philippines showing no sign of weakness with Nomad. Match point, and it's their pick. The worst possible situation to be if you're Finland. Though, we'd seen it last week. They came back from a huge deficit against the Netherlands. Can they do a repeat right here against the Philippines?
Yeah, let's see. I'm predicting Hard Rock 3 or Nomad 5 for this one.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all if they end up pulling out Nomad 5. Philippines taking a little bit of time trying to figure out what their best possible pick could be to finish out this map.
But yeah, my prediction is going to be Hard Rock 3.
Alright. Yeah, either Nomad 5 or Hard Rock 3, I would say, because that Hard Rock 2 pick is In my opinion, that Hard Rock 2 pick is just a bit harder no mod.
Yeah, it is a it's a very like, I guess, simple introduction to higher level like speed play, I guess. It's quite a forgiving map, in my opinion. And I think in practice, I don't think I ever had more than 2 misses in any given play.
Ooh, but they are gonna go with Hard Rock 2.
Ooh, that's interesting. Although this is something that they can 3-way SS here. I mean, we did see yesterday with teams like there'd be like 5 FCs, several SSs.
Yeah, though just as easily as we could see a 3-way full combo for Philippines, we could easily see a 3-way full combo for Finland as well. Botburger, Johnsku, and Lino.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Botburger, Johnsku, and Lino looking to keep in this match, looking to keep their hopes alive. Kagamine Ren, Boonray, Roido wanting to close this match out.
Yeah, I do believe Lino and Jones, who did both play last year, and they were on the Hard Rock roster last year as well for Finland. And Botburger is a pretty good tourney player as well. I have played with him in AXS in the past. So
Kagamine Ren still opting to stick with that hidden modifier. But the question is, can Finland pull a repeat? Or will they be sent to losers?
I think it all depends on where the first miss for any player is here, and if both teams miss. This is a map where all it takes is 1 miss, and that's it.
And that one first miss is going to come from Johnsku right before that 200 mark. So we still see a 5-way double S so far from everyone else. And that score is just starting to grow rapidly in favor of Philippines as Johnsku slowly approaching that 200 combo mark. But they're going to drop right before they get it, and that score is going to continue growing for Philippines.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Finland at the moment. They're going to need a 3-way drop from Philippines right now.
Yeah, and Botburger dropped, and it's going to take a few more misses on the side of Philippines for Finland to get back in this, as Lino, the only full combo on the side of Finland now, trying to keep their team back in this pick, but still a 3-way full combo on the side of Philippines, and that score is just continuing to grow as Botburger now finally catches up with the rest of this team.
Yeah, a map like this would play really strongly into Philippines' strong suits when it comes to these sorts of things.
And Lino is going to drop right before the spinner. No more full combos on the board for Finland, and dare say that's going to seal the deal.
At this point, Philippines have taken their 6th point, and this will finish up with Philippines 6 and Finland 2. So Finland doing quite well to actually make some points off the Philippines, as Philippines is a really strong roster this year. Definitely a strong late game contender in the Philippines.
Oh yeah, definitely. As we see that 3-way full combo on the side of Philippines. Boonray Roido with that double S. Kagamine Ren, just that single droplet miss away from a double S, but that's going to be it for Finland. They are sent down to losers as Philippines are going to take this 6-2. Few close maps.
Definitely, yeah.
I'm sure the scoreline didn't really surprise most people.
Yeah.
Finland. Good luck to them and losers.
Yeah, and so Philippines will face the winner between Indonesia and Russia, and Finland will face whoever loses out of that match. So not an easy match for Finland next week, as Indonesia and Russia look pretty stacked this year in terms of players, and quite a few players from both teams have been performing really well in community tournaments as well. So we'll have to wait and see how those matches go.
And our upcoming matches are on screen for you right now. We have France-Taiwan. Unfortunately, that is not going to be streamed. Our next streamed match is going to be Hong Kong versus Poland. That is going to be quite the matchup. Both strong teams, Hong Kong, Poland. That one can go either way. We have Indonesia versus Russia, Germany versus Chile, and United States versus Canada to close us out for the day.
So yeah, we're gonna have some really interesting matches coming up, and looking forward to quite a few of these. Although for a couple of them, I'll have to actually go back and watch them later on. So it's a couple of these matches are like when I'm gonna be like well asleep.
Tragic. You miss any, I'll try and keep you updated on them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you haven't yet, banners are out, so go check them out. They are in the store now. They look quite nifty on your profile page, and all proceeds from them go to help fund the prize pool. So if you have not checked those out, please go to the store and check them out. They look quite nice. Quijibo has that amazing Australian banner.
Yeah, the Australian banner looks very nice, I will say. I'm supporting the boys. And Elox with the USA banner, supporting his boys.
Yeah, and without further ado, we'll see y'all in 2 hours.
See you soon.
Hello, and welcome back to OzCatch World Cup 2021. I'm Elux, and joined with me in the commentator booth is the one, the only, the man himself, Quentin. How's it going, my man?
Hey, Elix, I'm doing fine. What about you, man? Ready for some hype catching?
Oh yeah, this is going to be a good matchup. Hong Kong versus Poland. Hong Kong ended up winning their group stages 3-0, beating Thailand 5-0, Indonesia 5-1, and Denmark 5-0. Poland, however, went 2-1 in groups. They beat Vietnam 5-0, Singapore 5-0. However, they lost to Russia in tiebreaker match, losing 4-5. It's going to be a great matchup.
Definitely, Poland losing that tiebreaker might catch back up to them because now they're facing a matchup against Hong Kong rather than a one against Indonesia. Both teams relatively strong, but Hong Kong definitely the strongest team out of the entire group stage, looking really scary this year. The comeback of Shigetsu Kyoka is definitely a huge part in that. I do feel like this Polish team is going to have to climb the entire mountain today to get to that quarterfinals in the winners bracket, I reckon.
Oh yeah, Hong Kong with a strong lineup. Auto LS constantly trading with Hyper W for number 1. Auto currently sitting at number 2 global. Then we got AFB, Latifa Sama Soigetsu, Sakanaz, and Nofoids. Meanwhile, with Poland, we got Bobber of Darkness, Kosmot, Jakuban, Leku, Neum, and Phobe.
Definitely, and we started rolling already. I am not too sure. Okay, we see a band coming from Poland, DT1, off the table, so that's the platter from Hyperion. It's taken over the shots, Air 8 platter, a little harder than last stage, but still only Air 8 DT, so relatively slow for most of these players. That was a ban from Poland, so that means Hong Kong won the roll, if I'm not mistaken, and we're waiting Hong Kong's ban. We've seen Noah 1 getting banned a lot this weekend. I'm wondering if we see that ban from Hong Kong again.
Yeah, really don't know what we're going to see Hong Kong banning here, as they're a strong team and they're going to go with Hidden 3, get that Hidden Convert out of the way. A lot of tricky patterns in that map, so do not blame them at all for deciding to ban that, and they're going to choose our DT2 pick. They seen that Poland ended up banning Double Time 1, so might as well start off with what your opponents are banning.
Seems like a reasonable decision to me, definitely. I reckon this map is Air 8.3 DT, so I believe that gets to like Air 10 after DT is added. I've got confirmation that Hong Kong rolled 66 and Poland unfortunately rolled 1, so they did in fact lose the roll. We're getting into DT2. It's 3 minutes 30 in length after DT's add. That gets about 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 10 if I'm not mistaken. We're seeing Latifa Sama, Auto LS, Ola Fanboy coming in for Hong Kong. No surprises there. On the other side, Cosmin and Leku, and I'm quite certain Jakuban will be that third player or Bower of Darkness. But Jakuban specializes in double time and hard rock, so actually never mind Medium coming in. That is also a decent choice, I do reckon. Relatively decent player on lower AR double time. Not too sure about his skills on higher AR double time. But given how this is AR 8.3, that shouldn't matter whatsoever.
Oh yeah, and one of the key areas to watch out for this double time map is the end. The end is a lot more spaced out than the rest of the map, and nerves can get the best of you.
Yeah, definitely. These maps are still relatively easy for most of these players, so it's more going to be about control your nerves and consistency in general. And I do believe the Hong Kong team has nerves of steel. It's absolutely insane how consistent these players are, so going to be really tough for Poland, and I have to capitalize on every single mistake that Hong Kong makes if they make a mistake. But we're getting into it. The very first map, Double Time 2, Hong Kong versus Poland. We see Leku and Auto Fanboy opting for that hidden modifier. It doesn't change score whatsoever. It's just pure for reading purposes. On the other match that's going on, Taiwan versus France, France lost their Nomad 3 pick currently, and they're looking at a 2-4 scoreline. So Taiwan leading 4-2, little upsets in the making there. Still a lot of maps to be picked probably. I reckon this round is best of 11. Is it? Yeah, best of 11, yeah. Everyone getting started. No issues to be seen in the early stage of this map. Everyone getting to that 140 combo. Actually, never mind. Cosmic finding that first drop. Cosmic finding a drop at around 140 combo, so it's not as detrimental as a drop after 200 combo. But still, it's not nice to see someone missing the beginning of a map. Could mean they're a little nervous or something.
Possibly as we see the rest of the players getting up to that 200 combo mark. Cosmic about 150 combo behind. But Leku is going to drop as well, and that's going to be huge for Hong Kong.
This is currently looking like a really good pick coming from them. Poland suffering a little from nerves or something, I do reckon. This little break, they can see they're already 90,000 points behind, and that score lead is increasing in favor of Hong Kong currently. We see two double S's on Hong Kong and Latif Sama dropping a single droplet currently. Not a lot of mistakes to be seen from Hong Kong, if not any currently.
Seeing that two-way double S and Latifa just possibly a droplet, maybe two off of that double S, but Neum, the lone full combo for Poland, trying to keep their team in it.
Given how consistent this Hong Kong team has been, and Neum actually dropping that third full combo on the Polish side, so no full combos to be seen on Poland, and Hong Kong still holding that three-way FC. What a dominant performance currently from Hong Kong. There's still a quarter of the map left, so about 30 to 40 seconds. But all three players already above the 800,000 combo mark, so this is looking kind of grim for Poland, but definitely it is Hong Kong's pick, so nothing lost just yet for Poland.
Oh yeah, and with that drop from Neum early on, that score is just going to constantly be getting up higher and higher, and Hong Kong's running away with this pick.
Once again, a triple FC coming from the Hong Kong side, if I'm not mistaken. There's a little bit of map left. Cosmin dropping in the end.
But Latifa at the end.
Missing. That is a two-way FC and a single droplet miss on the very last node. That is unfortunate for Latif Sama, but then again, what a dominant performance from Hong Kong coming on this double time pick. Poland singular and double misses coming from them, but against such a dominant force, that is any mistake will cost you the map. Either way, Poland can pick, and they pick Hidden 2 immediately. That is the Loyar hidden pick with a BPM change, if I'm not mistaken. I do reckon this is a risky pick coming in from Poland against Hong Kong. Def having Auto Fanboy, who is quite the hidden main. Autoles as well. I do believe he can play hidden quite well as well. And then probably actually she gets Kunoka coming in as a third spot. I did not expect that. I reckon they were more of a hard rock player. But then again, risky pick coming from Poland. They have Fob though, which is arguably one of the best hidden players in the world. But to the other side, Auto Fanboy probably in that list as well. So head to head in this one.
Oh yeah, and the low AR with the constant BPM change is going to be the difference maker here in this one. Just as soon as a player can find their rhythm, the BPM change can completely switch it up.
Yeah, definitely, Elix. As soon as you're in that, as soon as you're out of that flow, it's really easy to mess up multiple times, just not being able to build up combo. We've seen it this weekend already, so I'm wondering if any of these players will suffer from that. I do believe most of these players should be able to full combo it even, but full combo it in practice and in the tournament match are two different things, which we've seen multiple times over the past few years as well. Either way, Hong Kong looking really, really solid this year. Poland needs this point to get themselves on the board, get that momentum going, get that momentum of Hong Kong gone. That should be their top priority currently. And they have quite the roster to do so as well. Fob, Lechuteku, and Minium. I do believe these three players are the best choice for this one.
Oh yeah, and we're just waiting on Lucky to ready up. We'll get this second round underway.
Right before we're getting into that second round, I have an update on France and Taiwan. and I do not think you're going to believe this, but Taiwan won a map by 92 points earlier on, and now they lost a map by 120 points. So there's a 3-4 scoreline, Taiwan having 4 points, but it's France's pick, so might go to a 4-4. We might see a tiebreaker coming in there, but that means there's 2 maps with less than 150 score difference. That's absolutely insane.
Oh, and it would appear that Leku is having some issues. Hopefully you'll be able to jump back in.
I believe all 6 players full comboed that map in the Taiwan versus France match, so that's absolutely insane. Whilst we're waiting for Leku to get back into the room, I'm hoping, or he might actually be subbed out for someone else, could have been stuck. Do not think that's the case, though. I do believe he's going to be playing. It might have been the reason as to why he shows hidden with that double time, to already get his eyes accustomed to not seeing not seeing fruits on half of the screen.
It's possible. Oh, and apparently he had to restart his game. That's unfortunate. And as we're waiting for our match to start and everyone to come in, banners are available in the store. They look amazing, and if you're curious on how they look, our fellow commentator Snow Leopard is the model for them. So if you want to take a preview before you go ahead and purchase one for whatever team you're rooting for, his profile will be right there on the banner store page if you want to take a look at how they are. I have myself a nice United States one.
A little patriotic bag one for the United States. He looks really nice to see.
Oh yeah,
gotta
support home country.
Yeah,
you're fine. You're fine.
I reckon Leku is back into the room. There we go. So we should be going quite soon, really. Probably some Bancho issues. His internet is fine. And alright, we see the start command coming from the referee, and we're getting started. Sugetsu Kyoka, Autoles, Auto Fanboy are facing off against Minium, Fob, and Leku Seku 88. Air 8.4 hidden map by FD Fluorite. There's a lot of BPM changes in this one, so easy to get out of your flow. That is probably the main concern in this one.
Oh yeah, and with the lower approach rate, some of those cross-map jumps are a little bit scary at times.
Definitely, we see all 6 players holding combo until now. They should all be hitting that 200 combo mark soon. No issues to be reported in the beginning of this map.
But Neum is going to drop right at that 200 combo mark, and Hong Kong is going to start racking up the score as we see the BPM starting to increase. Neum dropping yet again.
Autoles trading one of those misses, but I do believe there's still going to be a small lead in favor of Hong Kong. One more miss coming from them, and that should switch back to Poland. Fob, Leku, Auto Fanboy, and Sugetsu Kyoka, all 4 are still holding an FC, and 3 of them are holding double S's. Fob's the only one that dropped a little droplet.
See,
2/3 into the map.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was about to say, with 2/3 into the map, the small lead still coming from for Hong Kong. Although it's going to be hitting that 200 combo mark, and I believe it's about 40,000 points. A single miss from either side will switch it. Most likely, if Hong Kong drops one more time, then Poland will be in the lead.
Ooh, but it's going to be Niam who's going to drop, and that is going to keep continuing the score for Hong Kong, but Auto LS is going to trade it. But Leku is going to drop, and that's going to do it for this pick for Poland. Hong Kong is going to take this point.
A break point coming for Hong Kong as we're finishing the map. Out of Fam, Usetsu, Kyoka, and Fab, all three FCing the map. A couple of hits coming from Niam, I believe a couple for Otto as well, and a single one for Leku most likely. A break coming for Hong Kong. It's huge already. 2-hour scoreline, their pick. There were a couple of mistakes coming from Hong Kong this time. Although it's dropping 6 times, but Poland was not able to capitalize on it. And that is, we're looking at a 2-hour scoreline currently. Hong Kong incredibly strong once again this year. Auto Famous against Kyoko, both of them full comboing this lower AR hidden pick.
And Hong Kong chose double time to start off, and they're going to clear out the remaining double time pick, Floating Darkness, our double time convert.
I believe Hong Kong sees a weakness in double time from the Polish side, and therefore they're opting to choose double time once again.
Oh yeah, especially after that first point with double time and having your opponent span it. Always a smart pick to go ahead and choose what you're strong at. Why fix something that's not broken?
Yeah, definitely the right mentality coming in from Hong Kong, and I do believe Latif Sam is coming in back again instead of Usetsu Kyoka. The expected Ross coming in from Hong Kong. Will we see a triple FC coming in from them again? For getting that single missed on that last note from Latif Sam. I'm curious to see. But a very consistent Ross coming from Hong Kong. On the Polish side, I believe Cosmid is coming back in. Miniman and Leko are staying as well. So we haven't seen Bober or Jakubon playing for the Polish side, and we haven't seen Sakanas or Novoids for the Hong Kong side. So there's still 4 players that are hiding currently.
Oh yeah, perhaps they'll come in once either a Nomad or a Hard Rock map gets picked.
Yeah, definitely. Jakubon known for his hard rock skill, as well as his double time skill. So I'm a little surprised he hasn't been playing double time, but perhaps at lower AR it's just not his cup of tea.
Uh-oh.
We might see Leku stuck again, in fact. Probably not responding.
And it would appear that Leku yet again is not having agreements with the Bancho server.
Yeah, definitely. Bancho not being all too nice to Leku today. So we'll have a small delay. Leku is able to ready up. An update on the Taiwan versus France match. We're looking at a 4-4 scoreline. France won their Nomad 4 pick by 18,000 points. But Taiwan is next to pick best of 11, so 3 more maps to be played at most. Taiwan definitely putting up a fight against a very strong French team this year, but Taiwan as well looking very strong again.
Oh yeah, that is a match that could possibly head into tiebreaker.
Surely. I saw Bover saying they might replace Leku for this one. They have a replacement, so we might see Bover or Jakubon making their appearance. And indeed, Jakubon is appearing. Good to see that Poland has more players to play every single map rather than just 3. Ideal for these types of situations where one of the players is not feeling well, or one of the players is stuck in the room or can't connect. It's always great to see that teams have a lot of depth, and definitely this Polish team has a lot of depth, as well as a lot of scaling, but they're looking at a really tough matchup this round.
And there's the start command. The good lucks are in the chat. Third round is about to get underway. Double time 3, Floating Darkness, double time convert pick. AFB, the only one choosing that hidden modifier. Everyone else going with the base double time.
They've been known for choosing a hidden with his double time all the time. This map is a little... there's some scary jumps in them, but most of the map is a little streamy, I would say, like it's a little flowy. Jackman finding a miss around 70 combo, and Cosmit dropping as well. So 2 miss already, and 3 miss. No full combos to be seen on the Polish side. Only Fasama trading once. Otto was in auto form, and the only full combos left, and we're only about 20 seconds into this map. Really rough start for both teams.
Oh yeah, it's this early beginning section in this map that is the trickiest in my opinion, as the rest of the map is pretty streamy and pretty straightforward.
Yeah, once again, Hong Kong taking that early lead due to these 2 full combos. A lot of consistency once again from coming in from Auto Family and Auto Less. All 3 Polish players dropping, and Yakman dropping once more. I think feeling a little nervous or something, yeah.
Yeah, just having to jump in for Leku, who's having issues and could be nerves.
Definitely, we're 1 turret into the map. Still 2 full combos to be seen on the Hong Kong side. No one has dropped a note for the past 200 combo. Everyone is above 200 right now, so that's a 120,000 lead in favor of Hong Kong. It's a huge lead already.
Oh yeah, and with that break, Hong Kong knows they have a nice, comfortable lead, and this map is theirs to lose.
Definitely some pressure on Auto Ellis and Auto Fanboy, but I'm quite sure they can handle the pressure. Everyone hitting that little, we call it jumpy wiggly part, so no drops to be seen just yet. Not a lot to report on. Everyone holding combo. Poland after those couple early misses as well, but Hong Kong is running this away currently.
Oh yeah, knock on wood, but I don't expect any other misses throughout the rest of this map.
Yeah, once again coming in a really dominant performance from the Hong Kong team, the map has come to an end, so we have to see, I believe, 3 combo breaks right now, or otherwise this pick is going in favor of Hong Kong, and that does seem to be the case.
Yeah, and Auto LS and AFB showing why they are scary when it comes to tournaments. Both full comboing. Latifa Sama, just the 1 miss. Cosmit, Niam with the 1 miss, but Yakuban with the 3 miss is going to be the deciding factor in this one. And Hong Kong is now up 3-0 with Poland's pick.
Definitely, Elix. And the thing is as well, there's only a couple of misses on the Polish side. Definitely not a bad performance coming in from them. But this Hong Kong team is really strong on group stage and quarterfinals and round of 16 map pools. They have so much consistency on these relatively easier picks, right? And that's definitely showing off. A early drop from Latifa Sama. There was a small chance for Poland, but given the fact that all 3 broke in the first 50 or 100 combo, already sealed the deal for Poland, and they're looking at a 3-0 deficit currently, so that is definitely hurting them. And we see Noma 3 coming in, Fractured Ray, mapped by Gigas, but it is Kuka is the guest difficulty. A really nice song and a really nice map set as well. Should be seeable from all players, I do believe.
Oh yeah, a lot of tricky patterns though when it comes to the sliders. The sliders are the huge gimmick in this map.
Yeah, definitely. The thing about this map set is it's such a great song. I really love this song. Giga's one of my favorite maps as well, but it is Kuka's guest difficulty after all. 2 minutes 30. It's a 5.5 star rating. Imagine a round of 16 map with already maps above 5.5 stars. That's absolutely insane. I'm wondering how high the star rating will be in finals and grand finals map. We're expecting above 8 stars, which is huge, honestly.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward for that.
Yeah, so do I. Leko is reappearing, and he should be fine, so that is good to see. Probably the powerhouse of Poland, right? Probably the strongest players.
Don't see any substitutions from Hong Kong, though. Still sticking with Auto, Latifa Sama, and AFB.
Very solid roster for Hong Kong, so no needs to switch anyone out, I do believe. Still haven't seen Sakanas and Novoids, but I'm quite sure we won't be seeing them at all, really. Perhaps on a hardware convert we might see no voids coming, and in a certain hidden pick, Sakanas might make an appearance, but I do believe Sugetsu, Latifa, Aldewales, and Autofam are their core 4 players, right? A huge thing just happened in Taiwan versus France. Taiwan lost a double time 1 pick by 34,000 points. So that means France is a map points and they get to pick the map. So it's there to lose currently. Quite an unfortunate time to lose a breakpoint too for Taiwan.
And the slow beginning. All players getting up to 100 combo quite easily as we're slowly picking up pace. And there we see the gimmicky sliders. The sliders are going to be the difference makers in this pick, I believe.
Definitely. Everyone's still holding on to full combo currently. 1/3 into the map. Not even a single drop of miss currently, so this score is tied or slightly in favor of Hong Kong, perhaps due to a spinner. Yeah, not a lot to talk about currently. A spinner coming in, there's a small advantage for Hong Kong. It's 350 points. Another spinner.
6-way double S so far, though. All players are really going strong.
I believe we haven't seen a 6-way double SFC in the tournament just yet, so we might be witnessing something for the very first time this CWC.
We're going to see a slight accuracy drop from AFB. But Cosmet is going to drop his combo, and Hong Kong is going to start running away with this in the last fourth of the map.
Yeah, Hong Kong not dropping a single fruit currently, and that is definitely the difference right now. And there's not enough map left. I don't think Poland can come back from this unless Hong Kong drops twice, at the very least.
Oh yeah, there's not that much map left to go, and this is going to be Hong Kong's point.
Another break coming in from Hong Kong. What a dominant performance. What can you do if you're Polish right now? You're just looking at triple FCs all the time, basically, or close to triple FCs, right? Only singular misses on the past maps as well, except for the hidden map. Hong Kong looking oh so strong. And definitely not a bad performance coming from Poland either. Just a single... Okay, there were 8 misses, but it wasn't a single point, so just unfortunate, right? Not a lot you can do if you're Poland right now. Just gotta hope that Hong Kong gives you a chance, that Hong Kong misses somewhere, because currently Latifa, Auto, and AFB are looking oh so strong. Absolutely dominant performance coming from them, and props to them, right? Definitely playing really, really well right now.
Yeah, and Hong Kong is on the board. It is their turn to pick. 4-0 currently. Will we see a Hard Rock come out?
Yeah, I think Hard Rock is definitely the wisest choice right now. I'm assuming Hard Rock 3, actually. I think Hard Rock 1 is more about consistency. Hard Rock 2 is a little easy, I feel like, and I believe they're not going to go for... Actually, never mind what I said there. Going for Hard Rock 2. So, Map by Sinnoh and Overdose. It's, well, how would you call it? It's Noma, but like a little faster, I feel like. It's not...
Yeah, it's... I would say it's essentially like an entry into higher paced gameplay.
Definitely, I think that is a perfect description of this map. We see Sugetsu Kyoka coming in instead of AFB. Has to be expected, I do believe. And Bower of Darkness is making an appearance in the match. So perhaps some nerfs coming in from him. He does have a lot of tournament experience, so I do believe that's not going to be the case. Expecting a lot of FCs in this one as well. Hong Kong might just triple SS this, right? They've been so dominant, might be that again.
Oh yeah, as we see this time, no players opting to choose that hidden modifier. Everyone going with that base Hard Rock.
2 minutes 23. relatively average map length, right? All players hitting the beginning, everyone getting above that 550 combo mark. Great to see.
Oh yeah, and this is definitely a pick that's going to be decided by 1 or 2 misses, as all players getting up to that 200 combo mark quite easily.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not expecting a lot of misses coming from either of these two teams. Really strong players on both sides. It's more about consistency, right? Not really about raw skill in this one. Yeah, not a lot to talk about currently, right? All players still full combo. I believe we're seeing 6 double S's as well. About halfway into the map, so about 1 minute.
But
And
Barbara
Lower Dock is actually...
Ooh, and that's gonna hurt Poland's chances of getting back into this match.
Yeah, once again, the narrative of this match has been Poland missing before Hong Kong does, and then just Hong Kong taking it away, right? And once again, Lower Dock is a little slip up, causing him to drop a single fruit, and they have to see a single miss coming from Hong Kong, but are they even going to be missing?
And that is the question, as we see Bobber getting back up to that 200 combo mark to stop the bleeding, but Hong Kong still with a 3-way double S.
A quarter of the map left, all 3 players on Hong Kong.
Cosmic.
Also trying Cosmic dropping. That might actually seal the deal for Poland on this one as well. 2 misses on their side and none on the Hong Kong side. What a dominant performance once again. I'm so amazed by how well they're playing. Let me check, you're also on that FC and that double S even currently for the Polish side, but he's the lone wolf in their team.
Oh yeah, as we're seeing that score gain ever closer to hitting 100,000 difference, and this is going to be Hong Kong's point. 5-0 match point.
What an incredible performance coming in from Hong Kong. Triple SC coming from Nemleku SCing as well. Singular miss for Bober, 3 misses for Cosmit. Unfortunate to see, right? This Polish team is playing absolutely incredibly well, but they're just looking at such a mountain and match point coming from Hong Kong. But it is Poland's pick, though.
And we have an update on France and Taiwan. Well, France ended up losing their hidden 3 pick by 25,000 points, and it is tiebreaker time going on over there. Tiebreaker hype happening. We said earlier that it could possibly head to tiebreaker, and it has.
Yeah, definitely. Both of those teams being neck and neck. All of those maps were really, really close, right? 2 of them being with a score difference less than 150. France, perhaps letting the guard down just a little. I feel like Taiwan playing incredibly well. Same goes for France, though, by the way. But still a tiebreaker situation, and obviously you want to stay in that winner bracket for as long as you possibly can, right? And you have 2 more chances. And when dropping down to that loser bracket, you're facing elimination every single time you're playing, so winner bracket definitely preferred for both teams. And if Taiwan can, I do believe that's an upset if Taiwan wins this one, given how France is the 2nd seeded team, and France won their group as well, whilst Taiwan got 2nd in their group with South Korea. Yeah, definitely really great performance coming from both teams.
Ooh, and Poland is going to choose Nomad 2, Paranoia Revolution. This is a pick that I believe is going to be decided within the first 200 combo of the map, as there's those really, really tricky sections in the beginning.
Yeah, very easy to slip up on those. Interesting pick coming from Poland. I would say this is the hardest map from the map pool, or close to being the hardest map of the map pool. And picking that against a team that has been so consistent, that is risky. But if you're Poland, you're floss in all mod brackets. There's not a lot of things that are not risky picking against Hong Kong.
Oh yeah, that is so true, as we see AFB coming back in on side of Hong Kong, so it will be Auto LS, Latifa Sama, and AFB looking to close this match out. Bob, Bobber, and Leku trying to keep their team in it, trying to get a point on the board. Let's see if this Nomad pick will do just that.
yeah, switching things up might be the right solution. We'll have to see. I'm just hoping for Poland to not break in that beginning section, to build some combo, and to not be the first team to miss, to get that early advantage and just carry on that advantage.
Map coming in at 1 minute 47 seconds, so don't blink. This is going to be a fast one.
On map by Ascendance as well. And we're getting into the beginning section. The beginning section is the most vital part of the map, so be sure to look around.
All players getting up to 100 combo relatively easily, but here comes that tricky section. And Bobber is going to be the first one to drop.
Everyone else holding combo. The Hong Kong players, all three of them FC that beginning section. And once again, the narrative continues, right? The Polish team drops first, and they're just looking at a score difference all the time, right? Fab and Leku still holding on, but Bobber dropping around 140 combo in. So a miss coming in from Hong Kong will definitely switch it over to Poland, but that is if a miss comes in. We're already halfway there, and all Hong Kong players still holding on to that double S, right?
And aside from that early miss from Bobber, all players still holding on strong. Hong Kong with that three-way double S. Phobe and Leku still holding on to a double S. Just that one miss from Bobber is what's doing Poland in right now.
Yeah, less than a quarter of the map left. We need to see a miss coming from Hong Kong right now. We're looking at a 6-0 scoreline. There's a spinner, and then there's still a little streamy section off the spinner, so it's easy to trip up. In the spinner, the last section is coming up, and all three players from Hong Kong still holding on to that double S. I believe this is a GG well played, and that is absolutely the case. Hong Kong taking the last pick with a dominant triple SS coming from them. Two SS coming from Poland, a single miss on Bobber of Darkness sealed the deal for Hong Kong, for Poland actually. What a dominant performance. What if we just witnessed Hong Kong is so incredibly strong this year? Absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, and I would expect nothing less from a team such as Hong Kong. Just overall, an all-around scary team to face.
Yeah, definitely Hong Kong being in a winner bracket, making it to the quarterfinals. I'm going to quickly check against which team they will be playing next weekend. They are playing against China. So we're looking at a Hong Kong versus China match in the round of 16. Really scary match. That is going to be one hell of a match. Poland on the other side is going to be facing Italy. So as well, once again, what a tough opponent for Poland. And I believe that is been the case for the past couple of years, right? Poland always getting out of that group stage, but just then fighting against these such strong teams, never getting a break, never getting a low seed or unseed to face, but always the toughest teams.
And here we are switching over to this tiebreaker map.
The map's come to an end, and it seems like France is the advantage currently. Peeper's dropped, Natsuko's dropped as well.
Ooh, double drop from him.
Still there's still map left. There's only a 40,000 score difference. Electro dropping as well.
Electro dropping. If Taiwan can hold, this might switch over. But XZ is gonna drop at the end.
That score difference is not decreasing or increasing. I believe it's about tied. And the maps come to win. This means that France will be taking this one, I do believe, if no one chokes at the end. Spinner coming up, and what a really close ending on that tiebreaker. But France taking it 6-5, and that is a huge victory for them, staying in that winner bracket. And Taiwan almost having that upset, but that singular miss from XXZ, I believe, made the difference there at the end. I think it would have switched over, but I'm not certain though. But still really close. Titobas with that 2,400 combo Really nice coming from them. Dodorwepi with a singular miss somewhere in the middle. But France taking this one 6-5. Really close match. Glad we could see the end of that tiebreaker, though. That was really close and scary if you were French, because I could have switched over.
Oh, could have switched over quite easily. And Taiwan, whew, they've had some close points. We've seen one map be decided by 92 points and another being decided by 150 points in this matchup, and that's about as close as you can get. But here are your winners, France.
Those are singular droplet misses in difference, right? It's absolutely insane. France will be facing off against the winner of US versus Canada, which will be played later on today, and Taiwan will be facing the loser of that match. I believe we will be taking a small break because the next match is only in 50 minutes. Indonesia versus Russia.
Oh yeah, Indonesia, no stranger to getting far in tournaments, but this Russian team is looking pretty decent this year.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that match could go to a tiebreaker as well. There's no clear favorite. Indonesia having Netamaru and Dika. Dika being incredibly strong as a tournament player, but on the other side, Uncareful, Memoriola, Nelly, also really strong players on the Russian side. I'm not expecting a lot of misses coming from both teams, and that could definitely get to a tiebreaker. Later on today, there's Germany versus Chile at 18:30 UTC, and then to end of the weekend, there is the United States against Canada, so two neighboring countries facing off in the round of 16. And I do believe we'll be leaving you guys for a while. I'm not too certain if we'll leave the stream open or not. Either way, Elix, I'd like to thank you for commentating these two matches with me. It was a really enjoyable experience. And I'd like you the viewer to thank you as well for watching.
Oh yeah, it was a pleasure, Quentin, finally to get to cast a match with you.
Yeah, it's been a long time. So the very first time casting together. So really enjoyable experience from my side as well. Massive thank you to you and the viewer, and we'll be seeing you later on today. Be sure to tune in about 49 minutes. See you later, everyone. Bye bye.
contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream.
きないですね。 Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2021 Osu Catch World Cup. Dolan joined by JBH, and we'll be covering Indonesia versus the Russian Federation.
Hello everyone. Welcome back. Hope you've been having a great weekend and looking forward to some more fruit catching. As Dolan said, Indonesia versus the Russian Federation. I think this one's going to be a close one. We've got the winners in that highly contested Group H, the Russian Federation, and then the second place team, Indonesia, from Group A, who looked really strong until they came undone against Hong Kong. Absolute powerhouse of a team this year, but Indonesia still looking like a tough team. I think this one's going to be close.
It has all the makings of a close match here in the round of 16. We've already seen one tiebreaker this weekend. We could see another.
Yeah, an excellent tiebreaker in that France versus Taiwan game a little earlier today.
As the bans come in, we see the Russian Federation banning Hidden 2.
Yeah, Indonesia winning the roll there. Kroneko hitting a 96. Nelly with a respectable 70, but it's going to be difficult to beat that, so it will be Russia banning first, and as you said, they take Hidden 2. Indonesia, for their part, taking away Nomad 1.
Interesting.
It's a pretty sensible hidden ban from Russia. As Indonesia traditionally a very strong hidden team, excellent on that mod all around. But it looks like Indonesia are going to be... What's their first pick going to be? Will they take hidden? Obviously 2 picks still available. False Infinite Parallel and Ukiyo Yokocho.
And it will be double time 3.
DT3. Okay. Not what I was expecting, but a very welcome start. Definitely a favorite map of mine. A lot of history in this one.
Yes, Floating Darkness.
Taking our players back to 2011. A time before Oscatch was even a rankable game mode. If you can remember that far back. Kroneko currently on the side of Russia. That needs to be swapped. Looking like Insomnia is going to be coming in for the side of the Russian Federation.
And we see Nenomaru and Madoka lining up for Indonesia. Kroneko moving into the correct slot. We'll see Keats and Ivy joining Nelly, and perhaps, as you mentioned, Insomnia, potentially that third member for Russia. And there he is.
And there it is. Nice little unison there, as all of our 6 players enter the lobby. So just for anyone who's just joining or hasn't followed too much of the World Cup though so far, this is a round of 16 match, so neither team will be eliminated from the tournament following a loss in this match, but the winner will stay in the winner's bracket. Loser will drop down to the loser's bracket, where one further defeat will spell the end of their run in the tournament.
Indonesia looking to start strong here on double time. And this is a really interesting section of the bracket if you look at it, because the winner of this match will meet the winner of Philippines-Finland in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that match happened a little earlier today. Philippines securing that one 6 points to 2, I believe. That was the first match today.
So the Philippines awaiting one of these two teams. And Keats and Ivy will add on hidden there.
Yeah, hidden purely being used as a visual aid or hindrance to some people. No additional score being given or taken away by the addition of hidden, as we see an early drop from Kitsune Ivy, which gives Indonesia the early advantage.
Ooh, but that double miss there from Indonesia is going to really put a damper on things. Korneko now is the lone FC for Indo, as Nelly and Insomnia flip that score gap for Russia. So Russia will enjoy a 1-miss lead here, but Keats and Ivy is going to go down there. So Indonesia are going to be able to flip it. That's really unfortunate timing because right as all the Indonesian players got back up to 200, Keatson dropped. So Russia now going to be on the back foot here coming into the second half of the map.
Kitsun Ivy's already back up at close to 200 combo there. Kroneko's going to drop. I don't think Russia would have lost the lead even with without that miss, but it is going to give them an advantage here. Although their score is very, very close. We do see Russia pull out just a little bit of a lead now as Kroneko builds that combo back up.
Oh, but Kroneko goes down again. Keatson will trade it, so that score bar is actually going to stabilize. It's a very small lead for Russia heading into the final third.
Nelly and Insomnia both still holding on to double S is really impressive from both of those players right now.
Oh, but Nelly
is going to drop
down.
that though. That is going to swing the lead into Indonesia's favor with, as you said, about a quarter of the map now still to play for. One miss on the side of Indonesia will swing it back to Russia as Kroneko and Kitsun Ivy both get back up to 200 combo.
Indo trying to win their opening pick here. Russia looking for that break point, and the steal. A miss from Indo late could give it to him. But right now, Indo will hold into the spinners.
Yeah, no one getting spinner baited there. Combo all the way over to the left-hand side. Not much time left in order for Russia to force a breakpoint here now. Everyone going to nail those little spaced buzz sliders nicely. And it's going to be a narrow but definitive victory for Indonesia by about 28,000 points. So good start for them, if a little bit shaky at times. Great double S there from Insomnia, but unfortunately Russia not quite able to snipe a breakpoint there.
Indonesia standing strong there, getting the opening point, exactly what they needed, narrowly as you mentioned, but brilliant scores all around, especially out of Insomnia with that SS. But unfortunately, the timing of the misses for Russia is what made the difference there, that late miss from Nelly. But now Russia will have a chance to respond, and they will respond with Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, so this is probably the most normal, if normal is the correct word, the most conventional of the hard rock picks on offer. Very kind of typical, something that anyone who's familiar with hard rock converted difficulties and of course just hard rock reading in general should be fairly comfortable with. So I think this is a nice opening pick for Russia, something that they'll feel fairly comfortable with. Indonesia certainly not weak on hard rock by any means, but maybe they just feel they're a little bit more comfortable on the Laden and they can secure a point here.
Yeah, I think both these teams are known for having fairly decent hard rock lineups.
So we're going to have Dika swapping in here, and Russia going to be changing an unchanged team. Dika, an excellent tournament player, has been victorious or highly placed in a number of singles tournaments in Oscatch throughout the last kind of 8 years or so.
Dika definitely one of the big names for Indonesia back, especially when they became a powerhouse in 2016, 2017. Alongside Deceitful and some other great Indonesian players. Nenomaru being one of them. So far, no early misses here.
Yeah, Russia looked like they secured an early spinner advantage, or is that just a difference in position of the two teams? It looks very marginal if there is a spin difference.
I think it's just tied.
Everyone got past 200 combo, no difficulties. Now all ahead of 300, 1/3 of the map down. Still no breaks. All 6 players holding on to that double S still.
This could be very interesting if all 6 players just keep holding.
We have seen instances on this map in previous round of 16 matches that went right the way to the very end before anyone broke or a spin battle was what decided the victory. I think in Australia versus South Korea, it was pretty much just decided by Draystar just being a complete spin legend towards the very end of the map. Very close encounter between those 2 teams earlier on this weekend.
It's still 6-way double S. Coming up to the final quarter now. I mean, JBH, as you mentioned, it may well come down to the end here. Spinners potentially.
Still not even a single droplet miss between these 2 teams.
Oh, spinners, here we go. Oh, I think it's Indo. I think Indo got it.
Indonesia may have a very, very tiny advantage, but it is
Indonesia.
so minimal. There is one more spinner at the very end here where Indonesia can even solidify their lead, or Russia might be able to claw it back. But they're rapidly running out of combo to decide a definitive victor here.
Yeah, Russia are going to have to pull it back here with the spinners. No misses into the last spinner. Oh wait, no, Netamaru does go down at the end, and it's going to be Russia taking it.
Well, it's helpful that there was that miss for Netamaru, because I was mistaken. There is not a second spinner towards the end of that.
Yeah, that
would have been an Indonesian victory on the one spinner, but that one drop from Netamaru decides the entire game. 3 double S's, 2 on the side of Russia. Just a single droplet miss from Kitsune Ivy using that hidden. That is so unfortunate for Indonesia.
Wow.
They almost had a break point there. Russia are not going to be feeling too confident. If that was their most comfortable pick, and they only win it by like a few thousand points right at the end there, whew, that could have been very dangerous for them to be broken on their first pick. But as it is, they will breathe a huge sigh of relief.
For now, yes, they can breathe. 1-1. Indonesia now. They're going to have to bounce back, and they'll bounce back with hidden 1.
Yeah, this is more what I expected from a first pick for Indonesia. They are an incredibly strong hidden team. They always have been, and this year's no exception. So they are going to go for hidden 1, false infinite parallel.
Here, 9.2, roughly 3.5 minutes long.
What a start to this match, though. 1 apiece, both teams winning their opening picks by fairly negligible margins.
It's been 1 miss both rounds so far. Has all the makings of a great match.
Well, let's not espouse a tiebreaker just yet when we're only at 1 all and maybe 9 games to go. But it is looking very exciting so far. I do have to agree with that.
Again, the winner will face the Philippines in the quarterfinals. As we get set for round number 3, Yazzie sends them on their way.
Yeah, Madoka Ayakawa coming back in for the side of Indonesia. Russia, once again, fielding the same unchanged team, Nelly, Insomnia, and Kitsune Ivy. Slightly longer, 3.5 minutes in length. Slightly odd difficulty settings, as we'd expect from Jia Yakutama. CS 4.7 and approach rate 9.2. Lots of long, extended sliders and strange slider shapes. Loading in all of our players for game number 3.
Early misses here from Russia from Insomnia and Kitsune Ivy.
Another miss there from Insomnia as well. I was just about to say that early misses aren't too punishing with the score V2 effect in catch, where the higher you get towards 200 combo, the more score you get, and then your score caps out. So early misses, less punishing than missing once you get to 200 combo, because then you have to build your score and your combo all the way back up. That miss from Madoka Ayakawa on its own may cancel out the 2 very early misses, but that one from Nelly is not.
Yeah, sadly that may have canceled out, but Nelly is going to trade it, and he's going to find multiple misses there, struggling. That's the thing about low AR hidden. Once you lose your way, it can be so hard to get back on track if you're impatient.
The fact that the circle size of 4.7 makes that even more punishing here, because if you try and dash away from anything too early, you're very likely to miss slider ends, and we see that happening again there from Insomnia. Russia not having a good time. Another miss from Madoka Ayakawa is going to stem the bleeding a little bit, but Netamaru and Dika looking really strong here.
2/3 of the map left to go. Insomnia and Madoka will trade once again, and that's going to keep Indonesia from running away with the score lead, but they have about a 2 to 3 miss advantage. Nearing the halfway mark. If either team is able to build up to 3 200 combos and punish on a miss fully, that is going to be massive as Madoka drops once again. That is going to help Russia out a little bit here as the score bar is starting to creep to the right-hand side.
Yeah, Russia really need to get all of their players above 200 combo and just hope that Madoka Ayakawa cannot keep up in the remaining kind of third of this map, because Dika and Netamaru don't look like missing is even a word they are familiar with right here. Netamaru still holding on for double S, Dika with just a single droplet miss.
And now everyone back up to 200 as Madoka recovers. Insomnia does go down, and now this could be massive for Indonesia.
That is quite a few misses there from Insomnia, and even more, really struggling on some of these inverted repeat sliders.
Oh.
Insomnia is really not having a good time right now.
And that may have sealed Russia's fate here.
I don't think they were going to be coming back from this one anyway, but hopefully this doesn't affect Insomnia in later matches, because there were quite a few misses there. He dropped down below 98% accuracy for just a second there as well.
Netamaru is going to go down though. Not really going to change things. It's pretty late. Unless we see a few other misses coming from Indo. Unless we see Dika and Madoka miss right here.
Yeah, the score difference is over 100,000 and there's very little combo left in the map here. This alone is not going to swing it back in Russia's favor.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Russia. Madoka is going to go down here, but Dika is going to hold with the full combo here. And that will keep Indonesia ahead. Nelly, though, trading that miss. And Insomnia will go down at the end. And Indonesia take a 2-1 lead. No breakpoints yet.
Yeah, about 100,000 points there, the difference at the end. Dika with the FC, really, really solid performance there. Russia just couldn't quite keep up, and Insomnia unfortunately did not have a good time there. That was more what I was expecting for Indonesia's first pick, and definitely more comfortable for them.
Yeah, so far it's the most decisive victory for a team in this match yet. 100,000 points, but more or less, as you said, it's what we expected out of Indonesia on Hidden. And I expect that we will be seeing Hidden 3 at some point in this match from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hidden 3 still remains after Hidden 2 was banned. Interesting to see what Russia reply with here. There are 2 Hard Rocks still available, of course. I think Nomad is probably going to be left until quite late on between these two teams. Both of them will probably feel that the other is as strong, if not stronger than them on Nomad. So they'll try and outwit and outmaneuver each other on mods, is my kind of basic hunch here.
Because I feel like when you look at these teams across the 3 mod brackets, I think on Hard Rock they're both good. I think on Hidden, Indonesia has the upper hand. But Russia may have the upper hand on Double Time.
Well, we did see Indonesia win their first point on Floating Darkness, but
it was
that is
very
a convert.
narrow.
It was narrow, and specifically it's the convert in that pool. And Indonesia probably has more long-time older players who would have grown up playing maps just like that one. So I think they do have more of an advantage in convert play, but Russia are going to go to Nomad here with Fracture Ray. A little earlier than I was expecting.
Yeah, not quite what we were theorizing there, just blew it all in the water.
Now Russia are going to play the speed check game on Indonesia and see if they can keep up. Approach rate 9.5, 200 BPM, lots of streams, lots of strong hyper dashes.
I'm a big fan of this map. We see Kroneko checking back in for Indonesia. Still no substitutions for Russia yet this match.
Yeah, very interested to see. We haven't seen Memoriola yet. Maybe Russia don't have that many backup players available for this match. Or maybe they're resting them for some kind of key event that's going to happen a little bit later on. Either way, hope both teams are obviously at their peak strength. You see that Good Luck Have Fun's coming out for game number 4.
And there is the start command from the ref. So Russia looking to keep pace with Indo and tie it back up at 2 here with no mod 3. As you said, though, the speed check 200 BPM.
We get a nice little relaxing introduction, but it's all going to pick up very speedily. Looks like Indonesia may have slightly won the spin battle right there at the beginning with a very short little spinner.
Actually, I think it's because Insomnia missed a droplet.
Ooh, good observation. That might also be a very valid occurrence. Either way, the store difference is effectively 0 at this point.
Yeah, now as things really begin to build up, that one droplet miss probably isn't going to matter in the end. That would be ridiculous if it did.
Well, we got 2.5 minutes worth of this technical selections, these long, high slider velocity sliders, these twisting, turning streams, as you said, Dolan. So this could be a 6-way FC, of course. These are all very talented players, but all of these kind of small micro movements, especially on the sliders, are going to become even more precise and even more stressful to the players the longer the map goes on before anyone breaks. And as they see in the break, they can see each other's scores, they can see their own scores. Russia know that they have a very slender advantage, perhaps. Either way, there's almost nothing to choose between the two teams.
Yeah, and ironically on maps like these, even though it's a speed check, with those micro movements, you often find yourself reminding yourself to just stay patient, because if you get out of that rhythm on the speed check, it can be all over in an instant.
And Kitsune Ivy is going to be the first to drop on that very high slider velocity technical section right at the beginning there. That will give the advantage to Indonesia with about 1/4 of the map still to go, and on its own, that could decide the fight.
Yeah, so far the only miss of the match, which is going to put Indonesia ahead. So and they now know it. They know it. As long as they have a triple FC, they have the point.
But they don't anymore. That's a drop from Dika.
Oh no!
There may still be enough combo left in the map, because this is very dense for Russia to catch back up here. Yeah. As long as there's no further misses, they might sneak this one back. It's going to be so
Kroneko! Kroneko goes down, and Russia are going to flip it. Indonesia fall apart at the end.
I think even without that miss from Kroneko, there was still a good chance that Russia could have come back there. Kitsune Ivy did admit a drop. Insomnia dropped, I think, right at the very beginning, perhaps. Maybe it was a combo break at the very beginning. Yeah, he missed the first note.
And
but
Nenamaru,
wow.
Nenamaru's probably the one who's the most confused. He looks at the break and sees we're all triple AFCing, comes out, and they've lost the point.
Yeah, that was really undone at the end there. Kroneko did not have a good time of that ending whatsoever, but really well played to Russia. Nelly with the double S, Insomnia with just that one single miss that must have been right at the very beginning. Yeah, Russia again should feel kind of lucky that they kind of escaped with the point that they very easily could have lost there. But we're back to 2-2, and Dika immediately going to that last hidden pick, hidden 3.
Yeah. But man, if you're Indo, that's got to be frustrating, because both of Russia's points are points that realistically Indonesia could have taken, we could have been looking at a 4-0 or a 3-1 scoreline right now.
I think that's true of both sides, though. Like the points that Indonesia won weren't exactly complete blowouts. There was 100,000, then I think there was like a 20,000. So it's not like Russia are the only team that are feeling a bit kind of sigh of relief. We've narrowly escaped with a point here. Indonesia know that just like that, if they take their foot off the gas for even a split second, Russia are going to charge into the opening that they provide and take that point.
Feels like neither of these teams have established control yet.
And we could see a real ding-dong battle where both teams score a point and then we go all the way to a tiebreaker like that.
Yeah, we've seen that play out that way before.
I do feel, though, that if either team secures a break point, there will be a massive momentum swing in the favor of that team. And it's up to the team on the losing end of that break point to kind of steady the ship and not get undone by the nerves, because like the longer this goes, the more the nerves are going to be tense where they both take 1 point off of each other, and then the more impactful that break point, if it happens, is going to be.
All right, on to Ukiyo-e Yokocho, the hidden convert pick of the round of 16. This pick just screams Indonesia.
Oh, absolutely. They have excellent hidden players. Lots of long-time here convert players as well that are just very good at really awkward patterns like this, as we see Insomnia with the early few drops for Russia, giving Indonesia a head start.
Lewin is going to trade it, though. So that will prevent Indonesia from running away with it completely.
Yeah, with Lewin's appearance, I think we may have seen every player of the Indonesian team appear, although there's a couple of drops there. Dika as well, and Insomnia. Nelly and Kitsunaibi still holding on to a double S. This is going to go back into Russia's favor very soon, and there it is.
Yeah, it's Nelly and Kitsunaibi versus Nenamaru right now, and that's advantage Russia here on this hidden pick. Third of the way through.
Yeah, this is only 2 minutes long. Not a particularly long pick by any means. Insomnia is getting back up to 200 combo as Dika and Lewin are, but the longer Russia go with 2 full combos versus 1, the greater the score to gap is going to grow.
This is not what you would expect from Indonesia on this pick, and this is a very good situation for Russia. Just past the halfway point, in the lead. This is exactly where you would hope to be against Indonesia on a hidden pick.
If Russia can take a break point away from Indonesia on the last remaining hidden pick, this will be one heck of a coup and a real confidence boost for them. But there's still 1/3 of the map to go.
Would be huge, and Lewin is gonna go down there. Got caught out by the spinner, and that might seal it as long as Russia can hold.
I mean, almost any part of a map like this is a potential combo breaker, but there is rapidly a lot of the space is running out for Indonesia to come back and for Russia to make a break here. Kitsunaibi and Nelly both holding on to the FC. Kitsunaibi with the SS right now. Netamaru also doing the same. Lewin is back up at 200 combo, but the score difference is really high. Dika and Nelly are going to trade. Wow. Break point in favor of Russia on hidden. Wow.
My oh my, what?
I mean, we were never going to say that Russia are a bad hidden team as well, but Indonesia are probably one of the better hidden teams in World Cup history. And Russia have just secured a crucial break point on the last hidden pick available.
And now Russia have a chance to take a huge advantage in this match. As you said, that's the first break point of the match. So if Russia can convert their next pick, get a 2-point lead, would put themselves in a brilliant position.
Yeah, so Russia still needing 3 points to secure victory in the match. Best of 11 now. Taking a little bit of time to decide their next pick. They've won narrowly on No Mod, narrowly on Hard Rock, and now they've also won narrowly on Hidden. Nothing looks very guaranteed to be safe here, but they should have confidence that they have won at least... They've been able to keep up with Indonesia on everything. But a rash decision here, and an ill-informed pick, shall I say, and they could undo all of their hard work in a heartbeat.
Yeah, the biggest mistake that Russia can make right now is to let a team like Indonesia back into the match. They need to keep their pedal to the metal. They need to take this next point, get the 2-point lead, and Hard Rock 1 is going to be the pick.
Wow, that is a bold pick from Russia. Definitely not what I was expecting, considering they were probably feeling a little bit nervous, maybe still not quite settled. We're going back to variable timing, going back to CS 5.2. Wow, they've got to be feeling fairly confident on this because it did take quite a lot of time for them to come to this decision. Whereas Hard Rock 2 that they first performed on was very kind of not easy, but very standard as far as Hard Rock plays in modern meta go. This is very, very different.
Yeah, this is a bit different than your average Hard Rock pick. And Indonesia are a team that have been around. I mean, Indonesia are a team that you would think would perform okay on a pick like this. So Russia have to have some confidence.
Well, even if they do lose here and it's a break point, they're back to 3-all, but the problem there is that since Indonesia are picking first, they do have an innate advantage. So Russia really, now that they have a lead, they want to keep Indonesia at arm's length, keep them away, and just try and edge their way out to that 6-point victory. We're going to see Kitsune Ivy again opting to add Hidden, everyone else just sticking with Hard Rock.
Well, here we go on to round number 6. Indonesia are in desperate need of a break point to tie this one up. And also, it's a 2-minute map, so these misses are going to be absolutely brutal.
Nothing too complicated so far. Some nice flowing streams, some reasonably strong hyper dashes, and of course the CS 5.2 from Hard Rock being added. The difficulty is going to come in a second when we start getting BPM and timing changes, and the players are going to have to really, really solidly adapt to those changes as they happen.
And here we go.
See, this is in itself quite difficult because the approach rate 10 with such a low density means that you either need excellent reaction time or you just need to memorize where the notes are going to fall on the upcoming patterns. Now we come back into a little bit of a faster but higher density section.
Halfway mark and no one has missed yet. Just a droplet miss from Dika and Kreneko.
Yeah, this is not a high density map, and as you said, it's only 2 minutes in length, so any miss here at Kreneko is going to be the first to drop. That is going to be really punishing. There is no way they're going to be able to come back unless we see a drop from Russia here.
Oh, this could be massive. Kreneko goes down again. Russia.
Really punishing place to drop again on these long streams. They look so simple, just tapping back and forth. But because of the small circle size and the increased approach rate, the precision is much, much higher. Russia built up quite a big advantage here. If that's the only miss from Russia, they should still be okay with this one.
Yeah, it won't flip it. But if we get another miss from Russia, they could be in trouble. They will not miss again. Russia lead it 4-2.
Yeah, really solidly held from Russia there at the end. They obviously didn't know that Kreneko had those misses early on, but it's all just come down to Kreneko's miss being in the middle and Nelly's miss being at the end. That is the only difference between the two, and it shows how important the combo-based scoring of Score V2 is.
Insomnia and Netamaru with the SSs. We have seen a lot of double S's this match from both teams.
Yeah, both teams looking really, really strong. Definitely a worthwhile match watching. Hope you're all enjoying. And Indonesia, not going to wasting any time. They're going to go back to what started everything off with double time 2. They decided that Hidden is gone. They're going to go back to what gave them their first point, what they feel next most comfortable with. They know that Russia have taken 2 points on Hard Rock. They know that Nomod could very well be a toss-up between the two teams, so they're leaving it all to double time to decide, and they're going to hope that whatever Russia picks next, they can secure a break point.
And if Russia were to find a break point here, it could be the nail in the coffin But as you
You got to
said,
imagine that if Russia take a break point here, they can pretty much have free reign of what to pick, but it's probably going to be that Hard Rock 3, I believe, if it's still available, that they're going to go for.
will we see a substitution on the side of Russia? We have not seen a substitution yet. It's just been Nelly, Insomnia, and Keats and Ivy.
This could well be Memoriola making an appearance. I know he's a very good double-time player. Seems like Netamaru is stuck on the side of Indonesia. I'm not sure if that's an unable to ready stuck or an unable to leave the lobby stuck. We'll see in just a second.
It wouldn't be the Catch World Cup without technical difficulties.
Of course not. But we take those in our stride. It's part of the character.
Yes, it's all a part of the culture. Keats and Ivy will be coming back in, so no substitutions for Russia here.
Interesting, but fair enough. So Russia looking to take themselves to match point if they can secure another break. Need to secure this point and then a break point to level the scores.
Yeah, Indonesia are in a bad way right now. But again, AR8 double time is what got them one of their earlier points in the match.
Yeah, the first point of the match, in fact. But again, circle size 4.4, approach rate 9.9. A little bit quirky, a little bit different. Not something that you would kind of commonly see, although it's kind of close enough that you feel like you could relate to it, but slightly different that you don't want to trust it because it's not quite what you expect it to be. It's just a little bit unsettling.
So getting underway in this 7th round. Back to double time. So far, even Stevens at the start. Saw a lot of people in the chat putting in cat jams. It's a popular one.
Indonesia's going to take a very, very slim lead with Insomnia. Just seeing a droplet miss there, and Nelly also. But Dika and Madoka have also seen one droplet miss apiece, so that levels things out very nicely with 1/3 of the map down. And they can see at the break, the scores are exactly tied. Just
we are
2
tied.
droplet misses on both teams.
Spinner
that doesn't add a little bit more
Russia.
pressure. There's nothing quite as much pressure-inducing as getting to the break and seeing that you've matched your opponent down to the last point.
Well, now it's advantage Russia off the spinner. Still very close. Coming into the final third of the map soon. Indonesia desperately need this point. And Russia are matching them stride for stride. And now Indonesia can see that Russia, with a slight advantage, here comes the spinner. Indo flip it, and now it's Indo.
Whoa, that
What a
was
spin
such
from
a good
Dika.
spin from Netamaru and Dika.
Oh my goodness.
Netamaru's spin was pretty solid, but Dika and Madoka have an insane spin there.
Oh my lord.
That's going to be a drop from Netamaru, though. That's going to do all the hard work. No!
Unless they get a miss here real quick out of Russia, it's going to be all over despite the brilliant spins. Russia with trip FCs coming to the end. And this is not going to be good for Indonesia. How heartbreaking.
No
And
amount of
Russia-
spin to win can secure that one back. Russia take another break point. Despite that insane spin from Dika and Madoka, that is going to be a victory by one single miss to Russia, and it puts them on match point.
And with the pick. So now Indonesia will need 4 in a row or they are out of the winner's bracket.
And of course, if they do make 3 in a row, that last one is going to be the tiebreaker. I was thinking, whilst this pick was going on, that Russia would probably go for Hard Rock, but the last Hard Rock pick is Chloe, which is the convert, which Indonesia, I imagine, would be very good at. So I'm not sure if Hard Rock 3 is such an immediately good option as I first thought it was. They do still have 3 no-mod options available and 1 double time.
I mean, there's always your map, DT1.
This is true. I think with both teams having won 1 double time, Russia may be a little bit hesitant to pick double time again, but the momentum is in their favor, so maybe they will.
And the advantage here for Russia is they will have at least 2 more picks in this match. So they will have 2 chances and one of Indo's chance picks to close out this match before tiebreak. So Russia now taking some time to think. It'll be interesting to see if we see a tactical timeout come in here from either of these teams. So Russia is going to go straight for No Mod 4.
You want to do some Japanese practice, Doland?
Oh goodness.
I did this during Showcase, so now it's your time to shine.
Oh, it's my turn? Okay. All right. The pick is Doro no bunzai de watashi dake no taisetsu o ubawa de nante.
That's not bad, I think. Not bad.
I'll take it.
Give him his props, man. Give him his props.
I'll take it.
So even though Russia decided not to go for Hard Rock 3, which was a convert, they picked No Mod 4, which is also a convert. Indonesia have been given a tough task here of pretty much saying you have to like triple FC this, or at least otherwise set a really good performance, because converts aren't exactly a specialty of Russia, but that's not to say they're bad at them at all. They have excellent convert players. Indonesia are going to have to draw from all of their years of experience in the game in order to secure this one.
They definitely got years of experience. We see Dika in the lobby. Excuse me, man. Dika has been around for many years. I can't wait to see what he's going to do here. Kroneka stepping in with Madoka. But yeah, it's interesting to see them challenging Indonesia on a convert. Because, you know, Indo historically really good at converts. But I guess that's just what's left in the pool. Sometimes when you run out of options, you just have to pick what's left.
Yeah, Russia do have the luxury, as you said a little earlier, Dolan, of being 5-2 up. Even if this doesn't go their way, doesn't matter. They've got another chance to get a break point, and there's not that much left in the pool. And even if they lose that, they still have another pick of their own to win like 6-4. So it's not like they're completely backed up against the wall here. They can afford to be maybe a little bit more risky or aggressive with this pick. They just want to avoid a situation where things swing out of control backwards in the opponent's favor, like we saw with Netherlands and Finland in the group stages last week.
Well, here we go. 5-2. Indo need 4 in a row, or they are done in the winner's bracket. Kroneko with the early miss.
Yeah, missing at about 110 there. Not the worst place. That place to miss from Kitsun Ivy is significantly worse, at about 160 there. That is going to give Indonesia the advantage, assuming that there are no further misses, and they know Indonesia are slightly behind, but they have the combo advantage. They're going to get this back very soon, as long as they don't miss.
Yeah, Kroneko will reach 200 before Kitsun Ivy, so Indonesia now in the driver's seat momentarily, but a miss will swing it either way. Only a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, not long, but slightly longer than a couple of the previous picks we've seen. Insomnia going to miss there. Is going to extend Indonesia's advantage just as Kroneko himself gets back to 200 combo. Really good for them.
Yeah, that miss providing Indo with a break that they needed here as we're now approaching the halfway mark, a third of the way through it. Can Indo build up a cushion here for the second half of the map? Insomnia is recovering well, but Keats Ivy is going to go down, so that lead is going to be extending even further into Indo's favor. Right as Insomnia gets to 200 combo.
Little guitar solo section here. Really jamming. Indonesia looking very strong so far. Just a single miss from Kroneko, but that miss from Madoka is going to reduce the score difference quite a bit. I think Indonesia will still comfortably have the lead, but not really what they were looking for.
Yeah, but Russia are going to be able to eat away at this lead a little bit here. Still a third of the map left. Anyone's game here. Oh, Insomnia Keats and Ivy.
Really punishing miss from Russia, the double miss, yeah. Dika with the double S really carrying right now. Kroneko after that early miss building back up nicely. Madoka at 200 combo as well. Nelly's got a double S, but neither of his teammates are able to keep up with him to stay in his slipstream right now. And Indonesia are running away with this one.
Yeah, that double miss from Insomnia and Keats and Ivy really put Russia back there. That score difference is massive. Madoka is going to find a drop here, but Russia's going to need a lot more than that to flip it.
Yeah, Nelly's doing a sterling job with the double S, keeping Russia in this, but unfortunately, there's just not enough time left and not enough combos on the side of Russia. Indonesia going to take a break point at the absolute last possible moment when they needed it most.
Dika does go down. Madoka, triple miss from Indonesia. Wait. At the end. Oh, it's not going to be enough.
Everyone but Kits and Ivy missing there at the end, holding that ending really nicely, but unfortunately, Indonesia built up way too much of a buffer there. Really nicely played by them, and that's going to be a break point.
If that happens 30 seconds sooner, Russia might win that.
I don't know. I think only one major combo left on the side of Russia was maybe a little bit too much of a score difference to overturn, but whatever happens, whatever may have been, wasn't, and whatever did happen, did. And that was Indonesia taking a break point. So 5-3 to Russia. Russia's still on match point.
And we do see Indonesia immediately going for their timeout.
So the timeout will take effect if they take more than 2 minutes to secure this next pick. If they pick within 2 minutes, I believe they do retain their timeout.
Correct, yeah. But they're just... It's always smart to call it just in case you know you're going to be deliberating for a while and you might go over. Always better to tell the ref now instead of ending up having a random pick.
So we got at least 2 picks left if we want to go the distance, and there are 4 options available. 2 in the No Mod pool, Paranoia Revolution and the KDA song No Mod 5, and then we've got Wakase Rabbit from DT1, and we've got Chloe in Hard Rock 3. No Mod, I think, is very much a toss-up between the two teams. Hard Rock, I think Russia maybe slightly has an advantage on the mod, but Indonesia maybe slightly has an advantage on the type of map. DT, I think if Russia had picked DT just now, immediately after winning a breakpoint on DT, I think that would have been a very favorable pick for them. Now, I'm not so sure the momentum is with them. They might be hesitant to go for DT1.
And the timeout is now officially being used. So Indonesia will use their timeout.
Yeah, 2 more minutes available for them to pick. They only have 4 options available, and none of them are hugely enticing, hugely comfortable. But they have to pick one of them.
It's always nice to see teams using their timeouts. Yeah, this is a massive pick. I think most of these maps left in the pool are essentially toss-ups aside from that Hard Rock. I think it leans slightly in the favor of Russia in terms of the mod, as you said, but it is a convert. So it's a really tough decision here for Indonesia.
Yeah, as I said, there really are no like comfortable picks. There are no free points here available for either of these teams, actually. Like, both teams will be wanting to pick something, but maybe slightly afraid of how strong the opponent is. They'll be very hesitant to lock in something rashly, and we can see that Indonesia's timeout is coming to an end very soon. They need to pick something now.
Yeah,
They've got less than a minute left.
They got to get the pick in, or it will be randomly selected by the referee.
Maybe a random pick is just as good as securing something at this point. If they really can't choose between their 4 options, then random pick is, I guess, a strategy in its own right.
I guess that's one way you could go about it. But now getting a look at the map here, as the timer does come down to an end, we will be getting a pick in shortly. It will be Nomad 5.
So they will go with the baddest. One of the 2 remaining converts on option, the only one available in the Nomad pool. Indonesia are going to go with a similar strategy to what just got them that breakpoint. They're going to go with Nomad converts and just hope that they have the skill, the consistency, the precision to outpace Russia here once again.
Saw a lot of people in the chat calling for Nomad 5. You got it.
You got your wish.
A very popular song from a very popular artist, KDA the Baddest.
Yeah, it's easily been one of the more popular Nomad picks in the round of 16. I think the Owltree Hard Rock 2 with 5 picks has been the most popular pick of all in the round so far, but this one's been pretty popular too. At least as far as Nomad is concerned. All the good luck have fun's coming out. Reminder that Russia need just 1 victory in any of the next 4 maps to secure a victory. Indonesia need to win this. They need to secure another breakpoint and then win a tiebreaker. But if they can get to that point, their momentum is surely going to be well in their favor.
Yeah, if Indonesia can take this pick here, then the next map, Russia's pick, all the pressure essentially I think will be thrown onto Russia.
Even though it'll be Russia's pick and Indonesia will have to secure a breakpoint, with how few comfortable picks there are left, it's not really going to matter whose pick is whose.
Here we go.
I don't think anyone is going to be paying much attention to droplets here. There's lots of funky slider shapes and strange direction changes. Sliders, obviously the droplets are going to give some score, but they're going to give minimal score compared to like not missing a large fruit and breaking combo. I don't think any player is going to be expecting both teams to all full combo. So accuracy is probably of lesser concern than holding a combo as long as possible.
Yeah, I think we're going to see players end up sacrificing a few droplets for the sake of maintaining combo. Especially on a map like this with a very wonky back and forth. Netamaru does go down, so first miss of the match. Lewind also going down. Dika's down. That's a triple miss for Indonesia.
Oh, wow.
And that is not good. Things are now looking bleak as Russia maintains a triple FC. Netamaru is down again.
Wow, I was expecting Indonesia to be the powerhouses of combats here, but Russia making these little stacked buzz slider streams look so easy. They just dash exactly to where they need to be. No hesitation, excellent placement from Russia, and they're in a great position to capitalize with half of the map to go.
That is absolutely brutal, and the only thing that can save Indonesia now would be a triple miss from Russia.
They're going to need multiple misses here, but Lewind is going to drop once again. Really, Indonesia being undone here. They spent 4 minutes to pick this map, by the way.
Insomnia does go down. But again, you know, as we mentioned, there were really no safe picks left in the map pool.
That little break there, they do manage to see each other's scores. Russia know they're on the home stretch. They know as long as they can just keep it together, they have this one in the bag. This is going to be a really, really important victory for them.
Keats and Ivy is the only FC remaining on the map as Nelly does go down, but Nelly's still holding superb accuracy. Russia with 140k advantage. The miss from Insomnia really isn't going to matter too much here. Russia would literally just have to stop playing.
Yeah, there's not enough combo here. There's very kind of calm outro, and that's going to be a very convincing win for Russia at the end there. 115,000 points. Russia taking this one 6-3. Indonesia took 4 minutes to pick No Mod 5, and honestly got kind of crushed on it. Really well played by Russia.
There was just nothing that they could do after that triple miss. But that is going to be it. Russia convincingly wins this one over a historically dominant catch roster in Indonesia. 6-3. They will move on to face the Philippines. Indonesia will go to the losers bracket where they will play Finland next week.
Yeah, reminder that neither of these teams being eliminated by a loss here. Indonesia still in the tournament. Got another match against Finland next week, as you said, but it will be Russia advancing in the winners bracket. You can see their team, although we only saw 3 of their players this time around, maybe due to availability, maybe just the pool suited them the best, but it will be Russia really looking very strong. Congratulations to them on their victory.
Job well done. The bracket's starting to fill in. We've only got 2 more matches coming this weekend on stream for the round of 16. Germany takes on Chile, and the United States take on Canada. Both those matches, you're not going to want to miss them. So be sure to follow the channel, click the bell icon so you know when we go live. And here's one last look at the bracket, JBH.
Yeah, so looking really nicely. We're going to have some excellent matches. Hong Kong and China on the top of that bracket there. France going to be playing the winner of USA-Canada. That's happening, I think, about 6 hours. 6 hours from now. It's going to be happening quite late this evening. So we'll see who's the victor there between them and they're going to be playing France. Korea took a very convincing victory over Australia yesterday, and they're going to be playing the victor of Germany versus Chile, which I think is happening in approximately 2 hours. We'll get a little update here. There we go, 3 hours from now, Germany versus Chile. So we'll be having that on stream then, and then America versus Canada to close out the weekend, the round of 16, which will obviously be immediately followed by the Map Pool Showcase for the quarterfinals to see what all these teams, because they're all still in the tournament, of course, are going to be playing next week.
Well, that is going to do it for now. We will see you guys for the start of Germany and Chile, so be sure to come back soon. But we also hope all of you are having a happy Mother's Day to those in the US. And we will see you for the start of the next match. JBH, as always, thank you so much for casting with me.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, Dolan. And of course, thank you everyone for tuning in. Please make sure to follow and support the channel how best you can. There are some lovely banners on offer for all of the round of 16 teams, which you can purchase from the store to show your undying love and support for your favorite teams and players. And of course, as I said, follow the channel, follow our Twitter for updates on when we go live. And we'll see you all at the next stream, which I said is going to be in 3 hours for more fabulous fruit catching. And it's going to be brilliant. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another match for Catch World Cup 2021. This is the round of 16, and I'm here with Nelly. This is Snow Leopard. How you doing, Nelly?
I'm good, yes. This is the same voice you're hearing from the last match, which was Indonesia versus Russia. So yeah, if you wonder how I voice, this is me.
A very good match. If you didn't catch that earlier, make sure to go back and rewatch that one. I think a lot of upset there. A lot of people were expecting it to go a different way, but nonetheless, the match we have here today is going to be Germany versus Chile. So on the Chilean side, we have Elnel, Watame Goose XD, Pecorat, City Pop Shark, Lechu FAQ 35P, and Okayu Mogu Mogu.
Pain Peko.
And Nelly, let us know, who do we got over on Germany's side?
Sure. We have Vinci 007. Not Agent, like Agent 007, don't be confused with that. No Kuroi, Genoshi, Inryoku, Inryoka, don't confuse with two names, and Marmello.
Awesome. Two teams, both very strong, both top seeded. I expect quite a wild match today. So what are you thinking? Who do you think is going to come out on top for this one, Nelly?
I would say Chile's more consistent than Germany.
Okay.
Even if you can judge on the group stage, you can see that Chile's definitely like a no joke when it comes to tournaments like that. Germany, on the other hand, they're solid as well, but they were a clean sweep by United States, which they were high seed, and this time Germany's top seed. Not to be confused with the amount of performance points, but players can swap each other, players being really good. So yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I also, for my pick'ems, I put Chile winning. I think it's going to go 6-2 in the favor of Chile, but we'll have to see. So far, we're getting the bands coming out, and we're going to have Hidden 2 banned from Germany.
That's expected map to ban. Oh wait, that's actually Germany's ban. Wow, I didn't realize that. Well, that's a little bit weird.
Yeah,
I won't say like Germany is really bad when it comes to hidden, but against Chile, like it's probably like logical. You know, Chile's banning Hard Rock 3.
Okay,
I guess they're not that consistent when it comes to converts like this. Maybe that's the Mapple's fault. Who knows?
Yeah, so far these bans are about kind of what I'd expect from these two teams, at least personally. Chile, very well known for their hidden play, and Germany, well known for their hard rock, so probably a good idea to get one of those banned for each of them. And with that being said, it is going to be Chile's pick now, so we're going to see what they want to have the opening map be.
Chile's pick. Maybe they could try to risk it with hidden, but at least like hidden 3, because it's covered.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're gonna start with hidden to kind of ease into things, or if they're gonna save that for the end when they need that last point. It's kind of two ways to go about it there.
You know what I also thought? Think when it comes to Chile, Convert, because they're a really solid Nomad as well, especially Convert. So probably either Nomad, Hidden, or hell, even Double Time.
Okay, yeah. Obviously, both teams being top seeded, we got some of the best players in the world here, so no matter what map gets picked, it's going to be pretty interesting, and it is going to be Double Time 2 as the first pick, coming from our captain, Eldenel.
I guess that's like one of the safest picks from the kind of map pool.
Yeah, if I check the stats here, I believe this was picked a fair amount so far. Oh yeah, okay, interesting. So it's about halfway the pack's been picked 3 times so far, according to the stat sheet. And it hasn't been banned yet, so it must be at least somewhat popular if no one wants to ban it.
Yeah, like when it comes to bans, you usually ban the stuff you're really uncomfortable with. And there are some exceptions when the easiest map can be bannable, just because, well, it's the easiest. It doesn't mean that's the most comfortable to play.
True. Yeah. It really depends on your opponent and what you're worried about from them, and just what makes the most sense to get rid of them. So looking at the rosters for Chile, we have Eldenel and City Pop, Shark, and Pekorat coming out. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with these somewhat recent name changes, City Pop Shark is Arisial, and Pekorat is Nacho L.
Yeah, like lately they renamed to Hololive meme characters, because they're apparently they really hardcore on Hololive. That's probably it's been a fact for a few months ago, but yeah, they decided to do this now. It was a similar situation with Netherlands actually, where Sard and Wesley and some of the players as well renamed to really fancy tags, if you know from the Xbox Live times. But this time they were going wild with OO, UU, AWA, and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely not the first time we've seen some funny name changes for the World Cup. I remember last year as well, we had AFB, or Alien Flybot, changing his name to Auto
Fanboy.
So at least he kept the acronym, same for us. But yeah, so if you guys aren't familiar with those names, that is who you have on screen right now. And there are some more of them. I will try to announce their old names when they first show up, just so everyone knows what's going on.
Alrighty, it's time for the first pick, which is Double Time 2.
Yeah, Germany gonna finally choose Inryuka, Inryoku, and Vinci for their 3 players.
Probably expected roster from Germany.
Interesting to see we have one hidden player from each team in the bottom right corner for both of them. Vinci and Pekorat.
City Pop Shark Friday the first miss though. So yeah, we haven't probably talked about the map, but when it comes to Double Time, like you mostly like associate with comfortable maps with no techie stuff, and Double Time 2 is no exception to that. It all really depends on your consistency, which City Pop Shark isn't doing really good so far. But on the other hand, Vinci is trading right at the start of the Kiai.
Yeah, so that trade is going to swing things a little further back towards the middle. It is still going to be a slight advantage for Germany at this break, but that should even out a little bit more by the time everyone gets back up to 200 combo.
Yeah, fortunate Vince started missing like a little bit late against City Pop Shark, because that's really dependent on the score. DNL on the other hand, fighting a miss here.
Oh yeah, that is not good for Chile.
Yeah, that's really a bold statement. Germany now has the favor to win it.
Yeah, we got about a third of the map left.
This isn't the only break here, so we have the spitter battle.
Then we get another break, so really not a lot of the map left. There's a bit of a slow section toward the end here. And I think a couple jumps, if I remember right.
Don't see the Pop Shark fighting another miss this time, and another one!
Yeah, that might seal the deal for Chile. I think Germany is looking like they're going to get this first point.
That was probably the Chile's pick as well. Inryuka fighting a miss, but it's so late at this point. Map already sees the deal, and yeah, Germany's stealing from the enemy's pick.
Yeah, not a great start for Chile, but they still have plenty of match ahead of them. This is 1st to 6. So not the end of the world, but at the same time, not what you were hoping to see out of Chile's pick.
Yeah, like picking the easiest map does mean that is a guarantee win to you.
So with that now out of the way, we're going to have to see what Germany wants to do. They are in the driver's seat. I'm going to pick the next map here. Yeah, I'm wondering what Germany's thinking here. We could see another double time pick. That is a mod that they are pretty decent at, and you know, as it showed with that last pick, already beat Chile on it once. There is still the entire no mod pool open though.
Yeah, they might try to raise double time. Oh, never mind. They're already picking Harrock too. Fairly
Okay.
the easiest map in the map will even with Hard Rock, but it literally plays like a regular Nobot but with less CS and high AR as well.
Yeah, I've seen this map come out quite a bit so far this weekend.
Yeah,
actually,
like this is probably like one of the maps that was picked like probably like in any match. Like it wasn't even banned. It's just really comfortable map to play.
Yeah, taking a quick peek at the stat sheet here, it looks like it's been picked 6 times and never banned. So, yeah, a very staple pick so far this weekend.
And the music's good. I mean, like, let's be fair this time.
Yeah, no, it's a nice song. Surprised I'm not seeing more cat jams in chat yet.
That's true. So for now, Germany, although they won against Chile's first pick, they're probably gonna restructure the whole roster for this Hard Rock pick. And I don't think Chile trade like. I don't really. Oh, never mind. City Pop Shark trade with Caillou. But still, fairly same roster with this. Germany, like, we're gonna see some faces pop up from Germany this time.
Yeah, so Okayu coming in, that is Zisk, for those unfamiliar with the name change. Going to be swapping out for City Pop Shark, aka Risiel. Peko Rat and Nil Nil still staying in so far. Looks like Germany is trying to get Marv Mello in here, and we have Inryoku as well. Still unsure who their third person is going to be. It looks like Inryuka.
Yeah, most likely Inryuka.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the Inryuka combo. They're kind of two of the core players of the Germany squad.
Inryoku duel.
Or Inri and Inri.
Oh yeah.
Very easy to get them mixed up.
Oh yeah, fairly to say Germany is still holding to that roster between Ryuka and Ryuka, only trading Marvelo to Vince.
Mm-hmm.
Blame my brain.
So yeah, we'll have to see. Like you mentioned earlier, this one, the easiest Hard Rock map and perhaps the easiest map in the entire pool. And earlier we saw it, Chile, same idea, but with double time. Didn't work out for them. Curious if Chile can steal a point back, because if they do, they're in a pretty good spot. It would be the same as if they both just won their own points. So
yeah, it's
Chile.
true. They will definitely recover from their first own pick.
Yeah, and
but I don't really think Germany would save the kind of performance they did on the last map. But who knows?
Yeah, I'm expecting Germany to do really well here. This is one of the mods that they're well known for. But Chile can get this point. It's going to probably be a pretty big blow and give them a bit of momentum back after that early loss. Approaching 200 combo, everyone's seeming just fine so far.
No, India and Alf missed a few droplets. So now the only way they have to fix for Germany is the spins.
So we still got about 3/4 of the map to go so far. 2 double S's on both teams. And those third players still having full combo. Neither team wanting to budge here. This is a pretty important point to take. It'll kind of decide the momentum for the rest of the match. It might come down to a spinner battle. We got about 1/3 of the map left.
Oh, India and Al fighting the first miss. That's really unfortunate. After those 5 noted streams.
Yeah, Chile is really going to need to see a trade from Germany here, so there's not a ton of map left. So Germany is holding on strong.
Yeah, the map itself is not over yet, but if that happens, Germany would probably pick, like, they would probably win 2 times in a row at this point.
Yeah, spin's looking pretty strong from both teams, but again, not going to matter unless Germany finds a miss. And we are running out of map real quick.
No misses after that Hard Rock node. So most likely Germany will take the point unless they miss on the streams. That's not gonna happen though. Germany's winning 2 times in a row.
Yeah, wow, really close there. A single miss. And it's only Eldenel, the one miss. It's unfortunately going to sink the ship for Chile on that map. It's going to be Germany 2-0. Chile is going to have their pick, though, so hopefully they can get something a little more their speed and get back on track for this match.
Yeah, I don't think Chile are really happy with this kind of start. There's a immediate pick from ELDNL, picking Hidden 1 as their ultimate, like as their one of the ultimate weapons. When it comes to Hidden, Chile is definitely the most known for.
Yeah. Definitely makes sense to see a Hidden pick coming out here. They're kind of melting down a little bit in the beginning of this match. They really need to get that point just to get some momentum stopped on Germany's side and going in their favor. Get a little confidence back in their playing. I think Hidden 1's probably a real good idea to get that going. So we're going to see Lechu coming in. Luckily, this one not too elusive. Previous name Lechu Gwyn. So
yeah, it's your old famous Lechu Gwyn, just with under a different name.
I believe. Man, which VTuber is the rest of that referencing?
Lechu FAQ.
Yeah.
Sakura Nico.
Oh, okay. So for some reason I wanted to say Cora, but I was like, oh no, we have Pekorat, so it has to be a different one.
Pekora is Pekorat, yeah.
Yep. Eldenel, all business, no VTuber nonsense for him. Gonna lead the team as captain, with a strong example.
Yeah, because he's actually normal to get the choke.
Looks like Inryoku having some issues with the lobby. Going to be kicked out of it so they can bring in someone else. Right now we have Genoshi coming in for the first map of this match for Germany, and Marvmello staying in.
Honestly,
like back.
Yeah, honestly, this is like their best roster when it comes to Hidden. Although Germany is a little bit weaker against Chile, they have notable players that constantly plays Hidden. It's Marvmello or Vince at the same time. Genoshi is one of the long-standing members, by the way.
Had a Vamos Chiquilo from Pekorat right at the end there, so fingers crossed Chile can pull out a win here. Get that point that they really need at this point.
Oh, Client.
There we go. Looks like Client synced up. Ooh, Vincey gonna find a really early miss. That was about 15 combo. He has recovered just fine. So it's gonna give a very slight lead to Chile right off the bat.
Yeah, that super early miss is kind of an unfortunate one for Vince. I don't think he ever planned this. But at the same time, there's a trace from Marvmello and ELDNL, but Chile is gonna take a oh, never mind. Pekorat fighting on miss as well. Most likely the score will stabilize.
Yeah, I think it's gonna swing slightly to Germany just because Vincey hasn't missed a second time.
Yeah, everyone started not at 200 combo this time. So yeah, that's a little bit punish for Chile this time. Lechu FAQ on the other hand. Now this is like, they could actually crumble if this continues. This is really, really bad start from Chile.
Yeah,
so two-man trade from Genoshi and Marvmello. So maybe they'll have their own redemption at this point.
Yeah, that's definitely what Chile needed here. It looks like they're recovering quite well. So that should bring the score back around towards the middle and open the match back up. Still got about half of the map to go. Plenty of time for it to swing either side.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say that this hidden pick is like the hardest one, but it's definitely like a little bit techy when it comes to snaps. But Lechu's finding another miss.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Lechu missing on these. This is his first map of the match, so maybe he's just not quite fully warmed up or is a bit nervous with his team being pretty far behind right now. Hopefully he can fix that up. Genoshi is going to trade a little bit later on, so that should help them reset the score back towards the middle.
Indiano! Germany still has the lead despite Genoshi missing.
Man, yeah, you hate to see it. You know, as soon as I say, "Oh, Chile, they're clawing it back," someone finds a miss, and yeah, keeps swinging right back over to Germany's side. Elnell there again with another miss. It's very unfortunate for the Chile squad.
Yeah, any major miss from Chile will definitely guarantee their lose. But that's really bad for Lechu. Vince, on the other hand, finally breaking the combo here.
Okay, actually, yeah, that's a double miss from Germany. I don't think there's enough time. Oh, yeah, with Peko Rat.
Marvelo, though.
Well.
Yeah, but Marvelo still had a combo. He didn't know at this point recovered, really. But Germany has still the favor to win the Chileans pick.
Yeah, Marvelo really coming in clutch for his team here, holding it strong and going to probably secure the win here on this map.
Marvelo!
Not a lot left. Oh, he does find a miss at the end.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Could they actually come back at this point? Biz!
Hold on.
Don't. Oh my god. They had the lead
wow.
for the amount of 2 or 3 minutes. But Chile's taken back just now at the very end.
Chile did it. They pulled it out just barely. I think it was about 5 seconds from the end. You saw the scorebar flick back over to their side. Couple misses right at the end, maybe getting a little bit nervous from Marvelo and Vinci, and that was just enough for Chile to secure the win.
Chile's finally climbing back, but barely though.
So that is good for Chile. It is going to be Germany's pick. So they did lose that opportunity to steal a point, but it is still now their pick. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. My bad. That was Germany's pick. It is Chile's pick now. My mistake. So actually, yeah, that's really good for Chile. So they're kind of back on track. They're still 1 point behind.
And now they have to be one more map in order to have the scores even.
Yeah, but it is definitely what Chile needed. Things were looking pretty bleak at the beginning there with that start, but they can keep things back on track. They're still well in this match and have a good chance to win it still. Oh wait, no, it is Germany's pick. Yeah, I thought so.
Last pick from Chile.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they picked hidden. Okay, that's weird. The chat was saying Chile pick, but yeah, it is. So that must have been an error with the ref.
Yeah,
client.
that's definitely an error. Andino picked a hidden itself, and now this time it's Germany's pick, which is Hard Rock 1.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. All right, yeah, I thought so. I was like, I thought Chile was down further than that. So yeah, that was Chile's pick, and they did win their pick, so it wasn't a break point. Now Germany gets their pick, Hard Rock 1, and they're going to try and keep the lead and keep that win just out of reach from Chile. Chile, of course, hoping to get a break point here and kind of claw a lead of their own.
But yeah, now every player that's going to play this map, now they have to pray they don't really miss on the slow part. Which is basically the whole map it is. until you hit like around 400 combo, but you still have to memorize them.
Yeah, this one might be another tough one for Chile. It is Hard Rock. Although, if I remember correctly, I think this is the last Hard Rock map available. One was already picked, one was already banned. So Chile just needs to make it through this one, and it's
I believe
smoother sailing.
Yeah, I believe Chile banned Hard Rock 3. You're right. This is definitely the last map in the Hard Rock pool. So far, Chile's roster is practically the same, with the exception on CD Bob Shark. Germany's roster definitely changed. The only one that's left is Barbalo, which he played hidden before. In Ryoka joining in this time around.
Yeah, I definitely agree with their choice to keep Marmello in here. He was doing really good. He did stumble a little bit right at the end, but for most of that last map, he was coming in pretty clutch for his team. He definitely seems well practiced and warmed up and ready to go.
But yeah, it's time to wait a little bit before they can actually start. So enjoy the BGM, I guess.
Yeah, I believe what happened is that one person had the wrong map downloaded, or the wrong version. So we're getting that sorted out. We should be starting just a moment here. Actually, it appears Inryuka is bugged, so we might have to kick him out of the lobby, bring him back in, make sure he's all good. And we'll get that match started. Okay, yeah, no. Looks like we're good to go, actually. We're going to get started here.
Yeah, everything is stabilized now. Let's hope that it is true.
Yes, I remember watching this map earlier. The BPM changes periodically throughout, so after this first section, it starts to get pretty hard.
Yeah, the map itself has different tempos, I might have to say. So once we reached the 200 combo, Inryuka fighted a miss. A really early miss.
Yeah, missing.
And another one on the slow part, exactly.
Ooh. Yeah,
bad start from Germany.
This part definitely kind of deceptive if you're just watching it on a stream, but if you're playing that in game, you really do not have a lot of time to jump over to those far notes, so you either have to memorize it or just have a very fast reaction time.
Yeah, so now for Germany, they have to pray if somewhere in the Chile's roster will find a miss.
Yeah, Chile holding on strong so far.
We really need to say they have to find the miss something right now.
Yeah, there's not a ton of map left. It is rather dense towards the end, if I remember right. But they're running out of time.
That's the only dense part here. Pakarat fighting a miss. The stream section is not over yet.
It could give Germany the chance. Will be enough, though.
I don't really think it's enough. Inryuka already found two misses on around probably 100 combo difference. Inryuka fighting a miss. Oh, that's probably a bad play for Inryuka at this point.
So there we have it. Chile finding a break point of their own. Going to bring the match to 2-2, and it is going to be their pick now. So just like that, Chile was having quite a rough start. 0-2, wasn't looking great. Now they're in the driver's seat. They're actually they're kind of in the winning position here so far if they just keep on track. Definitely great to see Chile making a strong comeback and not just kind of crumbling under that early pressure of being behind.
Yeah, fair to say, nice try for Germany, but individual plays kind of ticked off this time around. Meanwhile, we have a Dex pick from Chile. And honestly, at this point, it's kind of hard to predict what they'll choose. I don't think it's going to be Nomad unless it's either Convert. Oh, never mind. They're picking out double time 3, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Nomad still. No one wants to touch Nomad. Or Nomad.
Yeah, like those Nomad, like at this point the only available maps are Nomads, so you have like in other way or another, you have to pick Nomads somewhere.
Yeah, it's going to be rounding out the end of this match here. Getting all the mods out of the way ahead of time. Not a terrible strategy unless your team really depends on a mod, but I think both of these teams can play no mod just fine.
Yeah, everyone can play Nomad, but it's still like not really guarantee you the victory. Meanwhile, though, on the Twitch chat at least, Butter is live. Subscribe to the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. Also, since we're talking about Twitch chat, if you guys haven't already, check out the Osu store. The banners are out now, so if you have a favorite team you want to support, go ahead and pick yourself up a banner from the store. All of the proceeds will go towards funding these tournaments, so we appreciate that a lot. And it's just a great way to kind of show support for your team.
And those banners are really cheap.
Yeah, I believe they're...
So you don't really worry about your own economy.
Yeah, I believe they're about $250 US. I'm not sure how that translates out to various currencies, but give them a check.
Yeah, last time I bought these banners, they're relatively cheap. It's probably like $2.5, so I can't really remember, but it's most likely the same price.
Yeah, and actually, as someone mentioned in chat, kind of interesting to see Chile picking double time against Germany. The team also pretty well known for their double time, but and actually Chile did lose on double time earlier this match, so
yeah, it was the first. Yeah, it was the first pick from Chile, but
they're looking a lot better now. So perhaps they just needed a bit of that kind of warm up time for those first maps. We'll have to see how it goes this time.
Yeah, like they have to relax somehow during the tournament. That's really true. And as for like surprising, honestly, it's not really that surprising to see Chile picking double time and not Nomad this time.
Yeah, we're still going to see one hidden from each team here, Pecorat and Vinci. So we're going to see kind of a repeat matchup from earlier in the match. Can Chile pull out a different result this time? That is the question.
Well, we'll see right now. So as you've probably seen, like this map itself, oh, Nokoi, first one missing on the beginning.
So yeah, right off the bat, Chile going to have a slight lead. Vinci also missing around 100 combo. That's also going to hurt pretty bad.
Pecorat trays it somehow. 2 and 1. But yeah, as I said before, the map itself is relatively hard at the beginning. Even after the beginning, like you still need a really good amount of consistency to see this. Vinci, on the other hand, is crumbling already with 2 misses this time, and almost reaching to A rank, lower than 98%.
Pecorat is going to trade though. That will help Germany out a little bit, keep the score from flying away too far. Still going to be a pretty big
trade. Not even.
Yeah, Vinci finding another miss again.
Well, that's really horrible play from Vinci this time. Just like a previous pick with Harrock 1.
Yeah, definitely not what Germany was hoping for out of that third member. It's not quite over yet. There's still a good third of the map to go. Vinci is finding another miss though, so he's going to need to clean that up if Germany wants to take this point.
I don't really think that's gonna happen at this point.
Yeah, we're seeing
And
another
right
myth.
so it's even worse for Germany to somehow find a serious comeback after it.
Yeah, Germany really, they were looking strong and then just had the wind knocked right out of their sails here. Definitely.
I believe
looking
nobody
like-
missed from. I don't really think Chile actually missed from EML and City Pop Shark at least. The Pekra found some of the misses. It was only at the beginning. The rest was full combo at this point.
Yeah, so City Pop Shark is going to find a miss here at the end, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Germany finding many misses throughout this map. And yeah, Chile just very massive lead there. A little over 300,000, about 350,000 score difference there. That's just going to be a very decisive win for Chile, giving them their 3rd point.
Oof, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Germany there. They're going to have to really kind of rethink things, maybe take a step back, take a deep breath, calm back down, and focus up for this next map. It is going to be their pick, so the ball is in their court. Hopefully they can make good use of it.
Yeah, like the only strategy when you see some players crumbling during the match is just wait for the full countdown to end. Like they have for 2 minutes of break, and the other 2 minutes of break. Like you basically have like 4 minutes to choose the map you want to play for 2 minutes, and the other 2 is just to prepare for the upcoming match.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, each team gets 1 timeout that they can use at any time, which will grant them an additional 2 minutes. So definitely well worth using those and, just calming down, focusing up, and making sure you're ready to go for the map, because we're getting about to that halfway point for both teams score-wise. So all these next points are going to matter quite a bit.
Germany's picking No Mod 2 this time, so we're finally entering the No Mod category.
Yeah, No Mod 2 gonna get Paranoia Revolution by Climax of Max 360.
They have the fancy DDR kind of song.
Yeah. Pretty
But I
classic
really
tune.
Yeah, but I'd really say that this No Mod is really tricky. The patterns are relatively easy. Like the only thing that stood out from the amount of segments in the song is the ending. You'll see what it means. You'll see what I mean, basically.
I'm excited to see it. So it looks like we're going to get a bit of a roster swap from Chile here for Nomad. Elton and City Pop Shark staying in so far. We're going to get Okayu, Mogu Mogu coming in, which I don't know if I've announced that one yet. That one is Zisk. I think I have, actually.
Yeah, I think you did.
I believe the only one we haven't seen so far is Watame Goose XD, aka Nico. So we'll have to see if they're going to make a showing for this match at some point here. Over on Germany's side, we're going to see Vinci, Note Kyori, and Marv Mello staying in. Looks like our ref's getting the last things squared away, so we should be starting any moment now. Everybody show support for your favorite team in chat. So at this point, they're going to need it. We're getting down to the wire here.
Alright then, it's time for the 6th pick in this match.
Definitely a pretty quick start there, but everyone catching it just fine. This is
This is
Nomad.
the only one here, so you'll see more.
So Marmello going to be the first to fall. Right at around 200 combo, really not a great time to find that miss. It's going to give a pretty decent score advantage over to Chile, about 30,000 advantage that should give them if no one else misses.
On the side, I didn't really see where he actually missed. Like, that miss was really sudden.
Yeah, it was right around the 200 combo mark. Somewhere 200 to 220, I believe.
It's definitely a bad start for Germany, but we're already halfway point. Vince, on the other hand, no Koi. Everyone's failing from Germany when it comes to full combo. So now the three-man full combos left from Chile.
Yeah, that is going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, it's
Chile
going to be so hard to recover at this point.
Only about a quarter of the map left. I don't know if they have enough. They would need a complete meltdown from Chile, most likely.
Let's see if anyone can actually full combo the after spinner one. But
Very
they died.
nice long spinner. There we are. It looks like 3 full combos, I believe. Let's see right here at the end. Yeah, 3 full
only
combos
from Chile.
From Chile. Germany struggling a bit. 6 miss, and a 2 miss. So that is going to bring Chile 4-2. And also their pick. So if they can get this next one, they'll be at match point. Definitely a really good spot for Chile right now.
That wasn't a spec map. That wasn't a spec map. Okay, client. I see what you mean.
Okay, yeah, no, so Elnel immediately double time 1. They are ready for it.
Yeah, he immediately did double time 1 after winning the Nova 2.
So yeah, I believe this was the final map for our mod brackets.
Yeah, the double time is the last one. Harrock is done. So the only maps available now is 1 hidden and 4 nomads.
Oh yeah, you're right. There is that one last hidden map too. But yeah, we're gonna see a lot of Nomad coming out after this map.
And as you can see on the screen, our favorite streamer trying to fix the client. Oh, and he did.
There we are. Yep.
We're back.
Quick little fixeroo with the client, and we're back and ready to go. Gonna be hopping into this. Looks like we're gonna have the same roster for Chile. Germany gonna make a couple swaps, keeping in Note Kiori, but swapping out for Inryuka and Inryoku. This double time pick.
Yeah, I believe the last time for Germany played was Marmelo. He was the only one who traded.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Note Kiori can do a little better for them on double time and get them a point that they really need this right now. See some good cat jams and rat jams in chat. This is another banger. You know me, Waku say rabbit. This one actually gets mapped by our very own JB Hyperion.
Oh hey, I've probably heard of this guy.
Yeah, if you think this guy's map looks pretty good, stick around. He is one of our commentators for CWC, so he'll be making some appearances later on. Yeah, actually, he's going to be commentating the showcase after the next match. So stick around for that if you want to hear from JBH, get his insight for the map pool that's going to be for the quarterfinals next weekend. All right, let me see the map start command from the ref. So we're going to be hopping right in. pretty standard start so far. No one's found a miss yet. We're approaching 200 combo. So everybody's gotten there. So the first miss is going to matter quite a bit at this point, unless it is traded. Both teams not wanting to give that up.
Yeah, let's just hope no one really trying to break during the play. And Lions have not a good time.
Yeah. Bancho struggling a little bit. It looks like Elnell dropped right around there, unless that is a stream bug. But based on his score, I think Elnell did actually find a drop right around.
Yeah, it looks like here.
That video was buffering. So the score being wildly in Chile's favor, that is a bug because Inryuka is currently not buffered in.
Inryuka, meanwhile, we're already trading Indian Elsmith.
Yeah, so it's hard to say what the actual score is right now without Inryuka loaded in.
No Koroibus so far. So it might be a really good time for Chile at this point. Meanwhile, they have two full combos. There's Okaya Bugu Bugu and City Pop Shark.
Yeah, luckily no Kyori's miss gives us a better idea that most likely the score is in Chile's favor right now. The only hope for Germany is that Inryuka has been full comboing this whole time. Because Inryoku gonna find another miss.
I don't really think that's gonna happen at this point. No Kori already missed. Right after Inryoku's.
Yeah, so we're not entirely sure yet if Inryuka has DC'd or if it is just the tournament client struggling to grab that feed. He might still be in it. We'll have to update you guys after this map ends.
Yeah, Inryuka is still in game, so he doesn't disconnect or anything. But still, Chile is still going to have a match point at this point.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, it looks like it's just the either Bancho or the tournament client struggling a little bit there. His Inryuka was connected to the actual server the entire time though, and his score did submit. Chile did take the win on that point. Actually, I'll take a quick glance at the MP link for you guys real quick here. And yeah, actually, Inryuka did full combo. So, a bit unfortunate for him that his team, the other two team members were not able to keep up with that. We have Elnell had one miss. Note Kiori and Inryoku having 2 and 3 misses. Everyone else full comboing. So that it is Germany's pick, and they're going to be going with Nomad 5, a pretty popular banger this weekend. We got The Baddest by KDA, an off-branch of Riot Games, aka League of Legends. Definitely a fun song and a pretty fun map.
You can already start setting another cat jam wave.
Oh
if
yeah.
you want.
Throw a cat jam of my own in there. Hard to go wrong with this song.
But yeah, Germany's pick is quite logical because you don't really want to risk it on specific maps only. So the only option is to play Conver and pray that Chile's gotta find him somewhere. And that Conver is not that easy, believe me or not.
Yeah, so it looks like No Kiori is going to be staying in for Germany. Marvmello and Ganoshi going to be replacing our Inri pair. Chile feeling pretty strong with their lineup. They're going to keep Elnell, City Pop Shark, and Pekorat in. Chile going to be hoping to close out the match with a win here. Germany fighting for their lives, trying to stay in the match with a win here if they can. It's going to be a bit of an uphill fight, but they're not entirely out of it yet. They'll have to win the next 3 maps in a row and then win the tiebreaker, but there's still some hope for the Germany squad.
Right then, we're gonna start now. It's probably gonna be the last map in this match, but who knows? Comebacks happen. We've already seen a couple of one.
I've seen crazier comebacks than this, for sure.
And where? Just curious.
In CWC, and also actually in some of my own tournaments that I've run, I've seen some like 5-0 turning into 6-5s, reverse sweeps. I believe actually last year we saw a similar kind of thing with Germany, actually.
Damn.
If I remember right, or was it Chile? Oh no, it was Chile actually. Last year they lost to Italy. They were up 3 and then lost 7 in a row. So it happens. We'll have to see how this is going to go for this one though.
But yeah, everything's going smooth for all teams. Oh, already with double miss from Nokoroy Bargalo.
Not good. Still about 2/3 of the map to go though, so there's plenty of time to catch up. They are going to need to see some misses from Chile though.
Luckily, Nokoroy trading time.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So that's a step in the right direction. No Curry is going to have to be pulling on while Chile finds misses. Though Pekara is going to find another miss.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, leads still Chile's side even after the scores kind of stabilize. But they're clawing it back and giving themselves a chance still. It is a pretty dense map. There's still about 1/3 of it left. If Chile finds another miss or two, Germany could actually be back in this.
This is the only hard part of the map though. Oh, and Genoshi's failing to full combo at Nokoroy at the same time.
Yeah, actually, Genoshi almost failed. Obviously, everyone has no fails, so that's not a concern here.
At this point, there's no hard patterns or any size remaining on this map, except for this one, but it's fairly easier compared to the stuff we've seen before. And City Rock Shark and India now have an insane consistency on this map.
Yeah, both
despite
comboing.
Yeah, despite giving some points to Germany at the beginning, they're definitely climbing back. And they're going to advance from the upper bracket. Meanwhile, Germany is going to lose this bracket this time. Well played from Chile.
Yeah, so yeah, that is going to end the match there. Chile taking their last point, winning the match 6-2. A blessing, maybe, perhaps a curse, though, as next weekend that means they're going to be up against South Korea during quarterfinals, which is, not an easy team to go against by any means. Wish the best of luck to Chile on that one.
If I had to say, like, Chile versus South Korea, I would say to Chile players, good luck.
Yeah, so it looks like next weekend we're going to see Germany versus Australia in the losers bracket out of this, and like I mentioned earlier, Chile versus South Korea. But that is next weekend, and this is this weekend. So congratulations to Chile for the win, and GG's to both teams. That was a pretty good match.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Germany fans, because they've been crazy supporting their country, but not this time. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, the good thing is we do have the losers bracket, which means they still have a chance. It's not over for them yet. They could win it all. It's just going to be quite an uphill battle from where they're at.
And now, as you can see, on the schedule side, there is only one match remaining, which is gotta be also like really close. It's USA versus Canada. So don't underestimate Canada, because they've been really really strong team, even like a year before. I believe they have the same roster with probably 1 or 2 player changes.
Yeah, for the last year or two now, Canada has really kind of stepped up their game in the tournament scene. A lot of their squad members have been competing in some of my tournaments. They did well in CWC last year. And I think this one's going to be a pretty exciting match, so make sure to stay tuned for that. I believe we're going to be taking a short break in between then and now, so that'll be in about 30 minutes. But yeah, definitely come back for this one. It's going to be rather spicy.
Oh yeah.
So with that, any final thoughts, Nelly?
On which?
Either one, before we close this out.
Let's just hope we will have a really interesting match until tiebreaker.
Yeah, I definitely would love to see a tiebreaker between US and Canada. Well, with that then, that is going to be it for us for now. Come back in 30 minutes to catch the next match. This has been Snow Leopard with Nelly, and thank you guys all for watching.
It's a beautiful place.
つより気になるですね。
of an alien source are approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
wastes as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to Catch World Cup 2021. This is Snow Leopard back here to cast another match for you. It's going to be United States versus Canada. But this time I have Elux with me. Elux, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. Getting ready to see our home country take on our neighbors up north. It's going to be a good matchup. What do you think's going to happen in this?
Oh yeah, I think this one's going to be rather spicy. I could see possibly a tiebreaker. It might not happen. My personal prediction is 6-3, United States taking the win. Always got to root for my home team, but honestly, the Canadian team is really good, especially this year, and they really could take it back.
Oh yeah, that Canadian team is something fierce. And just a heads up for y'all chat, Fast Yoshi changed their name to Unlucky W. So if you see them in the match results, that is why.
Oh, yeah, actually, so with that, we'll do a quick rundown of the roster. So for United States, we have Sekre, Zach, Kisetin Tori, Colin, DeCreeper, and Lexi. And then for Canada, we have Zerkarian, Yoshi Green, Unlucky W, aka Fast Yoshi, Fuhi, Henrik, and Had.
Ooh, USA is going to be banning first, and they're going to ban No Mod 1. No surprise there. We've been seeing that get banned all weekend. It really seems like not that much teams want to play that map.
Yeah, I've seen that one banned quite a bit. I've seen, let's see, I think Hidden 2 has been banned quite a bit. Let's see what Canada wants to go for. It is going to be their ban now, and then they will have first pick as well. Everybody give a good happy birthday Zerkarian in chat. Shout out to him. Playing on his birthday, wasn't going to leave his team behind for no celebration. The victory is the celebration he's going for, and they're going to be banning No Mod 2.
Yeah, that No Mod 2 pick is pretty fierce. We've seen a lot of drops so far this weekend in that beginning. That map's usually been decided by 1 or 2 misses.
Yeah. I saw that one actually come out in this last match, and it was a bit of a doozy for the teams. So not too surprised to see that get banned away. Real question is, what is Canada going to go with for their first pick?
Seeing as how both teams went ahead and banned No Mod, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Hard Rock pick come out.
Yeah, I could definitely see a Hard Rock coming.
Ooh, it's not Hard Rock, but it's still a fast approach rate. Double Time 1.
Okay, yeah. Saw this last match as well for anyone who's returning. Wakusei Rabbit by Unomi, mapped by our very own JB Hyperion, which will be on after this match to commentate the Map Pool Showcase. So stick around for that if you want to hear his delightful British accent.
Bit longer of the double time maps, and definitely a lot more dense than the others. Plenty of areas where just, if you're not positioned just correctly, you're gonna find a miss or two.
That's for sure. And actually, the more I've been thinking about it, I'm not super surprised to see a double time pick here. I've been following Canada pretty closely as they've been playing a lot of tournaments that I've hosted throughout this last year, and they really are kind of building a pretty strong double time roster. I would say it's one of their better mods right now. So I have pretty good hopes for them on this pick.
Ooh, we're gonna see Lexi.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. That is one of the USA's star hidden players who's coming in for double time. Over on Canada's side, we're going to be seeing Zerkarian, Henrik, and Had. And then on the United States, like we mentioned, Lexi, and then as well as Sekre and the Creeper.
Yeah, really surprised that Kisei isn't coming in for the United States, but Lexi is.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I think Lexi has been playing double time quite a bit recently, though, if I remember right. It was either that or Hard Rock. I think it was double time, though.
And of course, Lexi got to be thrown on that hidden modifier. If you're new to CWC and catch score V2, hidden does not provide any bonus points aside from the hidden mod pool. It is purely player preference for double time and Hard Rock on how they want to read the map.
Yeah, hidden is allowed for Hard Rock and double time picks if you want. Of course, it is forced for hidden mod and not allowed for no mod.
And we're going to see that early miss from Zakarian as all players get up to the 200 combo mark. It's going to give the United States an early lead, but there's still plenty of map left to go.
I'm not sure if Lexi actually missed there or if that was a stream client bug. Based on the score, I think that's just a stream client bug. I believe Lexi is still full comboing. We were seeing some weird stuff earlier with his client screen as well. Like started at like 200 combo or something. So
not really sure, as score is still in favor of Canada right now, as we've seen Had miss followed by Lexi and Lexi again.
So
Had back up to 200.
I'll have to check the MP link after this to make sure, but yeah, it looks like at least some of those misses from Lexi were legit. Canada looking pretty strong so far on this one.
Oh yeah, Lexi back up to 200 combo mark, and just as soon as he gets to the spinner, he is going to drop. And that score is going to continue building up for Canada.
Yeah, Henrik so far the only one on the Canadian squad with full combos still, whereas the US has 2 players. However, despite that, just Lexi struggling enough that Canada stayed in the lead.
And Lexi finding more misses there at the end, and that is going to give this first point to Canada.
Yeah, I gotta say, a very nice performance out of Canada for that first one. I mentioned earlier they've been playing double time a lot, and you can see it here in this results screen. 0 miss, 1 miss, 3 miss. Very top tier gameplay out of Canada for this one, and it's going to secure them their first point.
Ooh, and that is correct. Lexi is playing on a MacBook. His MacBook doesn't fare so well with the game, so it's not that uncommon for him.
Yeah, not the
that is
greatest
highly
situation.
unfortunate.
See, caused 14 misses this time, and you see that big spike about a quarter of the way through the map. Likely that's where he was facing some of those troubles. Luckily for the United States, that wasn't their pick, so they didn't lose a break point. It is going to be their pick now, and hopefully they can pick something that will favor them. Because I do think Canada might have an edge on double time. If the United States still had Rostold, which they do not have this year, might be a different story. But yeah, with the loss of Rostold, honestly, I think Canada's might have taken that edge in double time overall.
And United States is going to go with Hard Rock 2, the safer of the Hard Rock picks. In my opinion, this plays more like an introduction to Hard Rock and more higher AR gameplay.
Yeah, I believe Nelly earlier mentioned that, in his opinion, this was the easiest map in the pool, even with Hard Rock applied.
I'm going to have to agree with him on that one.
Yeah, this one should be a nice, easy one for the United States. Hopefully, get further warmed up and ready to go for the match.
See,
Could come down to
Colin.
Pinner.
That is true. So we see Colin subbing in for Lexi. The Creeper still staying in. Henrik Zakarian still staying in for Canada, just waiting on that third slot to be filled for both teams.
Yeah, I'm surprised Sekre stepped out. He is pretty much the hard rock pro of the United States. Okay, he is coming back in. There we are.
There's the man himself, Unlucky W, formerly known as Fast Yoshi, coming in. So it's going to be the Creeper, Sekre, and Colin for the United States. Henrik, Zakarian, and Unlucky W for Canada. And both those teams really strong hidden hard rock players. This one could go either way, especially with an easy map like this.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. We should be getting started any moment here. Now that we have the rosters figured out, players should be readying up. There we have the ref checking to make sure everything looks good. And we'll be hopping right in.
The start command is in. Good lucks are in the chat, and we're about to get this second pick underway. Canada leading 1-0. United States wanting to answer back with this hard rock pick.
Getting everybody synced up here. And we are off. So far, no one caught out as we're starting to approach that 200 combo mark. It's where misses start to get a little more deadly. Zakarian gonna find it.
Right at that 200 combo mark. And that was the perfect timing to find a miss on the side of the Canadians if you're the United States.
Yeah, the United States going to be pretty happy about that one. Zakarian recovering nicely, though, already over 100 combo again. They're just going to need to see a miss out of the United States to bring things back even.
Zakarian back up to 200 combo, stopping the bleeding as we see a double miss from Canada, and that is huge for the United States as that score is going to start growing fast in favor of them. We're seeing it near the 100,000 mark.
Yeah, and that is right around halfway through the map. At this point, only about a third to go. Canada has quite a bit of score to catch up, so they're going to need to see a lot of misses out of the United States.
Both Zakarian and Unlucky getting back up that 200 combo mark, and a average score at around 110, 111,000.
Yeah, pretty big lead for the United States. Not insurmountable, though, if they melt down at the end. How likely is that? I don't think very likely.
Especially on a pick like Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, this is kind of bread and butter for the United States here.
And with not much map left to play, it's safe to say that this point is going in favor of the United States.
Yeah, that is for sure. Canada still finishing out strong. No more misses at the end, but unfortunately, the United States, a very convincing 3 full combos. And Canada having 2 players with some misses. It's going to give United States their first point.
Sekre, that lone double S up there. Henrik, the lone full combo for his side of the Canadians, but unfortunately wasn't enough.
Yeah, no need to worry for Canada, though. No breakpoints have been made yet. It is going to be their pick again. And they have a chance to pick something that they're probably a little more favored on, because Hard Rock, probably not the mod they're going to be beating the United States.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Canada going back to that double time pool.
Yeah, they still have 2 of them open. None of the 3 were banned. So yeah, there we are. Double time 2 going to be their next pick. It's going right on down the line.
Bit slower of the double time picks. We see this one coming in at an approach rate of 8.3 without the double time modifier on. The key thing about this map, though, is that unlike the entire first 3/4 of the map, the final fourth of the map is a lot more spaced out and a lot easier to find a miss.
Yeah, you can see the map really swing at the end there if a player gets caught out on those. So you definitely want to keep a close eye at the end of this one for last-minute upsets. We have seen this map played quite a bit so far this weekend. Bit of a fan favorite. The background and kind of music style from Genshin Impact.
Oh yeah, and I'm not the biggest Genshin Impact player, but song-wise, this is my favorite song in the entire map pool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice song.
Only problem is I can
jam of approval.
Yeah, the only problem is I cannot listen to it without double time on anymore.
Yeah, that'll happen when you practice pool quite a bit.
Both a blessing and a curse can play fast but ruin songs for you. We see Kisei coming in for the United States. So roster's going to be the Creeper, Sekirei, Kisei for the United States, Unlucky W, Sakarian staying in for Canada, and Had coming in, filling up that third slot.
Looks like everybody's readying up. Ref is going to get that map started.
Round 3 is underway. Had the only one with that hidden modifier. And with Kisei now in for the United States, will Canada be able to edge out another point on a double time pick, or will the United States be able to steal this away?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Without Lexi having lag issues, the United States may fare a little bit better. That being said, Canada did look really strong in their last double time pick, though. This one might get real close right at the end.
Slight accuracy in favor of the United States so far as all players, but the Creeper about to get up to 200 combo, and there it is, Creeper finding a miss slightly before that 200 combo mark. Not the end of the world, but an Unlucky W is going to drop as well.
Yeah, so I'll trade it and bring the score about even. Although DeCreeper wasn't at 200 when Unlucky found his miss, so that it will still be a slight advantage to Canada, but just very slight. A single extra miss can definitely flip things.
We see Creeper up to that 200 combo mark. And Sakarian. And that is what the United States needed right there as we're approaching this next break part after this Ki section.
Yeah, Canada definitely lost the lead now. It's still not going to be that hugely in United States' favor. A single miss, again, could probably switch things. That being said, we are getting to the last quarter of the map.
And here are where the most misses are found. This last quarter of the map is more spaced out than the rest.
About 45,000 lead right now to United States. That will be a little less once their carrying hits 200.
Carrying at that 200 combo mark, but the United States looking strong. But Kisei is gonna drop.
Ooh.
Will it be enough?
I don't know if there's enough
It's
time.
not enough though, as the United States are going to take a break point.
Yeah, that's going to be about, what, 18,000? Yeah, 18,000 score advantage to United States. Going to secure him that point. That is like half a miss.
And the United States wasting no time after that break point, choosing Hidden One.
Kisetsu giving that win to having hundreds of hours played on Genshin, making him well qualified to play that map.
Hidden One, False Infinite Parallel. See Sack coming in for the United States. He's saying
There we
Creeper
are.
subbing out.
It's another classic hidden player for the United States.
Oh yeah, as we see Heinrich and Unlucky staying in for Canada. Going to see which player fills in that third slot for both sides.
Yeah, it sounds like, based on chat, I believe we're trying to get Lexi back in here to fill out that third spot for the United States. Uncertain if Sakurai is going to be staying in. He may. Definitely could see it, but we'll have to see. Yoshi Green might be coming in for the third player for Canada.
He is, and there's Lexi coming in for the United States, so it's going to be Zach, Sakurai, and Lexi for the United States. Unlucky W, Yoshi Green, and Henrik for Canada. United States taking a break point there with that last double time pick. Canada looking to answer back with a break point of their own.
Yeah, right now the game is in United States' favor. They just keep winning their points from here on. They will have that one extra point for them. Canada needs a break point to get back into this.
Start command is in, and we're going to get this fourth round underway.
Glad to see Zach still playing for the United States squad. I remember last CWC, he was saying that it might be his final one before retirement, but he is coming back in again for the United States team.
Waiting for
Just
the
one
client.
more year.
That's true, and waiting for the client to load everybody up, sync all up while we get this underway. And there it is.
Looks like Henrik had an early miss. A little hard to tell. Looks like maybe the very first note.
Yeah, same with Sakurai.
Actually, yeah, Sakurai also with that early miss. It looked like his was around 20 combo. So that is going to be a slight lead for Canada.
But Unlucky W is going to drop, and that early lead is going to be taken away.
Yeah, that drop definitely a lot more significant, a lot further into the map.
But Zach is going to drop as well.
Well, trade things right on back.
Unlucky W building his way back up to 200 combo.
Yeah, Canada could really use this point. It would put them right back into the driver's seat, so they're going to be trying their hardest to grab this one. They have the opportunity, they just need to not miss from here on.
Yeah, Zach gets up to 200 combo, stopping the bleeding for United States. Looks like it's going to be around 30,000-ish score difference.
Yeah, it could easily be swung by a single miss. Neither team wants to be that team to have that first miss.
Yoshi Green, the lone double S in the entire match right now as we're approaching the halfway point.
Yeah,
all
Henrik
players
and Lexi
looking strong.
Full combo, but yeah, Yoshi Green only one with all those droplets.
And Zach
Ooh.
is going to drop yet again, and that is huge for Canada as we're over halfway through the map, but Yoshi Green is going to trade it. Zekray's going to drop.
trade back? That's going to still be a pretty big advantage to Canada. Zekray missing again. Canada is securing themselves a pretty big lead now, only about a third of the map left to go. If they can hold on, this point is going to be theirs.
As
That'd
we
be
see
pretty-
Lexi drop in there, followed with Zach, and that score is going to start growing fastly in favor for the Canadian squad.
Oh wow, United States really crumbling on this pick. Not something I'd expect. They're a pretty good hidden squad. Definitely a lot of struggle on this one though, and this was their pick as well.
Yoshi Green dropping as we're entering the final fourth of the map. Henrik still holding on to that full combo though.
Yeah, Yoshi Green finding another miss as well. It's not going to matter though, as long as Unlucky and Henrik can hold their combo. There's really not a ton of danger. And even if one of them slips, we're getting really close to the end. There's not a lot of time for the United States to catch up.
Yeah, the score difference is not quite 100,000, and with not much map left to play, Canada's going to answer back with a breakpoint of their own.
Yeah, there we have it. Canada, first one to give out the breakpoint, immediately taking it right back. Saying, we're still in this match. We still want to win. It's going to bring us 2-2.
Henrik with that lone full combo in the match. That was not a early miss by him, just accuracy drop.
Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, pretty exceptional performance. We see Lexi with 2 misses from the United States, and 5 and 6 for the other players. Meanwhile, Canada, 4 misses, 1 miss, 0 miss. Really solid playing out of the Canadian squad so far today. And it is going to be their pick as well, so they're back in the driver's seat. Let's see what they want to go with. Will they do double time 3, or will they branch out to a different mod?
Now you gotta think, they're 1-for-1 with double time right now, but they are 1-0 with hidden, so they might go ahead and stick with hidden.
That is true. That's a bit of a risky pick, although honestly, with that last map, they were looking really strong. If you asked me before I saw that last map, I would have said, oh yeah, the United States, they would have a hidden pick for sure. They're a really strong hidden squad, but honestly, yeah, Canada did exceptionally well. It's very possible. They're taking their time to make the decision. They don't want to pick something bad here and ruin the momentum that they have.
And I assume they're trying to figure out whether or not to stick with hidden, or to close out that double time pool. As our wonderful referee, Tiger Eyes, wondering when Canada is going to make their selection.
Yeah, I believe the timer they have will be ending soon.
And Canada is going to close out our double time mod pool with DT3, Floating Darkness.
Yeah, we get that pick right in at the end there. They'll want to be careful to not go past that timer again, because if they do not make a pick before the timer ends, it'll be picked randomly for them, which in most cases probably isn't a good thing.
Not at all, as our referee handing out their only warning for the Canadian squad on time. You're going to see Sekirei Kisei on the side of the United States, Sakarian, Henrik, and Had on the side of Canada, and Creeper coming in to fill out that third slot for the United States.
There we go. Kisei and the Creeper swapping spots, making sure we get their best angles.
Man, a 2-2 matchup, though. Knew it was going to be close, but I did not expect Canada to take a hidden pick from the United States.
Yeah, I forget if I mentioned earlier, my prediction for this match was a 6-3 victory for the United States. So I expected Canada to make the points, but I definitely did not expect it to come from a hidden pick. So...
Neither did I, as we're about to get this fifth round underway. Key areas in this map is early on in the beginning, the first half is where we've been seeing a lot of players finding misses, as that second half is more stream-like and more consistent in its patterns. No players opting to choose that hidden modifier. Everyone just sticking with that base double time.
Alright, we're off. No early misses so far. He's going to start speeding up pretty quick, though.
Early miss from Sekirei. Traded with Had. And Kisei as well.
So that's going to give us a bit of an advantage going over to Canada.
Canada, I love it, as Had is going to find another miss. And another one.
The danger of choosing whether to say Canada or Canadian. End up with Canada.
And Kisei, when he got up to the 200 combo mark, is going to drop. Followed with Had. Just trading misses back and forth. Kisei, Henrik.
Going all over the place, although that should be, that'll be slightly in favor of the United States. The Creeper and Sekirei still having combos at that halfway mark now. Very slight advantage for the United States. They're going to want to lock that in.
As we see Had getting up to that 200 combo mark, but Sekirei is going to drop.
They're carrying trading at the almost exact same time too, though. So score not going to really budge much.
As Kisei and Henrik were able to get to 200 combo at the same time, but Sekirei is going to drop again. And that miss is going to matter a bit as the score starts flipping in favor of Canada.
We're getting real close to the end here. It's going to come down to the wire. Next miss is going to be pretty fatal, and it's going to be Sekirei.
And that score is starting to grow in favor of Canada as we're approaching the end of this pick. And there's nothing the United States can do as Kisei finds another miss, and this is going to be a point in favor of Canada, and they are now leading this match 3-2.
Yeah,
the Creeper.
there we have it.
The Creeper, the lone fold combo and a double S at that. Unfortunately, not enough to keep the United States in this pick, as the misses from Kisei and Sekirei just...
Yeah, the Creeper really trying his hardest. MVP for this map, but it just was not enough to make up for the misses from Kisei and Sekirei. Canada, again, showing their double time strength. Unfortunately for them, that was the last double time pick available. So they're going to have to branch out for their next picks. They have a little bit of time to think about it, though, because it is now the United States pick.
And if the United States, you're down 3-2. You lost that first hidden map. So you gotta be thinking, do you try and stick with hidden? You have good strong players like Zach and Lexi at it, or do you try and mix things up, choose a Nomad, or go with Hard Rock?
I definitely could see a Hard Rock coming out here. I think even though they definitely struggled on that first one, Hidden should still be a pretty good option for them as well. We'll have to see. If they lose another Hidden pick, then yeah, something's going wrong. We'll have to I'll be very confused.
Now, wonderful referee Tiger Eyes reminded the United States that it is indeed their pick. They are on the clock and they're needing to hurry up and make that selection.
They're going to go Hidden 2. Which I believe it was Buck Puck in chat earlier was asking for Hidden 2, so there you are.
And the slower Hidden pick come in at an approach rate of 8.4. Though the key thing with this slow Hidden pick is the BPM change. A lot of players all weekend getting caught outside of their groove with that BPM constantly changing on them.
Yeah, I believe I'm checking the stat sheet right now. It looks like this map is one of the most banned maps this weekend. Tied with Hidden 1. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Nomad 1 is the most, being banned 4 times, but Hidden 1 and Hidden 2 both tied for second place with 3 bans each. So, not a common pick this weekend.
Sekre, Lexi, and Zach looking to make it a tied match. Henrik, Zakarian, and Unlucky W looking to propel Canada in the lead to 4-2. They won that first Hidden pick. Would they be able to take another breakpoint from the United States, or will the United States be able to find their groove with this slower approach rate?
You know, if there's one team that's good at low AR Hidden, I would have to say it would be the United States. We see Zach coming in. He is something of a specialist for that low AR Hidden. We also have Lexi back in. And Sekre going to stay as their third player. I have pretty high faith in Lexi and Zach for their Hidden playing here. Assuming, of course, Lexi doesn't have more lag issues. We'll have to see.
Oh, yeah, but you can't be sleeping on this Canadian squad.
Absolutely not. They are on fire today.
All players getting up to 100 combo as the song starts to pick up a bit.
Yeah, approaching 200 combo now. No one falling yet. Song is going to be speeding up a little bit, picking up in pace. Jumps are getting a little bit wider.
And aside from that slight accuracy favor for Canada, all players still holding strong as we hit 300 combo. But Zakarian is going to drop.
Ooh, yeah. Still about half of the map left to go.
And Unlucky W is going to drop as well.
Not what Canada was hoping to see here. There is still time, but they're going to need to see some misses out of the United States pretty soon.
We approach the final third of the map. See that BPM slowing down.
Nice big spinner here. And we'll speed back up for another little chorus section here. This is where it's going to count. Canada needs the United States to find a miss here. In
But the Carrion and Henrik. Double miss by United States as well. Lexi holding strong. Unlucky W getting back up to 200 combo. Zakarian dropping. But that score difference is insane in favor of the United States as Sekre and Zach are going to drop right at the end. It's not going to be enough though as the United States are going to take this hidden pick and make it a tie match yet again.
Yeah, there was a lot of missing right at the end there. I was like, oh, can Canada do it? And then unfortunately I looked down at the score. I'm like, oh, no, the United States had quite a bit of a lead. So it was no real problem to them. I believe that was, yeah.
Lexi being that lone full combo on the board. And Zakarian just not having a fun time there at the end of that pick.
Yeah, everyone but Lexi having a miss, but Zakarian definitely struggling the most, especially right at the end there. It is going to be Canada's pick again, though. So I can tell you, I don't expect him to pick hidden 3.
And unfortunately for Canada, double time is all said and done, and they're going to have to go with something else.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to go hard rock against the United States. They might start picking from the Nomad pool now. We'll have to see, though.
And that Nomad pool 3 really tricky Nomad maps. See Nomad 3 gimmicky sliders and real dense sections. Nomad 4 and Nomad 5 both converts, but it is going to be Nomad 3 Fracture Ray. Mapped by Gigas, but this is the Kakai's Overdose.
So yeah, this is going to be the last specific map. Because I believe there's still 2 converts, if I'm correct on that.
As far as Nomad pool goes, you are correct. Both teams banned Nomad 1 and Nomad 2.
Yeah, so we're going to see the only specific Nomad map being picked. Things are going to get rather interesting after this map. Tied up, 3-3. Any team's game still. Let's see how this one can go.
Henrik, Unlucky W, and Yoshi Green on the side of Canada. Lexi and Creeper on the side of the United States, just waiting for that 3rd slot to be filled right now. Sekre opting to stay in.
Yeah, I think Sekre has been in for every single pick so far. He is, the team leader, leading by example here, staying in. Also, just very high ranked, top tier player. Not super surprising to see him sticking in for all these different maps. I'm a little surprised to see Lexi staying in though on a Nomad pick. If it was any other mod, I'd go, well, at least he can throw on hidden with it, but this one he cannot.
And it's really unusual to see Lexi play without hidden. Curious to see how he does as we're getting this 7th round underway. 3-3 tied match. Lexi, Sekre, and the Creeper looking to take another break point. Henrik, Unlucky W, and Yoshi Green wanting to get back into the lead.
Pretty nice intro here, nothing too tricky yet. Good and bad thing about that is that it means everyone's going to get up towards that 200 combo mark, and when it starts to actually get hard, it's going to hit real hard if you find a miss. So there we are.
All players hitting 200 combo quite easily.
A lot of hyper dashes across the screen. No one caught out yet, though.
And not really much to say so far other than a slight accuracy lead in favor of the United States. All players still holding on to a full combo.
Very short little spinner there. United States just ever so slightly with the lead by like 100 points. And I think a droplet maybe. So it looks like United States won that spinner battle as well, or at least tied. You can see the score is still mostly on their side. It bounces back and forth, but still a very open game for anybody to take.
All players getting through that slow slider section with ease as we get more into the fast pace, approaching the final fourth of the map. Still, 6-way full combo on the board.
Yeah, not a lot of map left.
440 points so far in favor of the United States.
This is going to be the closest map by far. It's going to come down to the very end here.
And it is going to be the United States at the very end, sealing the deal with that last spinner. 970 points. Lexi with the MVP.
Yeah, that is a very small score margin there. United States just getting a couple extra bananas and a couple extra droplets, but that is enough to seal the deal. And that is another breakpoint actually for the United States. So it's now 4-3 and the United States pick. They're in a pretty good position here. If they win their next pick, they will be at match point. Canada definitely going to be feeling the stress after that one.
Yeah, United States definitely in the driver's seat as they're going to go with Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, we're getting Hard Rock 1 yet again. Pretty popular map this weekend. Been picked 5 times. I believe this pick will make that 6 out of our 8 matches. So most teams opting to play it. It does kind of start off a bit slow, like some of our other maps have so far. And then it picks up a little bit and has some very interesting sections that are easy to miss. I'll make sure to point them out as we go along.
Oh yeah, as we've seen, that ending streamy section has been sealing the deal for a lot of maps so far this weekend.
That is for sure, yes.
Colin, Sekre, and Creeper staying in for the United States. Henrik, Unlucky W, and Fui now coming in for Canada. Canada for a breakpoint. They've done it before. Can they do it again? United States wanting to get match point.
Yeah, definitely no joke to play Hard Rock against the United States. Canada pulling out all the stops, bringing in Fuhi, and hoping to get themselves a breakpoint of their own again. Keep things tied up.
And aside from that slow section, about roughly halfway through the map, I think that this pick's going to come down to if anybody misses before that streamy section at the end.
Everybody loading in and getting synced up.
Nobody choosing that hidden modifier. Everyone staying with that base Hard Rock.
Definitely not surprised for this map. So we see a bit of a less dense section here. bit of an easy start. Although that being said, some of these jumps are rather far, and this is hard rock. So
You're gonna see an early miss from Colin, though.
yeah, definitely possible to get caught out here. And then shortly after this, we're going to be getting to a slower section where it's kind of a bit of memory, unless you have really good reaction time. It'll just be single wall spaced out notes like this, far across the screen. Oh, Henrik.
And Henrik,
Yeah.
as soon as he gets up to 200 combo, is gonna drop. And that's what you need if you're the United States.
Yeah, there it is, that section, catching someone out. If you don't have it perfectly memorized, you have to have really fast reaction time to scoot over and get those.
Colin getting up to 200 combo mark, joining the rest of his team as the United States are gonna slowly start growing more and more score.
Yeah, Henrik recovering very well after that small slip. So that's going to keep the score pretty close. It is going to be a slight advantage to the United States, though.
Oh yeah, nobody missing before that streamy section as Henrik gets up to 200 combo. And a single miss from either side will seal the deal here with this pick. And it's gonna be unlucky W.
Yeah, this section has caught many players out this weekend. It looks deceptively simple. It's really easy to slip off these stacks.
And
with
the
that,
United States, 5-3. Match point.
It is going to be Canada's pick now, so they're going to have to think real carefully about this next pick. If they don't get this next point, that is game over.
Sekre with that lone double S up there. And if you're Canada, wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout come in. This pick means life or death in this match against the United States.
Yeah, this one's going to be very, very important for them. If they win this pick, then it'll be United States pick next, and then after that, it would be tiebreaker. And if they lose, then of course the United States will win the match. So either way, this will be their final pick, and they need to make it pretty wisely.
Yep, and we do see that timeout come in as Zakarian requests it. And I do not blame them one bit. As Canada, they are 1-for-1 with Hidden, 0-2 for Hard Rock, and 0-1 for Nomad so far.
Yeah, definitely not an easy decision to make. They only have Hard Rock 3, Hidden 3, or one of the final Nomads to pick from. I'm guessing they're going to go with Nomad. We'll have to see. They might surprise me, but I don't think they're going to be very eager for a Hard Rock or a Hidden.
As both Hidden and Hard Rock, you would assume, would be favors for the United States, but like I said, we've seen that first Hidden pick go the complete opposite way of what we were expecting, so they might go with Hidden 3. But no more specifics left on the board, only converts.
I'll give my stab at a 25% chance guess. I'm gonna go. They're picking Nomad 5, but
ooh, I was actually going to say them choosing the curveball Nomad 5 pick myself. We have a 25% chance of being correct, so.
Surprised I've seen a lot of Nomad 5 picked. It's just kind of a banger of a song. But Nomad 4 also kind of a banger of a song, honestly, so can't blame them there.
And the ending of this Nomad 4 pick can be quite tricky, as we've seen a couple players miss.
So we're going to see who the final lineups are going to be for this map that could very well be the final map of the match. So far, Canada having Unlucky W, Yoshi Green, and Fuhi. The United States, Sakurai and Decreeper. They do not yet have a third person selected.
Yeah, you gotta wonder who that third player is gonna be. We saw Lexi with that earlier Nomad pick, and he is going to be coming in yet again. And it's so weird to see Lexi playing anything but Hidden, really.
Yeah, or at least, having Hidden with the mod that he's playing.
So barring any substitutions, is going to be Sakurai, Lexi, and Creeper looking to close this match out for the United States. Yoshi Green, Unlucky W, and Fui trying to stay alive, trying to ruin people's pick'ems as well.
Sakurai thrown out in chat there. That's the most nervous he's actually ever been in a tournament match, which just goes to show you Canada this year, definitely nothing to joke about. Very strong team. You got to take them very seriously.
Even comparing that match to China 2018, saying that match wasn't even close to how nervous he was in this. So if that tells you anything about this Canadian roster, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely, yeah. Get the match start command there from the ref, so we're going to be loading in. This one's for all the marbles.
And Canada has done it before with Hidden 1, but can they get another point against the more favored United States map pool?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Nomad, I feel like United States probably have a small edge, but Canada can definitely hold their own on Nomad. We'll have to see if they can do it with this map here, though. With all the tournament nerves on their back, hands probably shaking.
All players holding on to a double S as we hit the break mark. Nothing big to say. .300 combo gone and past as we're getting through that first third of the map. All players still holding on to that double S, but Lexi is going to be the first one to find a miss.
That's pretty huge for Canada. As long as no one else misses, that will net them about a 30,000 lead, give or take. Which ain't much, but there's only been one miss so far, and we're already halfway through, so that could be the single miss that seals the deal. We'll have to see. We are speeding up and getting a little denser with these patterns.
Lexi back up to that 200 combo mark, stopping the bleeding. Roughly about a 40,000-ish point difference in favor of Canada right now. An unlucky W, but Creeper is going to trade it. So the United States is going to need to see another drop by Canada if they want to get back into the lead.
Yeah, hopefully Unlucky can keep his calm and get right back into it, because the Creeper trading at almost the exact same time is going to secure them holding on to that small lead they made for themselves. Only a quarter of the map left they got to hold on for.
Unlucky W getting back up to 200 combo. Creeper right behind him.
Nearing the end.
Unlucky W, but it's close. It might not be enough.
I don't know if the United States has enough time to pull it back. It's gonna be so close. Fuhi
But that
dropping.
that drop by Fui and
no.
Unlucky W at the end is going to seal it.
Oh, that's
United States catching a lucky break at the end as we see uncharacteristic drops from Unlucky W and Fui. Just, you hate to see it happen. You really hate to see it.
Yeah. Fuhi and Unlucky W, not going to be happy about that one. Definitely, yeah, that's a heartbreaker. I mean, despite that, I definitely think Canada should be pretty proud of their play today. They played extremely well. They beat the United States in hidden of all mods. I mean, truly, they are kind of a top-tier team now. They've always been at least, kind of that high seed, middle ground, but yeah, within the last year or two, their squad has just become a real force to be reckoned with, and honestly, they still have a pretty good shot at going further in this tournament. They're not out yet. They still have the losers bracket next weekend that they can be competing in, and they will be playing against Taiwan to try and stay in the tournament. United States, having won this match, they will be moving on to face France next weekend, so make sure to check back in for that. But we're not quite done yet for this weekend. We still do have one more event to be streamed, and that is going to be the map pool reveal for our quarterfinals next weekend. Let me see what the timing is on that. Looks like that's going to be about half an hour from now, so we might be taking a short break. I'm not sure.
And in the meantime, chat, if you haven't yet, banners are out and they look mighty fancy. Our very own Snow Leopard here is the model on the store page for banners. And Snow Leopard, what can you say about the banners this year?
The banners, they're looking as good as always. They're a pretty reasonable price. It's a great way to support your team. Shows up on your user page, and if your team wins, you get to keep that banner an extra amount of time as well. So definitely worth checking out. The proceeds go to help out the tournament prize pool and all that. So yeah, give them a check. And with that, I got some confirmation that we are going to just be going straight into the map pool showcase in a few minutes here. So me and Elux will be stepping out, and we're going to have JB, Hyperion, and Sekre stepping in to lead you guys through next week's map pool. And in just a few minutes here, we'll be having JBH and Sekre coming in. Till then, stay tuned.
Hello everybody, sorry for the short wait, hope you're all sticking around and ready for the quarter-final map pool showcase of the 2021 Catch World Cup. I'm JB Hiberian, back once again, joined by Sekra. Congratulations on your victory, maybe a little closer than you would have hoped.
Oh, thank you. And actually, that was exactly how I predicted it, 6-3. So,
exactly
happy
as
with that, I
planned.
think. Yeah, Canada's a really strong team, and it was kind of sad that we had to play against them this early on. But I hope they can make a nice run in losers bracket.
And any happy birthdays Zakarians in chat?
Oh yeah, happy birthday to Zakarian, one of my good friends.
But yeah, I think
Anyways.
we're ready to crack on.
Seems
As
like
always,
we are.
we'll start with Nomad. We've got 5 more maps once again. Same map pool showcase size as in the round of 16, and then 3 hidden, 3 hard row, 3 double time, and of course 1 tiebreaker. So we're going to be starting out with Nomad 1, Kurakuto Little Pride by Spectator. This is a long 4.5 minute pick, 180 BPM, cycle size of 4.3 and an approach rate of 9.4, and is popularly mentioned by the length. They focus on consistency and a fairly balanced difficulty all around.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be the first custom map of this round. Map by Spectator, as you said earlier. It is lower AR than the last round's pick though. Wonder how that's going to play in, considering usually a map's harder, and I can see that it probably is a bit harder already, seeing those 1-4 hyper chains and with a little bit of hype edge, like what's it called? The anti-flows.
Yeah, so far I don't think I see anything that's too kind of unexpected, fairly typical, nice flowing patterns, a couple of anti-flow triples and things thrown in there as well, but otherwise it's just a nice kind of consistency balance of half hyperdashes, core hyperdashes as well, and a few little wiggles and direction changes. I'm expecting a difficulty spike somewhere later on here because this doesn't look too difficult, and in fact this might look a little bit more easy than some of the maps we've seen in the round of 16 in the group stage. Nomad brackets.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting the feel of right now, at least. Usually in the round of 8 quarterfinals here, I believe we're in quarterfinals, right?
Quarterfinals will be the next round, yes.
Oh yeah, I believe usually we see the big sort of spike in difficulty come up in this map pool. Usually the round of 16 is a bit more of the easier one still with the group stage. You see the spike coming in here, but so far it seems pretty tame comparatively.
Yeah, even the like the extended 3/4 sliders and anti-flow are not really that difficult compared to a lot of other patterns. They're quite common in common meta, so most players at this level of difficulty will be very comfortable playing patterns like that. A little wiggle there, but again, nothing too troubling. I mean, we are only halfway through the map, but I'm guessing that, as some people have alluded to in the Twitch chat, that the length is the difficulty here. It's just something where nerves are going to play a factor, and difficulty is going to become more, I guess, in the mind than in the fingers.
Yeah, well, you saw how that kind of played out in this previous weekend over here. I think Nomad 1 was one of the most banned maps purely because of the length. So I'm wondering if we'll see a similar trend here.
Well, I mean, we're already seeing the first map in the pool, and assuming that difficulty is going to go up, I don't think you can afford to ban a map in quarterfinals just because it's long, but I might be wrong. We don't see have to see what the rest of the maps in the pool are like.
Yeah, usually in the last 2 weeks, the Nomad 1 has been pretty consistent, pretty long, and kind of like a consistency map, and a lot of the higher end teams prefer to ban that, usually because they don't want to put it to sort of RNG, as you could say. But it's obviously not RNG, it's just...
It's not RNG if you get good and don't miss.
That is true. If I didn't miss, it would be at FC, so...
Exactly. some of these triples, the little inverted sliders, are getting a little wider towards the end, and the hyperdashes seem to be getting a bit stronger, but yeah, really no kind of major diff spike to be seen here. It's just a case of, can you do the same thing, but slightly harder for 4.5 minutes in a row without losing focus?
Nice little quirky hyper chain though, right there. Oh wow, 1.5 hypers with the slider as well.
I mean, even that's not something that we've never seen before in even this tournament, let alone the meta as a whole. So yeah, a little bit of a diff spike, if you can air quote it that, but again, very consistent throughout. So Nomod 2 going to be next up, Chrono Diver Pendulums by Rockma, another custom map. This one much shorter, 2 minutes in length, 196 BPM, a cycle size of 4 and an approach rate once again of 9.4. And if you like streams, then this is the pick for you.
Oh yeah, another custom map as you've seen by Rockma. When we get to these later rounds, we're going to be seeing a lot more of these custom maps made by the good old mappers that everybody knows for their difficult maps. Sort of James, Rockma, all those names. Oh yeah, this one definitely looks like a huge step up, if I'm being honest, from the last pick.
Yeah, we got a nice balance of those wiggles, those little tap dashes, some of which are hypers and some of which aren't. Not all the streams are uniform in shape or direction either. Definitely not something you can just kind of autopilot left-right whilst holding the dash key.
Yeah, this is about the quarterfinals that I was more so expecting to see. But again,
this is a 1/3 section as well, so just wanted to point that out whilst it was still in that. Now the hypers are coming thick and fast.
Yeah, they're coming. Ooh, that was a little kind of omnidirectional hyper dash that you saw there. You can definitely catch some players out.
So it looks like whilst our first pick this round for Nomad was focused on consistency over long sections, this one is very much focused on making sure that your hyperdash strength is balanced and that you change direction at the right time, because a miss here is going to result in a lot of dropped fruit on some of those dense streams. That looked significantly harder than Nomad 1, I have to say.
Oh yeah, but top it off, got a nice long spinner at the end.
Is that a miss I see? Nomad 3?
Yeah. It is a miss. As for our third map, it is going to be Tatash Reunion, mapped by GigaChad. It's another custom map of this pool. Ooh, those streams look funky to start it off with. Usually you don't see those at all in Catch the Beat nowadays.
Yeah, so once again, 2 minutes in length, 184 BPM, cycle size of 5, and an approach rate of 8.8, so a little bit more of a technical-oriented pick with a couple of funky slider shapes, of course the higher circle size, lower approach rate, and again, some of those funky streams that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting because this was one of my first songs that I kind of mapped as an overdose as well, and me and GigaChad went completely different directions it seems. He kind of took the route of making it kind of like a low AR tech map, and I went the route of making it sort of high star rating, go zoom, you know? But he did a pretty good job of it so far, what I'm seeing.
I mean, this looks significantly more kind of conventional compared to the first kind of third or half of the map that we saw, with significant kind of slider extensions, lots of slider ends and slider heads kind of stacked on top of each other. There are some funky stream shapes there though.
These streams are going to be brutal. This kind of reminds me of like ZH Steven-esque streams that you would see back in the old days.
I have to agree, as a big fan of Steven's mapping, this is ringing a few nostalgia bells. Back into some of these more technical sliders as well. Some of the hyperdashes on these look A, really strong, and B, the slider path isn't entirely straight, so people are going to have to like adjust their speed as the slider is going on, and there's that miss that we were talking about, and you can see why there's a miss there.
So unfortunate. right at the very end too. You know, TMT would still be proud. I'm assuming it's Line who made the replay, as we see from the replay name.
So as in the previous round, we're going to have 3 specifics and 2 converts. So this is going to be the first of those. Got me thinking, Feet Vila. This is from Asphyxia. Get yourself an MRI. And as someone who's done a little bit of work in MRI, I can give you a little bit of advice that they're pretty nice, pretty cool, pretty loud, but very safe. This is 3 minutes. 3 minutes in length, 175 BPM, so all these maps are very similar in BPM so far. Cycle size of 4, approach rate of 9.2, and there's going to be edge jumps as far as the eye can see.
Oh boy. Seems like Nomad 4 is going to be the edge jump map with pool, seemingly. We had one last round, we had one the round before. This one does seem to be a lot more streamier so far, introducing the early streams. Not hard streams, just streams.
Yeah, whenever you see kind of DNB 170 to like 190 BPM, you know that there's going to be a couple streams, but it's going to be quite a lot of half jumping as well with this kind of pattern. And as it's a convert, you can well expect that some of these dashes are going to be much stronger and unexpectedly so than others.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say that this doesn't seem that hard compared to the last one, but then you see it gets really hard with a lot farther distances coming into this course. You know, I think the main sort of difficulty from this map kind of comes from the far dashes being a lot more unexpected than the previous Nomad 4. In the previous Nomad 4, we had more of kind of an expected convert with edge dashes, but this one is kind of, hey, there's a random edge dash over here. Good luck catching it. And you're just like, huh?
Yeah, it's the very typical core issue with edge dashes and converts, and why a lot of people who haven't grown up playing converted difficulties don't like them is that these edge jumps do seem to come out of nowhere. You can't really predict why or where they're going to appear, but to anyone who's been playing them for a long time, it's just second nature. You just get on and you can tell just by looking that's going to be an edge dash, or this is going to be a bit more comfortable and give me more time to react than it probably looks like. And again, 3.5 minutes in length with a lot of these edge dashes back to back. It's going to be a few too many really to kind of memorize, I feel, especially if there are misses on like what the combo is going to be, where people can miss and which jumps to memorize. So it's really going to have to be a lot of reaction and a lot of reading to determine which are the strongest dashes that require that very edge perfect positioning and which are a little more lenient.
Oh yeah, it does seem like there are a few that probably should be memorized, like that one that Snowless did just miss right there. That one seemed like one of those ones that I kind of want to memorize. Usually it's the ones that are after 1/2 hyper dash, and then it's right on the other side, all the way over. Those are usually the ones that are like, man, I have to memorize that one.
Yeah, that is a classic screw you pattern that happens a lot in the higher star converts, that strong hyper dash into edge dash.
We do seem to be going on to Nomad 5 though. Everybody should be quite familiar with this map set and song. It's going to be Ocelot Tsubaki map set by Hollowings. It's going to be the Irrelevant Stiff. Going to be kind of the tech map of the pool, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so a couple of streams thrown in here as well. This is quite a higher BPM, 199, so again, like similar but a little faster than what we've seen before. 2.5 minutes in length, fairly middle ground. Cycle size 4, approach rate 9.3, nothing kind of too difficult there. But the song, and as you said, the kind of technical mapping do kind of pin the focus of this difficulty. And there's going to be a few tap dashes, some of which are 1/4 as well, thrown in here also. Yeah, as you said, this is a song that doesn't really need any introduction. I'm sure that pretty much everyone who's played Catch for more than a couple of hours, has played at least one difficulty of this song. Whether they manage to do any good at it is a little bit of a different matter, because they range from tricky but fun to kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, these wiggles are looking a lot harder than I remember them to be, that's for sure. Been quite a while since I played this myself personally.
Nice little 1/3 section coming in here as well, just in case 1/2 and 1/4 wasn't technical enough for you. Ooh, that was a really punishing chain. The first little double there was an edge dash, and then the rest was hyper dashes. I saw that miss kind of happen in real time as if I was watching it live, but of course this is a replay.
Yeah, that was.
I just kind of put myself in the shoes of the map pool tester and saw myself die a little inside. Now that's going to conclude our no mod pool. 5 picks down. We're going to be moving on to hidden now. This is hidden 1, Kaibatsu, Crowley, a very regular feature in hidden pools in previous World Cups. Predatorial Instinct is the difficulty, 3 minutes 11 seconds in length, 170 BPM, circle size of 4.2 and an approach rate of 9.2. And this is actually not a custom map. It's not very old, from February 2021, but it was not, as far as I'm aware, designed specifically for CWC. It is just very new and will hopefully be unfamiliar to most people.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of interesting emphasis. In the first part of the song, there was very few hyper dashes, but then we get to the chorus and there's hyper dashes everywhere, it seems. So it is pretty challenging to kind of get used to that little switch up between the choruses. But it does seem like it does keep a bit of a familiar tone with a lot more hyper dashes than you would see in a typical map, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, this is really interesting because when I first look at a map pool like notes list and I see Crowley hidden, I immediately think something that's going to be kind of small fruit size, lots of long bunky slider shapes, and probably lower approach rate as well. One of those is true here, which is the slider shapes, but otherwise this is fairly regular circle size and they're pretty fast. So it's interesting to see how Crowley's kind of adapted outwards and managed to tie in the things that he was already good at and kind of implement them in a different way.
Oh yeah, and these type of patterns you usually almost never see anymore, where the hyper dash is on the strong sound instead of going to the strong sound. It's definitely a switch up for a lot of players.
Ooh, we got some more 1/8 extended sliders here as well, as we've seen a little previously in the No Mod 3 GigaChads map. I think Reunion had a lot of these kind of patterns, although the slider shapes are a little bit more sensible here. Was that a double 1/8 hyper dash? Was that 1/4, I think? But either way, that was still pretty tricky looking.
Yeah, I think a big part of the difficulty of this map is going to come from that it is a little bit over patterned, not that much, but it definitely is a bit more over patterned than what you would expect from the song, because the song isn't really that strong, but we're seeing, like you see here, the hyper change back and forth, lots of wiggles. So
a lot of those kind of sliders that curve back on each other as well with hidden are going to be quite tricky because the big juice droplet is obviously a lot smaller than a regular fruit size.
Next is going to be first custom map of the hidden pool. It's going to be him from Zut, mapped by Jamesu. Is going to be AR 8.9. Interesting AR. Usually you don't see that in any CWCs. CS 4.5, that's probably where the bulk of the difficulty is going to come from. BPM of 200.
I believe there are some timing changes in this song, and they might also play a little bit of a factor. This is the shortest of the 3 hidden picks, although 2 minutes 30 is not exceptionally short. I feel like this is going to build into quite a streamy. Yeah, there we go. There's a little bit of a start of it. More to come, I think.
Oh yeah, this is definitely reminiscent of the hidden one from last pool with these kind of snappy 1/4s.
Ooh, that's some really tricky wiggles there and little zigzags that are going to require some balance with hidden.
Oh yeah, definitely a huge step up, I'd say, from previous hidden one. Obviously, this is hidden 2, but they, I think, are more similar than the other one was with this one. Plus, this is slightly lower than what we're used to at AR 8.9. It's not going to matter for the really experienced hidden players, but it could possibly put a little bit of a damper on the less experienced ones.
This is all in 1/3, I'm pretty sure. The section that we've just finished now, at least. A lot of inverted triangle shapes with 1/3 there. I'm not sure what the snapping is on some of those little trill sounds. Maybe 1/6, maybe 1/8.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. Couldn't really tell, but they looked really painful when I saw the snapping back after the hyperdash was quite far. So you're gonna have a bit of a hard time catching those with hidden.
A nice little soothing outro to end. But that is going to be it for Hidden 2, so our final hidden pick coming up, and that one is obviously going to be a converted Osu difficulty, is going to be Scleria by Hijirime Laria. This is from Hinsfar, 3 minutes in length, 186 BPM, a cycle size of 4.6, and everybody's favourite, approach rate 8 hidden.
Yeah, it does seem like you saw a little bit of the intro there, teasing the snappy 1/4 hyperdashes. Wonder how many there's going to be left in the map.
Given that this is being showcased by Fluorite, I can imagine there's going to be some very strong half jumps in here as well to complement that approach rate 8. A couple of those little 1/4 strong dashes without hypers are going to be quite tricky with approach rate 8. Going to be very easy to dash too early and drop a slider in there.
There was the first slider that looked really painful and definitely could be catching some people off guard. Those very long horizontal sliders. I think that's where the bulk of the misses up until this break are going to definitely come.
I think that miss is reminiscent of something that could happen pretty much anywhere on this map. Just dashing away slightly too early, dropping a slider end. Something that's very commonly seen on like lower approach rate hidden picks.
Yeah, and the start of these streams, you see a 1/3 stream here as well. They have some pretty tricky movement that's very intricate. Definitely see some more misses there as well. You see a few more farther 1/2 dashes coming in towards the end. Nothing too major to close it out though.
So hidden, done, 2 mods down, 2 more to go. Moving on to Hard Rock now. This is going to be Absolute Castaway, Shinsho. Seconds in length, 205 beat. Circle size of a little over 5, and obviously approach rate of 10 when Hard Rock is added. Again, as with the Nomod 1 that we saw, going to be definitely a consistency pick, and hopefully shouldn't require too much in the way of memorization. Just a fairly standard, specific Hard Rock convert with just consistency and the prior approach rate to deal with.
Yeah, there was one little stream in the intro that seemed to possibly provide a little bit of trouble, but not that much.
So this is not specifically created for the CWC, but it is also, as I said with one of our previous maps, very recent, coming from December of last year. Has technically a rankable spread, so if you love this and you're a BN, or if you're just a regular modder, and you want to see this pushed to rank, then please go feel free to poke Illuminate for that one.
It already is ranked, actually.
Is this really ranked?
It is ranked,
I saw this as pending. Maybe this is just me having a terrible... It is actually ranked. The bottom of my screen was not loading, which usually has the scoreboard on. So if you do want to mod it, sorry, but you can't.
I don't believe we need to make it again. Yeah, that was actually one of my favorite songs that I saw getting to the rank section recently. Because, man, the song is actually so good to listen to. And the top dip is really fun to play as well.
This is just what happens when you take a little bit of time away from the game and hundreds of maps get ranked in your absence. So I do apologize for that.
No worries, there's too many to count at this point, so you can never get them all.
Was expecting a little bit of a deformed stream there, but I think it ended up looking fairly sane. Nothing really jumping out at me as being kind of horribly misspaced. Quite nice, quite a surprise, but welcome for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It seems, like you said, pretty standard, especially for Hard Rock 1. Sonic seems like what they're going for with all the first picks of the maps. Kind of be more standard, but a little bit easier.
2 Hard Rock FCs, one from Vito and one from Abstract. Both players looking pretty well at the top of that one. Vito with the hidden Hard Rock and Abstract just the Hard Rock SS. So hopefully there'll be some more people joining them very soon.
There definitely will be at this point, I think. Usually these kind of spread dose maps don't get played that much with Hard Rock because, you know, everyone's playing the top diff. Nobody really notices the in-between diffs per se. But it is definitely doable. You could expect some more FCs from it. See Hyper in the chat saying, HCHR soon, thanks.
Well, I guess if it wasn't Scorby 2, then technically this would be 3. Excellent play there from Spectator.
I wonder who that is.
Yes, interesting. But that is going to be, as we said, Hard Rock #1, Hard Rock the first. Hard Rock 2, a very, very famous song. Beat Mario, Night of Nights. No matter whether you've been playing this game for a week or 10 years, you've almost certainly heard of this one. This one's going to be just under 3 minutes in length, 180 BPM, a cycle size of 5.2 and approach rate of 10, so very standard CS4 converted to 5.2 with Hard Rock.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of people are going to be familiar with this song, but I don't think many people are going to be that familiar with the map. The map is something that I don't think many people have seen before, but it does seem to have these kind of wiggly patterns, as well as in the intro you saw those kind of vertical sliders that are precision-based.
Yes, this is a slightly older map from www or Fee or Ymir or any number of other names that they have gone by. Some of these linear streams with Hard Rock look a little bit funky, but nothing has appeared too drastically deformed just yet.
Yeah, a bit more standard as you would usually see from these Hard Rock picks in CWC. In the past years, usually we get more of these Hard Rock patterns that kind of deform and are you all over the place, but this year it seems like the map pool selectors are doing a pretty good job of trying to limit that to a bit of a minimum, which is always a bit nice to see. But it also takes away a little bit of the Hard Rock skill expression, not that much. Actually seeing some repetition-based patterns coming in here, the symmetry.
Interesting to see a couple of little 1/6 or 1/8, or I'm not quite sure exactly what they are, doublets there. Not something I had expected coming into, like, knowing the song, obviously. That looked like a really annoying quarter hyperdash standstill into another quarter hyperdash pattern there.
That definitely was one of those Hard Rock patterns I did mention, but it wasn't that hard. Maybe a few people will get caught out by it. It's probably one of those places where you choke a one mix on, you know, kind of feel bad after it. Oh, that was a bit more hard though. That one could definitely see more misses on. Funny enough, the player who played the map, I think, yeah, Deletto, actually hit those but missed right before it, so it's a bit unlucky.
So we're going to end the Hard Rock pool, as always, with a convert. This is going to be Pop Shove It feat Tofuku by Blood Code, one of our featured artists. This is mapped by Hobbs. It is 3 minutes in length, 180 BPM, and same as before, cycle size 5.2 and approach rate of 10. This one is from November 2020. Currently has no Hard Rock FCs. That is a very, very typical higher star rating converted pattern of just 2 strong dashes back to back to back.
Yeah, those are usually the kind of patterns that's like, why do I play hard rock? You know, that feeling.
I completely agree with that one. We've got some of these lower movement streams as well. There seems to be some really drastic changes in intensity throughout this difficulty, where patterns, like parts of the map will be, oh wow, remember to go left there, I guess.
Yeah, I love spin traps too, don't you? Man, but it's still fun.
What I was trying to say is there are a lot of patterns that seem like sections of the song where there's very little movement, and then you'll be thrown a really intense pattern like that out of seemingly nowhere without much in the way of changes in intensity to the music.
These notes are like so painful because they're like all over the place, honestly. Can't really predict them. Usually in Catch Pacific maps, also that was a moved 1-4 note right there. Thank you, Hard Rock, again. But usually in the Catch Pacific maps, the mappers will kind of play towards what Instinct goes to, but in Converse you get none of that. So you're kind of just left stranded, hoping that you go the right way.
Every hard rock player's a second favorite friend, low density and standstills.
We have a lot of good friends, I'm pretty sure at this point.
It's a Stockholm syndrome. You want to hate them, but you just can't stay away.
Yeah, this is actually, I think, the most misses of a replay that we've seen in quite a while in this kind of sort of stage that we've been in the map, in the tournament.
Pretty sure that was 2 quarter hyper dashes of different strengths back to back. That looked pretty spicy. But I guess we're going to be going on to the double time pool now. Abracadabra by Brown Eyed Girls. This is going to be another map from Rockma, his second in this quarterfinal pool. Again, a custom map. 2 minutes in length with double time added, 192 BPM, circle size of 5, and a fairly standard double time approach rate of just under 9.7.
Yeah, so far this seems kind of like not what you would typically expect from a double time pick. Usually you don't see these kind of CS5 airy picks anymore with a far 1-1 jumps across screen. Like, that was a far hyper dash too right there.
And I know some people might think this is a little bit meant as an insult, but it's really not. I see a lot of convert style patterns and slider shapes and distances here, which is very interesting to see in a specific map. And I think the circle size 5 AR8 aesthetic really plays into that very nicely.
Yeah,
Like, you could put this in like the DT3 spot and say it was a convert, and I would say that, like, yeah, I could maybe see that happening.
Yeah, I agree with you in that, because the kind of aesthetic that it gets is definitely pretty nice. That was a pretty big 1-4 wiggle right there.
Even wiggling for the droplets, just to flex. I wonder if those little buzz sliders are stackable. I'm not sure I'd want to try it if I was on 700 combo here, but
I think they must
it did look just about okay.
Yeah, I think they must be. Otherwise, I think it might be a little bit too hard for this round if you had to wiggle them. At that point, it's probably just player preference.
So Operation Blade, our second custom double time pick, is going to be in the DT2 slot by Yumino Himiko, or Examination. This one is 2.5 minutes in length, 188 BPM. Very interesting combination of circle size 3.6, so much lower than expected, but approach rate 10.2, a little bit higher than we've seen in any of the double time brackets thus far.
Yeah, you guys like the Genshin Impact that was on DT2? Now we got Arcanines on DT2 this time. Gotta get your Gacha Syndrome checked in before you get that match playing. I know there's a lot of people who are playing Genshin. I remember in the USA-Argentina match, there was one player who was like, yeah, I was up for like 36 hours playing Genshin. I'm like, oh no. Everybody's too addicted nowadays to the gacha games. But yeah, this map, like you said, is a bit higher approach rate than you usually see. It is at 10.2. And there's quite a few of the gaps that are like 1-1 farther across the screen. They kind of have to read, you can't really memorize because there's a bit too many of them.
Looking at this difficulty and how it plays, it reminds me of another Yume no Himiko map that was kind of potentially going for rank maybe 2 years ago, which had a very similar kind of only vertical and horizontal patterns style. And I think that's maybe been adapted or reused or kind of employed in another way here. Because I see like a couple of curved sliders, but nearly everything else is kind of vertical or a linear kind of slider or triplet, and there's lots of little tap dashing required.
Those dashes actually getting a little bit farther each time. See it continue here as well. Definitely catch some people off. They're kind of like sticking to a metronome and it's like, oh, I just went like 2 pixels slightly farther than I needed to. You know, it's like, man, bit of an unlucky miss, but the better players, I'm assuming, will be able to adapt to that.
Yeah, whereas some of our previous double time picks have been quite flowy, this one is very snappy. Caters to a very different style of play. And it wouldn't be a double time pool in the Catch World Cup without some ZTS. This one is Resurrected Replayer, not one that I think we've seen before, by Evil Elvis. This is from October 2015. Is going to be 2 minutes 44 seconds in length, 210 BPM, cycle size of 4, and an approach rate with double time added of 10. So slightly higher AR as far as converts are concerned. And I'm sure we're going to have some edge dashes thrown in here as well as some funky shaped streaks.
Oh yeah, we already saw, I think 2 of them coming in. One was a bit to the left, another one was to the right.
So whilst this plays out, you guessed when I'm asking, Tiebreaker will be next. So if you have any guesses, then feel free to throw those in the chat.
I think quite a few people might be able to guess who mapped this one. The actual song, I'm not sure if people will be able to guess it.
Something about approach rate kind of 10 and above, when these calm sections with tiny movement and then the added fluidity of the catcher with double time just makes me really nervous. Like, you know that you need to move delicately, but everything moves way more than you expect it to. And it's very difficult to kind of micro reposition if you really need to, because the rest of the notes are just approaching so fast.
Trust me, you're not the only one who gets nervous in spots like those. I can bet that quite a few people definitely get nervous in spots like these. Especially when it's sort of building up, you kind of feel the impending doom, as you could say. It's like, oh no, it's gonna get hard, it's gonna get hard. And then it just drops on you like, ah. And if you hold throughout the whole thing, you're feeling good. But if you miss, not really feeling that great. those were a bit far on the 1-4 sliders.
Yeah, I thought there was a hyperdash there, but I think my mind just kind of invented the fact that there was a hyperdash there because I don't think there were.
Yeah, I don't think there were either, but it looked really far, so might be a little bit of a challenging spot there towards the end.
So DT is down, it's tiebreaker time, and this will be from Ascendance. Baby Metal, Tales of the Destinies. 5 minutes 35 seconds in length, 200 BPM, circle size of 4.5, and an approach rate of 9.6. So settings wise, fairly consistent, fairly standard as far as most people will be familiar. Again, custom created for CWC and is a collaboration with Gemzu. And we're going to see lots and lots of different snapping and hyper changes throughout, with some BPM changes as well. BPM 109 to 600. Interesting.
Interesting indeed. I'm assuming that this map is going to be somewhat similar to Ascendance and Jamesu's recent collab. I believe it was Reason from Galnerius. I think the songs are quite similar, and it's probably going to be very similar in terms of the mapping style, with these extremely bass picks, but some kind of awkward 1/3 sections you see here.
Little tapped walk sliders there that you can say, oh, maybe I'm going to stack these, but missing in a spot like that is just a very heartbreaking, depressing feeling.
Oh yeah, those are this kind of spots where nerves get a huge playing factor right there. It's just like, oh, please don't miss this, please don't miss this, and they end up missing it. Just like, why'd I have to miss that?
If you missed that in a quarterfinal match, you've still got like 3/4 of the map still to go. That's not a good time, a length of time for your head to be in a bad mental space.
Oh, we keep seeing them come over and over too. Thankfully, they're not that hard to actually hit. Yeah, we do see quite a bit of 1/3.
Yeah, I was gonna say some 1/3 coming in. These little regular and inverted triples. Some really fast-spaced, like a long hyperdash chain there.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more 1/3 than you would see in these kind of Metal Rock maps that you would get a high difficulty starting map out of.
And that was a really strong hyperdash into a very vertical slider. I can definitely see that as a potential overshoot and break opportunity.
That was a far 1/4 hyper dash with sliders right there. Started off. Definitely see some people maybe get caught off guard because it was that far. It's like, oh, we're going into this little guitar solo here. Actually not guitar solo, I hear drums in the background. I stand corrected.
That was a last dash all the way to the left. Right at the end to catch that long slider tail. Definitely not something that you want to kind of lose concentration right at the end of that long guitar and drum section that you were talking about, and just kind of lazily dash to the right when there's a slider all the way on the left.
That was a far 1/4 hyper dash into the 1/2 hyper dash chain right there. Right off to start this chorus up. Does seem pretty well mapped. It's more of a consistency based pick as you would expect from Tiebreaker. lots of places where you could definitely find some misses if you're just not really playing the best or you're nervous, you know. Some people might be thinking song is right over about there, but nope. Got a few more, I'm assuming just a slow slider section right at the end. Actually quite a bit longer than usually you see at the end of a map when they have these sort of calm down sections. Usually they're only like maybe maximum of 15-20 seconds. This one seems to be upwards of about 45, maybe 50 seconds, maybe even a minute, I'm not sure. But you can maybe see some nerve misses there. It'd be pretty interesting if you saw a score flip in that section. That would be remarkable, honestly. But yeah, that is our tiebreaker for this round.
Yeah, we will have to see if any of those predictions do come true, as exciting as we would have to, as they would be to see. We'll have to wait until next week, our quarterfinal stage, to see how that pans out. Again, none of the teams that lost this week in the round of 16 have been eliminated. They've just dropped down to the losers bracket, and they'll have one more chance to proceed. And if they lose any further matches, then they will unfortunately be eliminated from this year's World Cup. The remaining 8 teams in the winners bracket, as I said, have 2 chances to lose, as is double elimination. So they have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more security. But as the rounds get harder and the maps get more difficult and the nerves and pressure and everything builds, eventually someone is going to have to come out on top and everyone else is going to be the loser. But we'll see how that happens in future weeks. Do you have any kind of comments before we part ways on the map pool? I guess you're going to be looking forward to playing some of these next week, Seka.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to some of them. Some of them I'm going to be pretty nervous on, but we're going to get it done, hopefully. Don't forget that you can buy your banners on the O Store. Support your teams. Every team that you can buy a banner for is still in the tournament, so if you're really hoping that they'll make a good losers bracket run, go support them with that banner. I think that'll be about us. Schedules will be up soon, momentarily, as soon as they get done. Map pool will be posted on the wiki as soon as that is ready as well. Yeah, make sure you join us next weekend.
Yeah, so do follow us on OsLive, Twitch, and of course Twitter as well to get updates on when those schedules are released and when we do go live, if you want to follow us as is. Again, banners and all that cool stuff available on the store supports the stream. And that'll be it from myself, JB Hyperion, and Seka. And we'll see you in the next week, the quarterfinal stage of the 2021 OsCatch World Cup. Hope you all have a wonderful week, and we will see you next time.
time, everybody. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is CWC 2021. Once again, we're going to kick off the weekend with a bit of Suity Fruity action, meaning we have some nice shirts, we have a bit of a suit going on. I'm here, joined by Quinten, our Belgian friend. How are you doing, Quinten?
Thank you for the proper introduction, Conrad. I'm doing fine. What about yourself?
I'm doing good.
You're doing good.
I decided to go for a different type of suit this time. Not even any sort of tie, but I'm feeling good. And you're looking great as well, Quinten.
Thank you very much. I was about to say the same about you.
You're such a cutie. You're looking absolutely marvelous. And so is everybody else in chat. Thank you guys for joining this recap. We're going to recap the round of 16 that happened last week. We're going to talk you guys through the matches, and after that, we're going to go over to some predictions for what will happen this weekend in the quarterfinal matches, and which teams we believe will win, which teams will have to leave the tournament. In our opinion, that is. We're going to see all of that action this week, and we're going to talk about it in a few minutes. But first, we're going to get started with those matches from the round of 16. We're going to go over them in order of the bracket, so not in chronological order, so just so you know that. And that means that we're going to have to start off and talk about Hong Kong versus Poland. Also, big shout out to Quinten for making a few notes on this one. So we have notes to talk about this time. So this was a 6-0 score, kind of the blowout. I did not really expect 0 points to come out of Poland. Kind of a surprise to me. Hong Kong is obviously really strong though. I obviously did predict Hong Kong to win this over Poland, but I'm pretty sure I at least granted Poland like 2, maybe even 3 points in my prediction. I can't remember exactly, but not 0 in any case. And in that breath, something that I see in the notes is that Hong Kong had like 8 misses in total throughout the entire game, which is absolutely incredible. There's some really good players in Hong Kong for early stage maps. We've already seen that in group stage where a lot of these Hong Kong players were in the top 10 classification in terms of how well the players did on the maps in respect to the other players. And I mean, Hong Kong might be one of these top contenders this year. Quinten was one of those guys who called Hong Kong like a top 3 contender like last year already. They might really be it this year though, Quinten, am I right?
Yeah, I remember as well talking to you about like a couple of months ago, and I told you guys I feel like Hong Kong is being underestimated. And it's been showing, right? This is a 6-0 scoreline. I feel like it's not really fair to Poland because they play really, really well. But this Hong Kong team is looking absolutely amazing this year. There were 18 plays in total, right? 6 maps, 3 players. And out of those 18 plays, there were 15 full combos. And one of those misses was on the very last node as well. So there were 8 misses spread out over 3 maps and then 15 full combos. So there's not a lot you can do if you're Poland. And it came down to singular misses every single time. Poland, I believe, was the 4th best team out of every single team in this quarterfinal. But Hong Kong was just stopping the leaderboard with like a 2% score advance over South Korea as well. Really looking strong this year. We didn't see Novoids or Sakanas this weekend, and I'm assuming we're not going to be seeing those two a lot the upcoming weekends as well, because the 4 other players have everything covered, it seems like. There's no weaknesses to be spotted on this Hong Kong team, so it was really, really tough match for Poland. And once again, every single year it's the same narrative. Poland getting out of the group stage and then facing off against some huge powerhouse. And mostly it was China or South Korea, but this year it was just Hong Kong, and this Hong Kong team is definitely in the run for a top 3 finish, I do believe.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll play as well on the later map pools as they do in this one, these ones in the early stages. It's always been one of those cases where Hong Kong, I felt like would be maybe the very strongest team in like the super early stages of the tournament, then slowly degrade in terms of quality towards the end of the tournament. Truly, that might not really be the case anymore, considering how well these players have gotten at like super high-end stuff as well. So really looking forward to seeing that. But we can't really call that at the moment due to the fact we don't know the map pools of the future. We can't look into the future quite as a commentator, which would have been a lovely ability. But super strong team this year. Poland not doing bad at all. So the 6-0 scoreline, that would not have happened for Poland in like any other scenario, I do believe. I think that having to face off Hong Kong this early on is just a big burden to any sort of team. So that's really unfortunate for them. But they're not out of the tournament. Again, round of 16 means that all of the teams that participate in that round will still be in the quarterfinals. It just means that some of the teams will be in the winners bracket, having an easier time to go towards like the very late stage of the tournament, and others will be in the losers bracket, meaning that one loss will mean elimination of for the tournament. So they're still in it, and there's still an opportunity for them to come back. It's just really unfortunate to lose like this 6-0 very early on, which only happened one other time in this round, I'm pretty sure, which was a predictable outcome too. Whereas this one, I felt like Hong Kong absolutely outdid even themselves, and Poland was strong as always, but just not really strong enough at all to take on the monstrous Hong Kong. So well played by both teams, but damn, Hong Kong, absolutely amazing. Very well done.
Definitely. I have two concerns, honestly, one for each team. Hong Kong, definitely their scaling, which you already elaborated on. I feel like they're super strong in these early matches, but then going on further into the tournaments, AR9 DT and all that kind of fast stuff coming up, I'm quite sure AFB can't really play it. So then we have to look at like Auto LS, Latifa Sama, and Suetsu Kyoka. I'm not too certain if those three can manage. I feel like the three of them are really strong, but then again, scaling on this team might not be as high as a couple of other teams in this round of 16. On the other side, Poland, once again, that loser bracket right off the get-go, and we've seen in previous years, there's a couple of players that just do not want to play in that loser bracket, and they do not show up, and then Poland just lose in that loser bracket because they only have half a team. Really hoping that this weekend this is not going to be the case, that we can see the entire Polish team see their full potential, because they once again have a huge task ahead of them, because they're facing off Italy in the next round, whilst Hong Kong has their very first called challenge test to see where they're currently at, facing off China, which is also one huge powerhouse. So really tough matches for both teams coming up in the upcoming weekends. I'm not too sure if you have anything to add to that, Conrad.
No, you're absolutely right on that. It's always been the case for Poland to like get some of the worst opponents in the round of 16, even though they always perform quite well in group stage. They didn't finish as like the first seed this year because Russia did in their group, so they were forced to play against a strong opponent anyway. But this time around, also having to face Italy in the loser bracket, which we're going to be talking about China, Italy after this one. Good luck to them, basically, is what I'm wishing, because the China-Italy match was something else as well. Which is, yeah, let's just get into that one right now. 6-3 scoreline for China-Italy. For some reason, I keep saying China, but it's China. China versus Italy. Yeah, this was somewhat predictable, I would say, but I know that there's still a lot of supporters for Italy that believe Italy to be like a contender for first place in this tournament, which might be possible, but it's still they still remain somewhat weak due to them having Arm and Karen, which are really good players for Hard Rock and Double Time, but then having to fill out Hidden, you know, not being quite on the same level as some of the other top-seeded teams. That's mostly what leads to their downfall, and especially against a team like China, where there's players who can also play Double Time and Hard Rock like incredibly well. The scoreline then favors China in the end with a 6-3 scoreline, because throughout the entire match they had to like fight an uphill battle, and at a certain point they broke. I think it was like a 4-3 scorelines when they just lost the last two maps without any sort of chance of trying to grab the score back. And solid performance for everybody, but China also, just like Hong Kong, one of the super strong teams you don't want to see anywhere in the tournament, but especially not in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely. Italy coming in 4th place, I believe, last year. A really strong performance from them last year, but they had the advantage, you could say, of playing against relatively easier opponents, getting to that semi-final winner bracket, then losing one time, winning one more time, losing another time. So that's a way easier way of getting into that top 4, whilst now they're in that loser bracket. They have to keep on winning. There's not a single time they can lose, even though there's some really strong teams that are still in that winner bracket that can drop down to face Italy, such as Poland this weekend. So they're looking at a really tough task this year. Their team is relatively strong. I feel like the addition of Sir Waffle is definitely going to give them more scaling on Nomad. Vito can play harder. Double time, I feel like a third player on difficult double time is still somewhat lacking. Their hidden has improved as well compared to last year. Last year, we all knew as soon as Italy was playing a match, they're going to lose at least 2 points on hidden. It's probably going to be the case this year as well, but they're putting up more of a fight, as I believe. Arma and Kerem have practiced some high AR hidden. Low AR hidden is always going to be off the table for Italy. Everyone knows that. And again, I feel like this Italian team has grown a lot in strength, but so has any other top and high seed team mostly, and that is kind of putting them at a worse spot than last year, I do believe. China, on the other hand, confident victory, I do reckon, especially having two newer players like Kovir and Sianos playing this year instead of Nagi and Kalyanet, definitely showing up, and especially, once again, Dusk super strong. I believe he MVP'd every single map in that match, except one where he got outspun by his teammates Crystal. So he's still full combo, but he just got outspun.
I think he only
Absolutely
didn't
insane
full combo
performance.
one map too. I think that was the gimmick too. You've seen like every single map but one, and he MVP'd all of those as well. So I've been saying this for I think 4 years, but Dusk is still like the strongest tournament player that there is. When he's warmed up, he's absolutely the best. It's showing again. Italy not really having an answer for that, even though they were really strong too. And yeah, they are going to play Poland this round, which we're going to get into. But it's again a very unfortunate matchup for Poland. And I think a lot of people are expecting Italy to make it out of this round still. And comparing their performances, really, you could call this to be a fairly close match. But then again, the map pool is different too from last week. It's a little bit harder. And things might change and shift a little bit according to that. So, well played against both teams. China being really strong there versus Italy, and they're going to be playing Hong Kong, which is going to be a match of like incredibly high caliber. Can't wait to see that this weekend too. But that's that for Italy. 6-3, well done still, and it's about in line from what you'd expect from that team in early stages. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. Playing free against China. I mean, not a lot of other teams could do that. Not even teams that have qualified into this round too. So yeah. Moving on, we're going to be talking about two entirely whole different teams. It's going to be the Northern American match, which is the US of A versus Canada, which again came down to a 6-3 scoreline in favor of the USA. And yeah, we've already sort of stated the fact that Canada has become really good at playing tournaments. America, the USA, not being like the strongest setup they've ever had in CWC due to the omission of Rosselt. He didn't want to play this year, which is completely fine. But they still have a fairly alright roster, still a very strong roster in terms of like USA rosters. And that's the reason why they were able to win against Canada as well, which is not somebody that a lot of people would call like a top 5 team this year, but more like a definitely like top 16 to top 8 range, more or less, I would reckon. Pretty nice match again. You might want to take us through that exactly, because I'm not. Did you commentate that match, or am I going insane?
Did not, but I did watch it though.
Did.
I did watch it.
Right.
Our thoughts on that one are Canada has really been improving the past year. They had already had quite a couple of good players last year. I believe their roster is practically the same, but just all players have just been playing a lot of tournaments. We've seen them around in the communities a lot lately. And I do feel as well that the atmosphere in the Canadian catch team is definitely something that makes them more outstanding than any other team. They play other games together as well. I feel like they play League of Legends and all that kind of stuff.
Of course you would know.
Of course I would know about League of Legends. No, either way, they're more of a friend group than actually a catch Canadian team, I would call it. It's a little, I don't know what to call it, but they just get along really well, and that shows on how they play together in a tournament match. Then again, I had a really tough matchup as well this year. USA, obviously, top 3 finisher multiple times already in the past few years, but definitely this year I feel like I'm a little worried about the scaling of the USA team. I've seen their captain, Sekre, tell us a lot that they're still expecting to get top 3 this year, but I'm not too sure that's actually going to be happening. Something I wanted to know as well is that Canada beat USA on hidden, and I was like, USA is probably the strongest hidden team on the earth. definitely last year. But with the loss of Russelt and Sekri having to step in on Hidden, I'm not too sure that's going to keep being the strong suit in the upcoming rounds. There are 7 Hidden, for example, in a Grand Finals map. I'm not too sure if Sekri can play. I do know Lexi and Zach can, but Sekri perhaps not. So I'm a little worried about the scaling of USA. Then again, they beat Canada. They had a relatively clean match, let's just put it that way. And they're in the winners quarterfinals. There's nothing more they can wish for, right? Canada, sadly, getting a really tough opponent, but dropping down to the loser bracket. And once again, getting a really tough opponent again. They're facing off against Taiwan, if I'm not mistaken, in the quarterfinals. So once again, a tough task, but I do have faith in this Canadian team. They're looking really solid this year. The atmosphere is decent, and they have all mods covered as well. Beating USA on Hidden, for example, is definitely something you can write home about, right?
Yeah, it's not bad, especially, well, the thing with USA Hidden, it's always been a little funky in the sense that Zach can't really do like those super fast maps that sometimes get put into Hidden. Like sometimes you kind of just get regular maps in the Hidden bracket too, which are things that Sekri can play really well, but Zach, on the other hand, can't really do that incredibly well. Whereas Zach is more of that AR -4 guy, you know, who plays those super incredibly old, super slow maps incredibly well. Lexi can do both, but Sekri, on the other hand, I wouldn't call him like the best player for those kind of for that kind of atmosphere in Hidden. Even though, like anything else in Hidden, he can do quite all right. He's just a really solid all-round player, all-round performer as well. And they don't really have a feel for that that second fill they used to have, which is Russell, which could also do both quite well. Not quite on the same level as Lexi, but still quite all right. They're going to have to deal with those with Colin and Kitsetsu Notori on the roster, which I don't think will have the same amount of power in total for Hidden. And I believe that same translates to other brackets such as Double Time and Hard Rock in the very late stages as well, where they will be missing out on some of that nice, juicy Russell performance too. So you might be right on the scaling part there, especially on like anything that is modded, I would say. Like Hard Rock, Double Time, and Hidden are all a little bit weaker for them towards the later stages. But for now, they're still performing quite on the same level as they always have. And that goes to show in beating Canada. So well played to them once again. And yeah, Canada having to go through that losers bracket, pretty annoying place to start off from, especially for a team that might not be like considered like top 8 of the tournament compared to some of these other teams that we are seeing. But they might just do it. We never know. They have surprised me plenty already in group stage, and they might just surprise us plenty again in the upcoming stages. So I'm still looking forward to it, if anything. Yeah, them playing versus Taiwan this week. And so I think that's a very fair match and still very fun and interesting to experience.
Yeah, definitely. I suggest we go on to the next match. We already dangled it a little bit. France versus Taiwan. Most likely, actually, definitely the most hype match of this weekend. Not because the two teams were considered to be quite close in skill. Actually, they're relatively close, but just because of the fact that it went to a tiebreaker scenario. And to add to that, there were 2 maps where the score difference were 92 points and 120 points. So that was a single droplet or like 2 droplets at the very most. Really close match between both teams. Start off, I feel like this France roster is definitely improved from last year. They have gotten T-Tobas back. I believe Natsuko is making his debut as well in CWC. And that's definitely showing, especially in that tiebreaker performance, both of them holding combo above 200,000, definitely out comboing the Taiwanese side. But overall, both teams were neck and neck. Taiwan definitely improving as well. The Dodoabe played for the very first time this year as well, if I'm not mistaken. So it's good to see Dodoabe back. Definitely a really good, solid player. Only one missing that tiebreaker as well. Solid performance from them. Both teams, I mean, it was just a coin toss at the end, right? And France, luckily, they managed to win that tiebreaker so they can stay in that winner bracket, because obviously that winner bracket is so much preferred over that loser bracket. You basically get a second chance if you mess up one match, right? Taiwan, sadly, in that loser bracket, face off against Canada this weekend. Relatively tough matchup, but same goes for France, right? They're facing off the United States in the quarterfinals. Also, relatively harsh for both teams. What are your thoughts on this matchup, Conrad?
as for France, well, firstly, I kind of want to give my opinion on like France Taiwan too, but like 6-5.
That's what I meant. Actually, my apologies.
I caught a wind of that already, so I did it anyway. But it's always been some of the most exciting matches in the entirety of CWC history. I don't know what it is between France and Taiwan. I just can't understand why their skill level is like pretty much exactly the same every year. But it always seems to be the case, and they always have come out with like some of the most amazing matches for us to view. Again this year, they did it in 2018. I'm pretty sure they did it like in between 2018 and 2021 sometimes as well. And yeah, great match. I actually was not able to watch this one, but I heard stories that I saw my Twitter blow up like so many messages talking about like, whoa, this match is so good. This is the best matches of the weekend. And I fully believe that when you have score differences, there's 92 and 120 points. Like that happens sometimes, but twice in the same game, nah, that barely or maybe never has happened before. Like not this close anyway. So that's great to see. Solid performance for both teams. I wouldn't call them like the top echelon teams for this year either, but again, this 6-5 scoreline mostly came down to the fact that their skill levels is so very similar, and because of that, they can entertain us mostly like a lot, and they hopefully will for the remainder of the tournament. As for the upcoming matches, yeah, France playing against USA, which honestly, this is like the match between France and USA where I believe France actually might have a shot at it, which has never really been the case historically. I would have always preferred USA over France. I think I still will in this matchup, but I might be proven wrong is what I'm declaring here. And as for Taiwan, they're playing Canada again. Not maybe considered like some of the super best in this tournament, but that could be a fairly close game too. And Taiwan is known for choking quite a lot as well in these tournaments and some of these sticky scenarios. So that might happen against Canada, which seems to be more confident in their footing at the moment. But we'll talk more about that in a sec. We're going to go on to Australia versus South Korea, considering the time here, which was a clean sweep for South Korea. I think this is the only clean sweep that I called for this round, and it did indeed happen. So I'm the best predictor ever, firstly. And secondly, honestly, not all that Australia could have done in this match versus South Korea, considering the score lines that South Korea was able to pull off, as they always have, basically. Very few misses on their end, and Australia performing kind of like Australia. You would expect Australia to perform. And yeah, I want to, again, it's not even South Korea's like very best team that they've ever been able to put together, but it's still more than plenty to beat almost every single team in the tournament. And it goes to show with something like a clean sweep against an Australia, which honestly is quite strong compared to some of the other years that they've played. I was a bit skeptical considering that they were missing out on some players, but they are still performing like absolutely formidably. So well done to them. And unfortunately, the South Korea matchup, just you can't really ever pull it off, can you?
No, not at all. I mean, any single team that has to face South Korea in a round of 16 or even a group stage scenario is going to suffer, and that is shown in this matchup as well. I feel like Australia is mostly happy that they made it out of that group stage. They know they're not the strongest team in the tournament by now. They're still looking at difficult matchups for the loose bracket as well. Feel like they're just happy to be here right now. Definitely still putting on a decent performance, but obviously drawing South Korea in a round of 16 scenario, you're not going to have a lot of chances to beat them, and that is shown. South Korea played relatively well, but I feel like there's more potential in this team. They scale more. They're just, I wouldn't call it struggling on these easier pools because they're not struggling whatsoever, but there are other teams that are performing better than they are currently on these easier pools, right? Thinking of Hong Kong, thinking of even, I believe Poland even played better, I'm not too certain. China probably did as well. Like, those teams played a little better than South Korea, but then again, they did the job. They won 6-0, nothing more that you can wish for, right? Australia had a little weakness on Hidden, and I believe that's going to be exploited this weekend as well. It kind of showed that they struggled a lot with Hidden, score difference above 200,000 points, and South Korea wasn't even triple of seeing those Hidden maps, so just Australia not really feeling it on Hidden, I do believe. South Korea being the tournament favorites, they're still the tournament favorites for me, but I would put Hong Kong quite close to them, perhaps China. Those three are my personal face for that top 3 finish, but South Korea has so much scaling. I believe it's his debut of Abstract. I mean, this guy has been playing this game for so long. He's the #1 score farmer as of like the day before yesterday, and he's playing in CWC. He's just incredibly talented, he has so many like skill sets that other players lack because of just how much playtime he has in this game, and that's definitely going to be showing in those later rounds. Like a Convert AR9 DT, put Abstract on it, right? He's going to full combo, most likely. He's going to carry there. So the scaling on South Korea is really, really high this year. And I mean, if a team is if a team is wanting to win points against South Korea, it has to be done in these earlier rounds. In a quarterfinal, I believe you can take 3 or 4 points of a South Korea in a quarterfinal because they're going to be choking, kind of, not even, I wouldn't call it choking, but missing here and there. Whilst on a harder map build, you're just going to be outscaling you, definitely. So if you want to have a chance at this point, you have to beat them in an early round. I mean, they're looking at a match versus Chile. I think Chile is the ideal candidate for beating this team in an early round. Whilst Australia wasn't really the proper candidate for that. Either way, GG will play to both teams. Australia definitely stronger than past couple of years, but there's just in that little circle of teams like a Finland, a Australia, a Netherlands. I would even put Mexico in there, Belgium perhaps. Teams are just, they can get in that knockout stage, but they just miss that touch to be able to make an upset or win a couple of maps in such a scenario, and they just need that little bit more of power or more skill on different mob brackets to get there, to be winning a couple of points against other teams, I feel like.
Yeah, perfectly explained by you there, indeed. And Australia is definitely more of a team that's on our pedestal, like our mortal pedestal still. Whereas something like a South Korea, they will be doing better in later stages. They have a very, very solid base, and they have very nice specialists like Abstract and like Draystar for those very peculiar maps. So they'll come in handy sometime. And yeah, not a lot of things that Australia could have done. So GG, well played. As we move into Germany versus Chile, yeah, this was a fun match. Germany started off with a 2-0 lead, and then Chile, out of the blue, just decided to, turn things around a little bit, up it up a little notch, and get that match 6-2 into their favor in the end. Very solidly played by them. Looking at the total miscounts that they have, it's not the same as like a Hong Kong level, but it's very close to that level too. Lots of FCs. Most of these maps, the other teams FC'd, such as Selkup, the Overdose, the Hard Rock Overdose, which nobody is able to pronounce because that word doesn't make any sense. They FC'd that, obviously. So did Germany, actually. So that was like one of their points they actually lost on. But anything else, well done by them, indeed. And Germany seemed to struggle a little bit in some of these maps. Vinci especially not looking like his strongest this weekend. Last weekend, I should be saying. And that leads to Chile beating you, obviously. They're still a very strong team, and they have been top 3 in the past. It might sound kind of redundant to say this by now because it's been a little while, and the last time they were able to top 3 was 2019, which is 2 years ago. Admittedly, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's still quite a lot of time. But honestly, it's still mostly the same roster too. So the skill that they've accumulated throughout the years in tournament play and their experience all comes in and still remains as a handy asset for them. So in that sense, very nice for Chile to beat Germany, which never has been the very strongest tournament team in CWC. Finding the footing after a bit of a choke up at the start of the game, and then just plowing through. So very nicely done by them.
Yeah, definitely. Germany just, I mean, a lot of people were surprised about them winning those first 2 points, right? Chile seemed a little bit off. Germany was really performing quite well. But then as soon as Chile realized what was going on, they just put their foot on the gas and they just never let go. And that explains the 6-2 scoreline in favor of Chile. I feel like most people expected Chile to win this one. Germany has been, I wouldn't call it choking, perhaps a little, but they've just not really been feeling comfortable in like a knockout stage after groups in CWC lately, the past couple of years. Looking back at last year, they lost against Mexico, then they beat Belgium 6-0, but Belgium was just poor at that point, and then I believe they lost against Indonesia 6-1 as well. So just always the very same happening. Not a lot to be said about both of those teams. I feel like the addition of Note Kuroi definitely helping Germany this year. And I feel like we can continue on with the next match, right? Finland versus Philippines.
I had a feeling we had somebody joining us there for a little second, but seems not.
My brother's birthday today, and he came to show me something.
Oh, happy birthday to him then, and everybody should be wishing Quinton's brother a happy birthday. Also important, as important as the match is almost. So we're going to continue with Finland versus the Philippines. 6-2 scoreline in favor of the Philippines. Well done by them for beating Finland. Sadly, my favorite team not doing as well as I hoped to. They've got my banner, they've got my money, so I got to support them as much as I possibly can. Sadly, didn't win there. Honestly, not the best gameplay from either team, I would say, compared to some of the other matches at least. I mean, this would have been exceptional gameplay in 2018, but at the moment, the bar has been set so incredibly high due to some other teams such as Hong Kong that this looks fairly unimpressive in comparison to what we are seeing in some of these other matches. And yeah, honestly, Finland just looking kind of like a low-end, high-seeded team such as Belgium, Australia, performing a little bit worse than Australia even, I would say. And because of that, Philippines, even if they weren't like performing at the very best of the stage, they're still gonna take it with relative ease. Not like a blowout such as we saw with South Korea, but like relative ease compared to what would have happened if they played a different team, such as, for example, Chile, which would have been a lot more exciting and a lot harder for them to do. So well played by them. Not a lot to talk about in this sense. Maybe you have more to add to that to the analysis, because I haven't really looked into the match too much, but that's just kind of what I see in the multiplayer.
I'm just happy for the Philippines getting a proper draw this year. Looking at last year, facing I believe United States in round of 16 and Chile right off. Those two teams got like third and fifth in the tournament. I mean, Philippines' their tournament was over basically as soon as they saw that draw, right? But this year they're in a better draw. But I agree with you. I feel like this Philippines team has more to it than they showed last weekend. Especially Roy, though, if you compare it to his performance from like last year round of 16 against the United States, he has seen like 9 of 11 maps that match, and this match he was just not feeling it very much. But then again, Finland was just not on the same level as the Philippines. They beat Philippines twice in double time though, so perhaps something to worry about for the Philippines. But overall, Bunray, Roydo, like the two of them, if they're in form, that's a really scary team. They have like Kielzu to fill in double time, perhaps Hartog for Kayamine Rin. Rusty, their new addition for Nomad, but he's still quite inexperienced. Definitely on those harder pools, I feel like he's going to be struggling a little more compared to other players like Sir Waffle for Italy, even though he's debuting as well. But Rusty's just a little more inexperienced, I feel like. But definitely, Philippines did the job, but I feel like there's way more into this team than they've shown last weekend. Perhaps that was their reasoning. They just didn't want to show what they were capable of. I saw them play that third group stage match against Malaysia, and they were just switching up rosters, having... I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Kielzu, Rusty, and then Bunray, so Roydo not even playing maps. If Roydo's not playing a map for the Philippines, you know they're testing things out, because Roydo's just all around. He can play everything. He play Air 9 DT and then Air 7 hidden right off. That's just how Roydo is. But I agree with you, Khan. I feel like there's more to it, but definitely they're in the winners brackets, quarterfinals. They're already outdid the performance from last year, so I believe they're feeling well. They're looking at couldn't call it easy, but looking at the other quarterfinal matchups, they definitely probably drew the easiest team out of those 8 teams. And again, easy in this case, little wouldn't call easy whatsoever.
Yeah, it's all
still
relative,
a huge mountain
obviously,
against. Yeah, it's relative.
We're not dissing anybody.
But then again,
I'm a Finland supporter, so I'm not dissing my own
definitely.
team. So in that sense, yeah, they were able to experiment a little, maybe, and they were perhaps lucky in the sense that they drew Finland. But this time they won't be as lucky. So as they continue the journey into the winners bracket, it's going to get harder every single time. And they're going to have to find their footing. Hopefully, Royder will be able to be the one-punch man type of archetype, as he's always been. which honestly, Rode, I would call him like a top 5 tournament player in general too. If he has his day and he's playing well, he's just really solid. So it should go better from them from here on out. They should have a larger shot at things than from what I showed in this round. So it's not like too telling. As for Finland, they might struggle quite a lot in the losers bracket, considering what they're up against in the coming few rounds too. So seeing that pan out might be a little painful for all the Finnish fans. We will have to wait and see, because they'll be playing against Indonesia, which played against Russia last weekend. We'll be getting to those predictions after this one, as this is their final match of last weekend. We're going to go over the Indonesia versus Russia match, where Russia won 6-3. Again, a solid scoreline, fun scoreline to view and stream. And this is the one match where my prediction was just absolutely off, like just way off. Doesn't really happen too often for my own predictions, I would say, but I expected Indonesia to beat Russia quite handily. And if Russia played well or Indonesia played bad, I would have expected a tiebreaker that could go either way, but not a 6-3 win from Russia anyway. So it seems that this old school predicting of mine is starting to become aged at this point. Like, Indonesia not being like a top 3 preferred team anymore is still like kind of brain breaking to me. But it's all thanks to Russia being really good this year and having improved a lot in the last 2 years, especially in their catch careers. Not the actually quite a good match too. Not like the most hyper epic plays that I've seen in this round. There's definitely like a fair amount of misses on every map that is not like considered to be uber easy. But then again, Russia's performance definitely something that is capable of performing all right in winners bracket too. So beating Indonesia early on, I would still consider a strong feat, right? Considering the fact that they've beaten Poland as the top seed in their groups, and then continue on versus a ex-top 3 tournament performer such as Indonesia quite handily like this, looking fairly alright for them. I wouldn't call this match to be the highest of level of matches that we've seen in this weekend, but still like pretty much what you'd expect if you're not me and you're very bad at predicting these kind of things. Pretty much in line with what you would expect. And Indonesia, sadly, like not performing quite what I expect them to perform like this tournament so far.
Definitely perfect analysis. I do not want to brag, but I actually had Russia beating Indonesia 6-3. Now we have that out of the way. All right, then. There we go. No, Russia only had 3 players this weekend. They only had Kitsen Ivy, they only had Insomnia, and they only had Nelly. The 3 of them played every single mob bracket, and they beat Indonesia. They beat Indonesia on Hidden. Russia, not really a Hidden team, right? But they beat Indonesia on Hidden. Perhaps Indonesia choking just a little left and right, but Russia definitely stepping up, and they missed Memoriola this weekend. They missed Vaga. I'm not too sure what their 6th, but I believe Kasselgam is their 6th player. They missed those 3 because Memoriola was in the hospital, I believe. So wishing him the best of recovery, hoping he can make a return soon this weekend. Definitely. Yep. But Russia, just a 3-man team that just beat Indonesia 6-3. Really? I would call it an upset, actually. It is an upset. Not a lot of people expected it to go this way. Definitely Indonesia, this team looking really strong, right? Netamaro making his debut, the 5th ranked player in the world, is on this team for the very first time ever, I believe. And then again, they just weren't able to get those points. Kitsen Ivy, for example, I feel like he's being slept on a little. He's not the highest ranked player, not the most well-known player, but he's definitely been showing up for this Russian team, as well as last year. Was there last year as well, helping Russia to get out of that group stage as a low seed as well. So definitely a lot of improvement in this Russian team. I have faith in them against this Philippines team. I feel like this one could go to a tiebreaker. Perhaps Russia even beating Philippines. A really nice performance from them. Really a great see. Indonesia, on the other hand, I don't know, man. It feels a little lost against Hong Kong 5-1, but Hong Kong obviously is super strong, so we could have just blamed it on Hong Kong being super strong. But now we're losing to Russia 6-3. It's not really looking all too bright for Indonesia currently. They have a matchup against Finland this weekend to get their focus back on probably the easiest opponent out of everyone. Perhaps Australia on that level as well. Not trying to diss anyone whatsoever. Just seeing at the seeding as well, Finland being the only low seed, so probably the easiest opponent for Indonesia. So have some time to catch the breath again. Definitely have to win this match though. Like if Finland beats Indonesia, that's a huge upset, and Indonesia, their tournament is over because they're in that loser bracket. But still, like, they have a little moment to catch their breath again, try to get that focus back on the track, because as soon as if they potentially beat Finland, there's a lot of strong teams waiting for them, and they're in that loser bracket. So as well as Italy, like the same story, trying to get in the top 3, starting from the loser bracket is really, really tough, definitely with the competition this year. So Indonesia should have probably won this match if they wanted to get to that top 3. I feel like they're not going to have an easy time whatsoever.
Yeah, I might call it impossible at this point for Indonesia even, but we're going to get into that discussion actually right now, because that was the last match. We're going to go over the matches that will happen in this quarterfinals, and then from that point onward, we might be able to somewhat predict the course that each team is going to be able to take for the rest of the tournament. So we're just going to go over the chronological order this time around. So the matches are going to be played this Saturday and this Sunday. We're going to go over the match first that starts in literally 30 minutes, which is Hong Kong versus China. I'm going to have to go over this a little quick. So my quick analysis on this one, this might be a historic match in CWC history, and that is not something you should take lightly, because you saw the performance that they were able to pull off in round of 16. This time round, Hong Kong is looking like it's finally bloomed into its perfection, and China is looking as strong as ever too. And this could go either way. And that's what's so weird for me to say, because I don't know who to call in this match. I truly do not know. So if Hong Kong performs as well as they did last weekend, and it's not a fluke, I'm expecting a tiebreaker. And honestly, it might go towards Hong Kong. So I will call it a 6-5. Otherwise, it's going to be China's game if it was a fluke. But man, they're doing great.
I believe I picked a 6-3 in favor of Hong Kong. I'm on the Hong Kong hype train. I feel like this pool is still easy enough to like have that same consistency we've always seen from this Hong Kong team during the entire tournament. So I feel like this is Hong Kong's moment to shine. If they beat China now, they're basically the perfect trajectory for a top 3 finish. They need to win this one to finally get that top 3, because I believe Hong Kong has never finished that top 3, even though their team is so incredibly strong. So this year is the year, I feel like.
Yeah, this match is very essential. This is very essential to either team. Then moving on, we go to Finland versus Indonesia. That's a losers bracket match. It's going to be played after this one. This might be close because of Indonesia not performing quite to the pedestal that they've always have, in my opinion. And Finland just performing like a regular high seed, honestly, at this point. The trajectory of these two teams is kind of close at this point. I'm still going to put my belief into Indonesia, though, despite the fact that they've honestly put out unexpectedly, I wouldn't want to call it disappointing, but definitely not like gameplay that I would have expected from them so far. Just a little below par, which I still want to believe in them. Other than that, what they've performed like so far, so I will still say that they're going to take the match 6-3. But I might be entirely wrong, and Indonesia might have to like completely recalculate what they want to do from now on.
Yeah, definitely on the same track as you, Conrad. I feel like this one should go to Indonesia, but definitely a performance from last week making us doubt a little. Finland have a tough task ahead of them, but there is a potential, definitely. They're not against, say, South Korea, they're not against, say, Italy, they're not against, say, even Germany or something. They drew Indonesia, and I feel like this might be their shot this year, but definitely huge mountain to climb. I'm also on the Indonesian side, so I think a 6-2 scoreline, perhaps 6-1. It should be, on paper, definitely Indonesia's win, but in a tournament match, anything can happen, right?
Sounds very charming, and it's true, though. You're very correct. Next up, another losers bracket match, Poland versus Italy. So this one is actually on a bit of a higher level than something like Finland, Indonesia. Again, though, Italy was really good last week as well. They were playing China, but they were still really good. And Poland, on the other hand, they were also really good, but their morale might be really low at this point due to the 6-0 loss that they had compared to what Italy had to deal with, which was 6-3. Considering that, I'm not entirely sure how many people of either roster are online. If Poland were to perform as well as last week, which I doubt will happen, it could be close, but I'm calling Italy win here. with a scoreline like 6-2, honestly, if it goes as I would normally expect it to go.
Yeah, I feel like everyone that's doing pick'ems should definitely give Poland 2 points because there's 2 hidden maps, and Italy winning a hidden map is seeming unlikely, definitely in the higher stage. So a 6-2 scoreline seems alright. I'm definitely going to give Poland like a little more credit because of their performance from last weekend, if they have all players available, right? If everyone's playing today or tomorrow, I'm not too sure. I believe the map's today. If everyone's playing today, I can see Poland winning this one. I believe I put it at 6-3 for Italy because Italy is also so incredibly strong, right? And these pools are getting harder, and that's more Italy's cup of tea. The harder the pool, the better, I feel like, for them. Definitely against a team like Poland, I feel like Poland can beat Italy relatively easily on a group stage map pool, just because Poland seems to be more consistent on easier maps. But as soon as there's that scaling factor coming in, Italy outscales Poland massively. Right away, Poland's just hoping all of their players are on today, and then we can see a really hype match, I do feel like.
Yeah, definitely wishing those guys today luck on Saturday. We're going to look at the Sunday matches now. Coming up first, it's going to be South Korea and Chile at 2 a.m. UTC, South Korea, Chile. So many people called this to be like a game that's going to be like incredibly close as well, just like Hong Kong, China, like we just said. Most people are talking about this one, actually. It's a winner's bracket match once again, so neither team is going to get eliminated. Am I buying into the Chile hype train? Maybe, maybe, but I'm not entirely sure yet, especially considering the map was just a tad bit harder than last week too. And South Korea, honestly, is still looking great. It might be a great game, though, considering how they've performed in the past in early stages. From like 2017 onwards, Chile was always like very good. I'm still gonna go into South Korea here. Might just be a little bit Olden based bias at this point in terms of like how I think South Korea will perform, but I'm thinking South Korea will take it 6-4. But I'm thinking Chile will definitely offer a good fight.
I believe Chile and South Korea faced off each other last year as well in the round of 16, and I believe that went to 6-4 for South Korea, but that was an easier map pool, right? The map pools this year are harder compared to the ones from last year, plus this is a quarterfinals match, and that was a round of 16 match. So harder map pool, definitely would give it more credit to South Korea. A South Korea team, not the same as last year, but still having that core raw skill as they always have, right? I'm giving it to South Korea as well. I believe most people are predicting South Korea, but this one is like a little... I already talked about it previous on. Like, this is the moment for Chile to shine, right? They're in the toughest matchup of all teams, most likely, against the toughest team of all teams, right? But they can do this. I feel like there is a shot for Chile to beat South Korea tomorrow. Then, but then again, I'm not too sure how it's going to go. I definitely seeing their performance against Germany in those earlier maps seeming a little shaky, I would call it. So. South Korea definitely feeling more confident. I'm also going for South Korea myself, but there is a shot for Chile, definitely.
Again, a bit of a coin flip here, so it might go either way. We don't know yet, but it's going to be a close one. Then we have Canada versus Taiwan after that one. Not entirely sure what to call on this one too. Again, this weekend's matches are like more exciting than last weekend, I would say. In terms of how close the teams are relative to each other in terms of skill level. But I think that Taiwan is not really on a great streak at the moment. I believe Canada is going to be able to abuse that and win the match after all. I think it might be something like a 6-3 scoreline, considering Taiwan might be able to take up a few early points, but then might struggle a little more, especially considering that they have to play in the morning as well. And Canada is playing in the evening, which tends to be nicer to play at. So I'm saying Canada 6-3.
Yeah, that's definitely a point we don't really talk about when these teams have to play in their day. So that's a really valid point you make. I personally am on the Taiwanese side. I feel like the team of XXZ, Dodowavy, Sanami, Bipu, all those players seem really solid. Have been playing tournaments for a really long time, except for XXZ. He's been like only the past year or so, but then again, he's really performing as well. And this one is probably one of the closest matches this weekend. I think this is just definitely the closest match. Both teams, it can go either way. It can be a 6-0 for some team, but it can go 6-5. It's really hard to predict how these teams will perform in this one. Taiwan, though, has been in that semi-final for the past 5 years, and I'm quite sure they're going to get there this year as well. So they have to get past Canada and so for that 6-year semi-final streak. So I'm on the Taiwanese side. I believe I put it at 6-4, 6-3 or something, but either way, definitely a coin toss this one. We can both agree on that one, right?
these matches need to stop being so close. It's so hard to call, and we barely have any time left. So let's move on to Australia, Germany. We can say for all next 3 matches, again, they're really close to call, so I'm not going to repeat that every single time. But Germany, Australia. Germany not really performing like incredibly well so far, which leads me to believe that Australia might have a shot at it, even though on paper, Germany should be doing quite a bit better than Australia. I think that Germany is very easily and very handily going to take all those hidden picks, though, and Australia is going to have to answer most picks that Germany, Germany doesn't have to answer as much as Australia in that sense. Australia doesn't have like a bracket bracket that they shine on compared to Germany, which leads me to believe that Germany still will win this match with about a 64 scoreline. But considering their morale might be bad, that could go the other way too.
Yeah, nothing more to add from me. I believe Germany should have it, but there are definitely those nerves and all that kind of stuff in a tournament match. Could swing it the other way, but on paper, definitely Germany should be taking it, right?
Yeah, indeed. So it depends on their morale a lot. Then we have Philippines versus Russia. Again, Russia doing incredibly well so far in the tournament, completely exceeding my expectations for like 2 matches so far. And Philippines had a bit of a rough match last week, not doing too well against a country like Finland that they could have beaten 6-0. I'm going to jump onto that Russia hype train and believe that they are going to be the stronger team this time around. They probably will have a full team as well, and I believe that Philippines does not have their best year this year. I think Russia is going to be able to take this 6-4.
It depends on if Roydo shows up. If Roydo's there and he plays as well as he played in the group stage and as last year, then this one is going to be really close. But overall, I'm on the Russia hype train as well. I feel like their team is just really strong this year and they can get into that winner semifinals. I do believe they can, yeah. Though, I mean, it's definitely once again a close one, right? But I'm giving it to Russia as well, personally.
All right, and then finally with the United States versus France, I got a bit of a notification in chat there from Secre that actually France already beat the United States in quarterfinals in 2019, so might want to correct that real quick as I'm still here. Mistakes do happen, my bad. So it can happen that France beats the United States, but I think right now at this stage of the tournament, even though it's quarterfinals again, coincidentally, I believe that the USA should be able to pull it off I think their firepower is still like enough to blow out a team like France in stages like this. I believe France might actually be stronger in later stages this year compared to earlier stages. It might be really close though. I believe the United States is going to struggle quite a bit against France, and again, it depends on whether the entire roster of the United States is there, whether the entire roster of France is there, blah blah. If all goes according to plan for both teams, I would say United States, just because of their solid tournament performance, not per se like their roster, is going to be able to take it 6-3.
Yeah, once again, I feel like the fact that we're choosing different teams, basically half these match shows how close these ones are, because I chose France over USA in this one. Not too sure. France just seems really, really strong this year. I don't know. I feel like people are not sleeping on France, and I mean, France is known to be called chokeable, but they haven't really gotten up that level that other countries have been, right? European catch has been not really in the best shape the past couple of years, but this year, this French team seems so incredibly strong. So I'm on the French side, as well, combined with the fact that USA has 2 new players, the map is getting harder, they lost on that hidden versus Canada. Those are all little factors that make me go for France, but obviously France had a difficult match against Taiwan. So it's once again just pointless, right? It's just really hard to predict these ones, but I'm on the France team for this one.
Alrighty, so as you guys can see, we disagree on like 3 of these match outcomes. There's lots of views, so definitely stay tuned. We're gonna have to jump into that match like right now because we took a lot of time. It's already 1 p.m. UTC time, which means we're gonna get started with China Hong Kong. Thank you guys for joining the pre-show, and thank you, Quinten, for hosting it with me here.
Very much, Conrad.
And we're going to hop into that match as soon as we possibly can. Don't forget to follow the channel, subscribe if you're feeling generous, and you can also buy a banner on the website, which supports your favorite of the 16 leftover teams. So you should go ahead, check that out. We're going to swap over to the game. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Take care.